Hello, everybody. We are here. It is great. It's a beautiful day wherever you are. We're here for the Play Better, Win More #3 competition. Much anticipated. It has been so long since we've had our previous one, and each one has been a massive community event. So I'm so excited to be here, and I'm going to be joined here by Nubsta and Cloakoak as we wait for our players to get into game number 1, which I believe is going to be Toon versus Bun Bun Hook Metal. I think that was. Wait, what? No, I messed it up. It was like the Bun Bun something, but
Hook mental,
Hook Mental.
like
yeah.
mental in the brain
It's-
kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a
So
portmanteau of judgmental and hook
and
reset.
hook resets.
yeah.
Yeah.
So from the name, you could tell Bun Bun is going to be Team Liari, and Team Toon is going to be Grimella and his posse as well. So excited to see this matchup. But we actually started stream like a little bit early. We were talking about perk discussions, which I think will be a major influence here in these games today. But mostly we've seen a lot of them actually go kind of unpicked, I think. We were talking about it earlier, but some teams had a lot of perks saved up, like looking at Puppy's team, looking at clearance file.
Yeah.
So I would like to talk about it. I'm interested to see maybe when they would drop it, what they drop it for. But for the most part, just to start this out, we've seen a lot of chrono breaks. We've seen a lot of octagons. We've seen a lot of billiard brawls. What do you guys think of that?
Chrono Break, in my opinion, is the one that I expected to see probably the most, especially because a lot of NASL players just really hate certain awakening starts, and being able to use Chrono Break to just say, no, I don't want these awakenings, just re-roll it. Whatever we get, but I don't want these specific awakenings because they're just way too polarizing or way too strong or just way too ridiculous. That one I'm not surprised has picked up quite a lot. I mean, I think there's almost 15 chrono breaks picked up between the teams to be able to reset the thing. So that doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, and on the other side as well, we've got a lot of the big ticket kind of perks have like unsurprisingly kind of gone unselected. We saw in the draft that a lot of teams kind of ended up spending 50 plus on a single player. A good example of this would be Shinonzu and Kainu, both going for the maximum of $88. So we didn't see a lot of big ticket items, but I believe that one team today has the Vaughn and another team here has the bait and switch. Those are both obviously incredibly powerful pickups. So one of them allowing you to get like a duplicate striker, so on an extra specialist start, you could get 2 Lunas, 2 Aimis, 2 Dubus, like whatever you want. And then obviously getting Vaughn in your game, probably one of the best, if not the best player to kind of ever touch the game. So, and happens to be the TO of this event. Oh, who actually by request, I'll bring that up later. I think it's important to think about to really think about the moment. But obviously these are incredibly strong perks, especially for things like Vaughn. If you want to have Vaughn come in and play your BO3 series for you, you could field the strongest possible roster, probably out of most teams here, and just go with that. I think that we've had a lot of the participation, the kind of the player skill level varies all the way from Nasty all the way up to NASL. So being able to kind of replace a Nasty player with a NASL player obviously will have a really big benefit.
Yeah, well, and to that point, right, Vaughn, one thing that clearly differentiates it from the rest of the perks on the table is that it lasts the whole series. So it's $50 and you're getting potentially 3 games of usage out of it, 2 to 3 games. And so, that also like makes the price point a little more worth your time, because like things like bait and switch are already $26, but they only last 1 game, right? So I mean, yeah, you get a lot of influence over the pick ban phase, but like you don't have Vaughn on your team. Like that's a pretty big buff right there. So yeah, even though it's a big ticket, only 1 team ended up picking it up. That's like incredibly valuable. Like to call it a meme pickup is not doing it justice. Vaughn is the real deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's like I believe like because the way it's going, I think top 3 is exiting each group. So honestly, if you don't want to be that last place team, if you got a big ticket awakening a perk, you probably want to pull it out today, especially if you feel like you're not gonna skip through. I think generally speaking as well, looking at the draft itself, just looking at the players themselves and not really the perks, I think that there are some clear favorites. I think all eyes right now are on Joker's team, who I think Joker got incredibly lucky, or maybe got incredibly big brained with his draft, where he started out getting his teammate Shianzu for $88, which was obviously a very big pickup. I mean, Joker and Shianzu are, as of right now, second place in the North American Strikers League, getting that last season as a forward duo. So definitely a team, a forward pair to look out for. But you'd figure, hey, well, they got 2 NASL players, so they're probably gonna have to, get a little bargain bin for Nasty or NASA players. But no, that's a full NASL roster that they've somehow assembled for the money they had. So thoughts? I think that's incredibly crazy how that went.
Yeah, I mean, you perfectly summed it up. I think that they're pretty much the only team that was able to pull that off.
Yeah.
Most of the other teams, like you said, the strategy that they went for is you have like a NASL player that is the captain of the team, and they select a player from the NASA Nasty area that is the same role as them, the same main role as them. The idea being, of course, that, if you have to bring in every player in a series, if you're going to bring in somebody who is, at just a little bit of a lower skill level, you might as well have it be someone that you can control is the same role as you and guarantee that, you can swap in those later series. That's not the case for Joker's team. You have Kotone and Joker as the 2 pivot members on that team. 2 of the top NASL players made it so far in the playoff stage of this last season. It's pretty much like a guaranteed go-ahead, feel-good team right there.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think that's a team that will probably just make it out of today. That being said, they don't really have that many perks. I think they got a single perk, a single cheap perk, a bargain bin one, if you would say. So
Shianzu's a pretty big perk.
That's true.
The Shianzu perk goes hard.
Yeah, that's super true. Speaking of which, oh, sorry.
My bad. One thing you do have to keep in mind, though, is one of the rules of this Play Better Win More is all of your roster must be fielded every single series, including in best of 2s, which is what this group stage is, and the best of 3s in the following bracket stage. So, to have access to a Vaughn Araga, you basically can eliminate that requirement because Vaughn is able to play both rounds. But also on Joker's team, right? Joker's team is so strong because they're swapping effectively, like you said, Cloco, between Kotone and Joker, 2 NASL level forwards, when they have Frightfully Fresh and Shianzu in the backline. Some of the other players maybe don't quite have that, or some of the other teams don't quite have that luxury of swapping between 2 high level forwards, or 2, whatever their swap might be. They don't have that power that Joker's team has. So, like Brickbat said, all eyes will be on Joker's team, I think, especially going into the bracket stage, which I would expect that team to make bracket stage. But who knows? The perks could come to bite them. Some of these teams have, perks that go beyond the actual page.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the actual list. Clearance's Isle's list is like everyone's list is this long, and then Clearance's Isle is this long. They just have it.
Yeah.
It's Puffy just went on his he went to the Dollar Tree shopping spree and has just all the canned goods to survive ever.
He has the best team name in my opinion, because it reminds me of remember those shopping, I don't know if any of you watched those old shopping spree shows where they would literally have a supermarket sweep, things like that, where they would have a shopping cart and they would just run and just pile in stuff into their shopping cart as they were running around. That is my image of Puffy right now. Running around with his shopping cart and just grabbing as many perks as he can. I mean, this guy has 3 billiard brawls, so he can 3 games in a row just take it to Tea Time Tussle. Because why not?
I think that's insane.
He has 3 octagons, so he can take it to Tea Time Tussle and make it prize fighter start all 3 games.
Well,
if he wanted to.
Remember that these perks reset at the bracket stage. So these perks, they provide huge buffs for getting you to the bracket stage. You can, bust them out on those series that maybe feel a little bit more difficult. For Clearance Isle, they'll probably be able to bring them out every single series that they play. at least one or two perks here and there. And then if your plan succeeds and your perks are what give you the little extra edge to push you into the bracket phase, boom, they all get reset and you get to run it back in the bracket stage. It is like legitimately a fascinating strategy that provides like a nice alternative route to making it very far in this tournament.
But you know what, guys? Speaking of clearance idols and saving money, I think you know what month it is, right?
That's true. I think Puffy FPS could absolutely use the money he saved during draft to contribute to September here on Twitch TV/FirelightV. Why don't you hit those subs up for this channel in order to support the channel and maybe get another Play Better Win More in the near far future.
Drop the primers, drop the gifts.
Drop
it's a
the
clearance aisle in this channel right now.
That's true. Yeah, and in my professional analysis, I think that is the correct path to go. So we'll see if the viewers will be able to do that. But I don't know. Caster voice came out for that. But also, I wanted to talk about this. I think this is a really interesting discussion. But if you don't count Joker's team, because I think Joker's team clearly takes this, what other picks do you think, like for the, also for like the under $20 range, what other picks do you think were really good, like really good bargain bin picks for that $20 under mark? I'm kind of like looking at these. I think that Fiery at 10 stands out for me. Carmine at 6 stands out for me as well. That being said, I think it's really hard to evaluate bargain bin brawler picks because I feel like every brawler except one kind of went for really cheap, and I think the one team that did get that super high brawler pick did not super benefit from it.
I was gonna say, to that point, like you talked about the price point of the picks. I actually did a little quick maths before the stream went up about the average price of each role in the auction. No surprises here. Midfield was like the furthest by $40. $40 was the average midfield price. And keep in mind, that's including a lot of the cheap midfield picks that we had, because a lot of our captains are actually midfielders, so they didn't spend a lot of money on their midfield auction draft. Goalie was at $37 and forward was at $30, significantly lower than that midfield price point. So yeah, like you said, the forwards were definitely going for a much lower price. A lot of those bargain bin picks, as you were saying.
Yeah, I feel like that part of that is because, like, just strictly speaking, the brawler pool was way more stacked. I think if you look at the players that were kind of on the bottom of it, like I'm looking at like Carmine for picked up for 6, Fiery picked up for 7, or sorry, picked up for 10. I think that versus like the top, like sorry, the 12 picked up for 56. I think that like if I were to put myself in a game and I had the choice between like Fiery and Sector 12, like obviously Sector 12 has gone farther in NASL, has a much more accomplished player, likely has just like is an upgraded player. But like when I think about that price point difference of $40, which means the difference between, let's see, like Fwop Dwop and like Obscure Breads, or let me get another midfielder for the difference for that. Like it's the difference between Fwop and wow, I'm just looking at midfielders right now, and like all of them went for like 6 or 80. It's just like,
yeah, there's no in between.
It's like the difference between getting let's see. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wait. What?
Yeah, most of the midfields either went for 6
Oh,
or they
here we
went for
go.
88, and then there's Jay and Josh at 30 and 28.
Yeah. The price point difference between Carmine and Scyther 12 is a little bit bigger than the price point difference between Fwop and Cardbox, which I think that's pretty significant. I think the gap between Cardbox in recent times and Fwop, I think, is pretty significant. I think that Fwop right now is a big like question mark in the midfield. Like has NASA experience, has played in a league before, has done okay in it as well, but hasn't really hasn't had the nearest like explosive kind of explosive entrance into the scene as Cardbox had. So one thing as well, update, it looks like Toon, so Team Grimella has ended up using the Octagon for game 1 here. So we are going to be seeing a prize fighter start guaranteed coming into this, which I think is really good against Team Bun Bun Bonanza. I think that Scyther 12 likes to KO, but he doesn't like to KO on his like signature champions unless he styles on you. So obviously he's really well known for his Kazan, which isn't a character that could really kill effectively, especially with those stagger nerfs. Really does hurt in a prizefighter start. Doesn't use prizefighter too well himself as far as I know. Rasmus, a little bit of a different story. Scyther 12 is like infamously done some insane KO combos with like backwards hook towards the wall into flip. Those kind of things absolutely can happen on a prizefighter start. But like when you think of like what Scyther 12 does to like KO people, he plays Drakkar. He plays Luna, both Drakkar especially coming out of NASL season 4. We saw in that Bun Bun Bonanza Sad Boys game that Scyther was dealt with pretty effectively. In fact, there's very few games, I think, in the NASL season where one brawler was so effectively denied their win condition. It looked really bad. Like the end of the game, Scyther was like level 4. So I think that if you force something like a prizefighter start where damage immediately comes into this, and then Scyther, you kind of like bait Scyther into a Luna, you bait Scyther into a Drakkar, and then you like know the strategy going into it and you play around it. That's absolutely something that could set up Bun Bun Hook mental for failure. That being said, there is a Luna player on Bun Bun Hook mental right now. Liari can play some good prizefighter midfields. I think that she has a pocket vice. I think she's played a ton of Amy's, and that's in her main lineup right now. Especially as well, even Juno with like the power buff can maybe use that effectively. Especially on set start where that base power hasn't been taken away from the Juno potentially. Also, fun fact, I'm just talking about this of Juno and KO. Juno is like so by far and away the most of like practically tanky midfielder. She has an invulnerability. She has the highest stagger growth in the game of any midfielder, which I think that's crazy. That seems really crazy to me. So it's actually genuinely super hard to kill Juno compared to other midfielders.
Not to mention she can kill you. ZZZ lore anyone?
Yeah, like it's not like Juno's completely helpless. Yeah, like just getting damage out, especially if you like the way that slimes are positioned, you want to like start stepping on slimes, especially then damage could start really ramping up. So it's like I don't know. I thought that was crazy. I just really thought it was crazy. I'm super excited with these Juno buffs to see where she is, especially into KO comps. I think that as of right now, she might actually have a lot of potential if you want to play core control into a KO team.
Not to mention with all the right, there's 4 secondary dash awakenings in the draft right now, and one of the ways Juno can kind of take over a game is having that global presence that she allows to have, which she obtains by getting 1 or even more of those jump trainings that help her really just take over the game almost solo in a way.
Yeah. Absolutely. And here we go. We're finally here. Play better, win more 3, and drop some primers in the chat. And we're
restarting because the sides are wrong.
We're not here in Play Winner, but hold off on those subs and then drop them when we do start in celebration of the beginning of Play Better, Win More 3. But we will be there very soon.
One thing I'm a little surprised by is I was actually expecting part of the reason why I recommended this matchup is I was actually expecting Grimella to use both the Octagon and the Billiard Brawl in conjunction, thus forcing Tea Time Tussle and Corner Pocket and a prizefighter start, which Corner Pocket is the most KO heavy map of the 4 Tea Time Tussle maps, but they have opted not to use that here. Instead, I think we're going to Clarion Test Chamber. Still a pretty KO map, as well as just being kind of crazy in its own right. But yeah, prizefighter start. All players must pick prizefighter, by the way. That's part of the Octagon perk. Not only do you guarantee prizefighter start, every single player in the game must pick prizefighter, or they have to remake.
Yeah, so I think that's incredibly strong here. I think that going into this, I think that Soren and Drew probably have a pretty big advantage here, and Imi pickup on a prizefighter start for Imi goalie is obviously just really good. Imi, kind of the reason you pick Imi in a lot of top tier plays simply because at round start, you will see Soren just dump his kit into someone, and then the other 2 players in the game just look to kit him. Look at that. Soren just tried to, he missed, but he just tried to blink right into Scyther 12 to get him out of the game. Unfortunately, it didn't work. but that's kind of the game plan going into this, and I think that unless Judgmental has some really good res timings, that could absolutely just be a way to snowball this entire game out of control.
Yeah, well, and something that you brought up a couple minutes ago was the current, or I think it was Nubster that brought up the Dash Awakenings that are currently in rotation right now. This is the first time, as far as I know, in Omega Strikers history that we have had 4 Dash trainings in the Awakening rotation, and Aimi and Zentaro benefit heavily from those. So as we get into the drafts after the conclusion of these early sets, be on the lookout for Soren and Drew scaling like crazy.
Yeah. Also, one thing as well. Yo, by the way, like, okay, actual genuine question: is Zentaro weak? Like, I've been really thinking about this lately. It just seems so crazy to me to ever say that Zentaro is weak. But like, this guy has like a negative win rate in NASL. He has like a negative win rate in solo queue. He like gets slammed by like most damage because he's such a small amount of like stagger. But like, at the end of the day, it's like. But it's Zentaro, you know? Like, it feels to me that, like, this character's been dominant for so long that, like, him not being dominant is, like, weird. That's a weird thing to me. I don't know, Cluck, you're a huge Zentaro player. Do you have any thoughts on this, or...?
So, I think that the current state of Zentaro is, like, probably the strongest that he's ever been. He doesn't have a whole lot of survivability at his disposal, which is, like, probably the main downside for Zentaro's current viability. But, like, the big downside of not having survivability and, like, this weakness to KO that you were mentioning, right, is that you can theoretically just push Zentaro to the back of the draft and deny him all of his bis. Right now, Zentaro has so much bis in the Awakening pool, you can't deny him. He's getting something good essentially every draft. Like, it's incredibly rare that he doesn't get something that he wants. So, like, Zentaro is still able to scale very viably in the current Awakening meta.
One thing I think I heard somebody talking about this on stream lately. I don't remember if it was NASL stream. I don't remember if it was another cast that I heard, but somebody was talking about how the current Awakening setups right now is everyone just kind of takes bis. As Scyther scores another one for the Bun Hook mental. But it feels like every draft right now feels like you can't really deny anybody. There's just so many good Awakenings in every draft that it's kind of like you just take bis and go next and hope that your bis is better than the enemy's bis, right? Yeah. Does it feel like that to anyone else?
I mean, yeah. we do not talk about the current state of Super Surge on certain characters. I mean, it is genuinely so disturbing. That's a thing. I mean, I've seen like Super Surge Lunas, I've seen Super Surge Zentaros, obviously, I've seen Super Surge Aimis, which is like, I believe has like almost taken the throne as one of Aimi's best Awakenings. It does so much damage. It's a 30% increase on Aimi's heavy hitting, like most heavy hitting ability, like not counting like someone like literally walking into the turret. I think that's crazy, right? That's just like insane.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it feels like it just feels like like you mentioned, like if you don't deny the Amy the Super Surge, or sorry, if you deny the Amy Super Surge, oh my gosh, she's gonna get Twin Drive. Oh my gosh, she's gonna get extra special. She's gonna get like explosive entrance. She could still take that. She could still take aerial. She could still take missile prop. She could still take I don't know. I mean, I guess staggers out of the pool, but like if she's a midfielder, she could still take fight or flight. She could still take kata.
Yeah,
right. Timeless creator. I forgot about that thing. I mean, it's just so. I mean, yeah, I think you're entirely right. Like, Aimi's just gonna get something good. I think the same thing applies to Zentaro. I feel like a lot of the stronger characters that have just been dominant for so long are just stronger because of that, and it's like as good as it's ever been for them, basically. And
the Sorenest of angles for the goal too. Holy crap!
Oh, we're here. Oh, I mean, wait. I think Soren saved that, just like you should save the chances of Play Better Win More 4 by dropping a Prime subscription at twitch.tv/FirelighV. I think Soren could do a performance like that. You could drop $2 here to support the community. Yeah.
The perfect segue from the perfect segue. One character that doesn't get talked about, I think, in lately. Wow, Drew actually gets that around Judgmental, just clean goal. but is actually Atlas, right? Atlas got
Mm.
back Timeless. And with Timeless Monu and Ponder all being in the pool for Atlas, as well as Twin Drive giving back a little bit of cooldown, as opposed to taking it away, Atlas feels like the strongest he's been in a long time, possibly ever.
Yeah, all the CDR. Well, now Twin Drive buff as well. Some people were still convinced that Twin Drive was like not good for whatever reason back when it had the cooldown increase. No, it was still good. Now it's even better because we're back to CDR, like CDR on it, cooldown reduction. That'll conclude the set, going in favor of Bun Bun Hook Mental. And yeah, I mean, they're going to be the ones in favor in this draft. There's that Atlas that we were just talking about. What are these players eyeing as we go into this draft stage?
I think this is really good for Soren. He's just gonna get Super Surge, kind of no matter what. If he wants to get Timeless or Ponder or Egos, he can as well. But I think he's just gonna look to kill someone. So I'd be really surprised. I think the Egos is a really good pickup from Judgmental. I think in times past we have viewed Ego like way back when Egos was like back when it was like that energy meta where like Quick Strikes, Catalyst, Egos were like all in the rotation. We were always thinking about energy on forwards more often than not because obviously the core flip, the force berries, the force goals were really, really strong, and just getting it a ton would mean that you would have just like a really easy to access win condition. But I think this has changed a little bit. I think that a lot of players are viewing Egoist to be really, really strong on goalies. And I think that because of that, because times have changed and goalies are way better at playing aggressive than they were in the past. And so having that extra Egoist buff to be a third forward on literally any character that gets this awakening, I think is super strong. So I'm really glad to see Judgmental pick that up. I think it was a really good, I think it's just a really good first generic pickup there. But yeah, I think that this Super Surge on Aimi is gonna go crazy. I mean, we've already seen Scyther 12 dead, Flip goes into goal, but like I think that Soren's about to kill people. I think Soren's about to kill people, and he's gonna cyber swipe them off the cliff and kill them.
And don't forget that Prize Fighter is one of the starts. So not only is Soren getting the 30% from Super Surge, but is also getting 46 power now from Prize Fighter on one of the strongest characters of power scaling in the game, outside of like Luna and X. So like this Aimi is going to go crazy. And can we talk about that draft? Like Egoist, Timeless, Ponder, Twin Drive.
Today I Atlas.
What else? Like stacks on stacks, all in the same draft. Like it's literally just take what you want. Like speaking of clearance aisle, that was the clearance aisle draft right there. Holy crap!
Yeah, I'm starting to see this whole thing about everyone just kind of gets what they want. It's like impossible to deny anyone. I think he's waking.
Oh my god! What a glitch pop!
Yeah, really good snipe.
Well, there's actually two Exodias, or I guess just like sets of items that we haven't even really talked about that are also really influential. Scyther is going to get size for free this whole game. Like, no matter which way these early sets go, Bun obviously already have a set under their belt. Like, Scyther has access to 4 size awakenings in the pool. Only 2 of them have gone by so far. And Rampage is still here, which is, far and wide the best size awakening as long as you can stay alive. That little asterisk on the end there. So Scyther's going to be pretty big by the end of this game. And Drew just picked up Twin Drive. Fight or Flight is back in the pool, y'all, and Fight or Flight Twin Drive. A really cool little Exodia that you can get, especially with KO comps, because when you stagger someone or get staggered, it refreshes both of the charges of your secondary.
Oh,
and
what? It does?
Yes.
Yep, it does.
What?
And Zentaro has a disgusting secondary for you to refresh. I mean, great for dealing damage, super high mobility, like... Drew could very well be flying across the stage if he gets that Fight or Flight awakening in the next couple drafts.
Oh my god. Judgmental's just dead. Look at that HP bar.
I mean, there is currently 7 prize fighter stacks on the side of Team Dude, which I mean that's a little bit disturbing. I guess 6 now, but I did not know that about refreshing both. That's insane. What? That's
Yeah.
Well, I mean, imagine if like Ivy got that in this game. That would be just cyber swiping left and right. I mean, there's no other
Imagine
word for that.
Atlas with twin drive Ponder Fighter Flight Atlas is like invincible. I don't know how you ever score on that creature.
I mean, that's crazy. What? Oh,
Was that the pendulum swing?
I
that
think
put
the
that in?
pendulum he's scored.
It was worth it for the prize
was-
fighter stack. That's gonna reset right now because that was the end of the set.
honestly, based. I like that. No, I think Drew got the strike off like as he was flying around. I think that was insane.
Like, this is probably the weakest draft we're gonna see in the entirety of this series, and it still has Hot Shot, Unstoppable, 1-2 Punch, Aerials, Orb Dancer. Like, even like we're considering Primetime Week. That's how strong the Awakening drafts are right now.
Yeah, that's
At last.
Jesus.
At last, we see a NASL goalie take Unstoppable into Rasmus Estelle, arguably the best offensive duo that you could take Unstoppable into. I saw it go by so many times this past NASL season. Goalies would just give up Unstoppable against Rasmus Estelle. Soren, you are my savior. Thank you so much. It's not going to save your barriers, though. Scyther is a little too good at this game for that.
Yeah, and speaking of valuable pickups, you could get an incredibly valuable pickup for just $2 this September. Drop a sub for twitch.tv/FirelightV to get one of the most impactful purchases of potentially your entire life. Anyways. Is it not $2? Update from production. What's the price? Wait, what's the price?
It's.
What do you mean figure out?
Figure it out yourself. I think that means he wants you to drop a sub, Brickbat.
It's. Let's see. I see. So it's $6 for a sub. I see. Huh.
Yeah, so it's $4.49 right now, or
Okay.
$4.50 basically.
So for $4.49, you too could get a. Hey. Okay. Well, I know the right number. Thank you, production. Hey, all good.
Soren, overcommitting the eject button, decides to stay behind to try to score the goal, but it slips by. Scyther gets to take both barriers for essentially free. What a strike shot from Judgmental there, saving it away from Drew. We're looking at lobbies full of NASL players. I love, by the way, that we get to mix it up, right? I mean, even though we do have Liari and Scyther on the same team in this game, a lot of these players are, getting to mix it up and play with new people for the first time in a tournament setting, which is really awesome. Always nice to see the sort of mix and match quality that comes about from these tournaments, and get to see all these players play better and win more.
One thing about these rosters is, like, a lot of the captains effectively picked their forward duo right out of the gates, right? Yeah. Joker got Shionzu, Liari got Scyther. Oh, wow, what a point there from Drew and Gramilla.
Speak of the devil, forward duo.
Yeah, it was pretty much grab your NASL forward duo and figure it out after that. Unless you were a NASL goalie picking something else. Oh, Soren taken out though.
Yeah, I think Scyther 12 is like really good at that too. He's like really good. Even most good Rasmuses will be really good at finding places where their primary can kill, but I feel like Scyther is really good with that. Like even compared to other NASL, it feels like he could just find KOs out of nowhere. I remember like him hitting like really infamously like infamous clips where he would just like pull someone towards the wall, flip him, and kill him, and it's just like so stylish. But it might not mean anything here, especially if his team is dead. But hey, all good. And he's also dead now. Hey, sometimes you get taken to the Octagon, and the Octagon tells you that you have to die. All good.
That is one big now right there. Picking up the Era Orb there in the middle. And just like you said, Brickbat, the prize fighter stacks are ticking up. The Octagon is taking its toll on these players. On set point here for Team Toonie Tuesday. And yeah, I mean, Soren is having the easiest goalie job of his life right there. Oh, I take it back. Scyther takes the cross shot. Caster Curse.
The Castress of Curse. But I think an observation I've been noticing in recent NASL games, and as even in this game especially, is when going like NASL players have gotten really good at recognizing when they know they're going to lose core control from an ability. Like they just they're in a situation and they know an ability is going to come out, and they use an ability of their own to try and maintain control before that situation can happen, right? Soren's been using Glitch Pop and has been using Cyber Swipe to try and intercept the core before reaching Aimi, the character, so that the ability doesn't get to be used at the more proper time that the player would want. Also, Drew using the EI Rush to avoid being hit stunned while the core is reaching Zentaro, the character. Oh my god, what a strike to secure that set there, right? And so I think NASL players are like readjusting the meta in the kind of like micro meta in a way to maintain core control in a situation where most players would lose it.
Yeah, also, I mean, every time I just see every draft now, and I'm like, wow, that's a crazy draft.
Yeah, like
Hey,
the weakest thing here
form.
is Castellast. Like what?
Drew gets fight or flight. Drew gets fight or flight.
Fight or flight.
Drew gets fight or flight here.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is
Twin
this
drive fight or flight.
this Zentaro has unlocked the second form. This is now Kazan Taro. Like we have twin drive primetime fight or flight Zentaro. This is insane.
Yeah, and like that's also big. Like, team player got like just not picked. like teams were just like looked at team player, the awakening that just like could dominate core control if given the chance. They're like, yeah, I don't think it's that good. I'm so interested to see this Zentaro now with like staggering people. I think that's actually really crazy. Though this is probably not a super great map to do it on. I feel like I don't know what to think about the bounce house. Like, I think the bounce house is good with core control, right? But like then the core speed gets really hard, so it's like really hard to core control. I don't know. I don't know what to think of this. I don't know what's good on this map. I always feel like once I'm in the game itself, it clicks and it's like, oh yeah, this comp is bad with the bounce house. But like, I don't know. I have to like see it before I understand it.
To me, it's characters that don't cover a lot of space, right? That don't have a large, as they say in the coaching Discord, an area of influence, right? Yeah. Somebody like Atlas doesn't have a huge area of influence unless he gets like some range or some cooldowns on his secondary. God. Scyther just completely enclosing everything there and forcing Chromella into a bad situation. Whereas characters like things that don't have a large area of influence, X, Juliet, certain melee goalies as well, like maybe Dubu. Whereas the characters that have that large area of influence or just short cooldowns or just a ton of speed like Kai will thrive on that high core speed, constant environment. And it also feels like one of those maps that like limits the area of play, right? Because you always have to account for the bounce off the corner, which generally puts you in this like box that you have to sit in for the most part, especially as the midfielder.
This is true. I think it's true, and then I think like characters like Aimi though, because like Aimi's like kind of infamously bad in overtime because of core speed. It's like so much harder to use her ability when the core goes really fast. I don't know. Maybe that's just like a one like exception. That unfortunately Sword. Hey, he tried to cook. All good, But I'm looking at Drew right now. I'm wondering if he's gonna kill people.
Yeah, we haven't seen like. There haven't been as many kills coming out from Toonie Tuesday in this set. They've just been kind of like focusing the core control, and the core kind of seems to be traveling too fast for them to focus KOs. Like we've been going into overtime here, so it's understandable. The prize fighter stacks are not ticking up quite yet. Grimella's been taken off the map, so they've had to slow down the pace there as well. But I'm sure that by the end of this set, we'll get to see some stupid stuff come out. Speaking of stupid stuff,
thread the needle. Holy crap!
Gosh.
Drew is just the master of picking through this defense. Been tearing it apart like a surgeon this whole match, going right through there.
Well, Drew was one of the two that everyone was talking about as like the one of the two to look at for this NASL season, right? Drew and Shianzu were like the kind of new-ish comers to NASL, and everyone was curious to see how they were going to perform, and both have performed exceptionally so far in this NASL season, or performed exceptional in the NASL season, as I believe it's already over.
Yeah.
And it's just starting. I don't remember when the. Oh yeah, it's the liftoff is coming up soon. That's right.
Yeah, that's the one at the end of the month, or Launchpad at the end of the month. But yeah, like also like I think one thing to think of here is I feel like Drew and Scyther have like gotten equivalent value, but like Drew went for like 35 and Scyther went for 56. You know what I mean? And like $20 meant a lot in draft. I feel like $20 was the difference between I don't know, like God, it's like flop and hook resets. I think that's probably the difference. Like bringing it into a different context. I think that's pretty significant. So, but it feels like they've both like done really good things. Like Scyther 12 has been styling, Drew's been styling, but the thing is Drew went for 60% of the price, which I think it just goes to speak. I'm kind of in agreement with a common consensus that spending high in your brawler, especially just doesn't pay off super high just because of the way that the pool looked out. But I don't know. We'll see. I think that being said, I think Soren's been playing like significantly better than Judgmental in this game. I think that he's been applying like a lot of pressure. I feel like there's a lot of really like Soren has scored so many goals, has saved so many good goals, like right there, right? Like he's holding against himself pretty well, and I think that's a situation where like, yeah, I think the $30 made the difference in this game, you know, in that aspect versus the $20 difference between Cyber and Drew. So I don't know. That's my thoughts. I mean, I guess it's just kind of repeating what we went over earlier, but I think that's very significant.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that we are on game point here for Toonie Tuesday. Currently, the barrier advantage is not in their favor, and Scyther is doing such a good job keeping up this pressure, but Soren is doing an even better job defending. That core flip will secure it straight through Grimella and tie up the set. But this next point could spell a one-game lead for Toonie Tuesday, or the continuance, the survival of Bun Bun Hook Mental into another set.
Yeah. Very, very significant. I think that Soren had an amazing glitch pop, but Cyberpunk eventually found the style. One thing is that Judgmental has Egos right now with one barrier up. I think that could be super significant. With a pick here on a Grimella, things are suddenly wide open here for the side of Bun Bun Hook Metal.
For sure, yeah. And now Liari's got flip in front of the net, and Scyther keeping up that pressure. There's the core flip, and with Grimella off the board, Drew and Soren cannot hold all of the angles. That'll be Bun Bun Hook Mental taking it to a final 5th set. Liari will take set MVP.
Yeah, boom. Like, also, another insane draft. I mean, we have Catalyst Extra Special. We have the one Stagger Awakening left in game. We have Rampage. We have Stagger Swagger. We have Rapid Fire. And we have Monumentalist. Right. My bad. Incredibly weak. Yeah, so I think that's pretty significant. It's a pretty crazy draft. Yeah, you know what a great way to start off Play Better, Win More 3. An absolute set 5 heater. It felt like Team Toon definitely, or Team Grimella definitely had the momentum going into the game. It felt like this was going to be a pretty, not one-sided game per se, but like a pretty one and done, pretty clear to see the winner. But now all of a sudden it feels a lot different.
It feels different, and the prize fighter stacks have been really basically the pivotal point of this game, right? That last set, Scyther and Liari started getting more stacks than Toonie Tuesday, the entirety of Grimella's team, and they were able to use those stacks to their advantage. Scyther, oh wow, what a just a crazy. They got the KO, they got the cyber swipe on all 3, the pass into the cyber swipe. What a crazy conversion there from Drew and Soren in the combo. But I think a lot of this is just going to come down to who gets the prize fighter stacks on which team, and who's able to then use that power to their advantage, whether that's in core speed or in KOs.
Yeah, for sure. And Drew and Soren are already leading in the prize fighter stacks, even though Bun Bun Hook Mental are leading with the barriers. Very clean dribble into strike. Pendulum swing from Scyther 12 will claim the goal, tie up the set. Still on 1-1 here, but we have yet to see if those prize fighter stacks are going to stack up even further. Drew's already going at Scyther 12 in the midfield. It's only a matter of time before they fall. That Atlas ult can only do so much. Judgmental now coming all the way up to the midfield to support. Scyther gets core flip, flips it down to Liari. The Death's Touch will not be enough to bring it back up. Drew will be there to intercept. Judgmental having to burn a lot of cooldowns in the net now. Liari with the Rose Warp brings it in. Core flip in front of the net once more. Drew tries to take it away with the eye rush, but the piercing shot into Soren's strike will bring them to set point and game point. Bun Hook Mental looking to win it all here.
And Toonie Tuesday was the ones that picked the Octagon, right? And it was working in their favor tremendously as the game went on. But now that we're in this final set, and this Atlas has basically come online with perfect form, extra special, hot shot. I mean, how do you get around this Atlas that basically has infinite cooldowns without even Ponder? And Scyther and Liari just proving to be the forward duo as they just get the double barrier into the piercing shot for the victory. They take the first game.
Bun Bonanza. I mean, wait, Bun Hook Metal. Yeah. Woo.
Mental.
Hook mental, which is especially. I mean, they were very mentally sound that game. A complete reverse sweep, if I recall correctly. Just super well played by all of them, and an excellent first game here for Play Better Win More 3.
And a small 55,000 damage from Drew.
I was like a little baffled with how effectively Liari and Scyther played like essentially the exact response that you need to against a kill comp of the variety that Toonie Tuesday was running just then. Because pretty much the only option that you have is to put up such a consistently insurmountable pressure that the enemy team doesn't have time to deal damage to you. Like, they can't focus on dealing damage to you. They'll deal some collateral. They'll probably get like a KO here and there. But like, their barriers will be on by that point. And if Judgmental can hold down the back line while your forwards respawn, then boom, you can score 6 goals apiece. Liari and Scyther 12. They played incredibly that game, especially in those last few sets. And I mean, yeah, that's how you beat a kill comp, even in the Octagon.
Yeah. And one thing here as well is that this is BO2, so it isn't like winner take all per se. That being said, the second game is always going to be more important than the first, I think, because it sets how many points you could get in the series. So I think if Team Toon pick up this Bun Hook Mental, if they pick up this game, they're going to get 2 more points. Whereas if Team Toon pick up this game, they're only going to get 1 point, because then it's going to go to the 1-1 tie. So I think that because of that, just like winning the first game, it opens you up for the 3-point cash out. So I think the game is generally more important than the second game. But that being said, obviously you're going to always want to win, even if it is just for 1 point.
Yeah, the first game, I think, is definitely the most important because, like you said, it opens you up. And for those unfamiliar with this, Play Better Win More is a series that kind of has different rules and different mechanics with it. Like, we already see the perks, right? There's always a draft associated. But the other thing is the tournament is actually ran slightly differently. And in this particular one, the group stage, which is what we're in now, is best of 2. So they only play 2 games. If the result is a 2-0 in one of the team's favor, they actually get 3 points as though they won 3 games. However, if it's a 1-1 tie, each team only gets 1 point. So securing the first game guarantees you that 1 point and allows you to go for that 2-point conversion, or at the very least, you still come out of it with 1 point at the end of it, even if you lose the second game. So it really is important for these teams to try and take these 2-0 sweeps where they can, which is where the perks and the various drafts come in and whatnot, to try and make this group stage. Because again, top 3 in each of these groups of 5 make it to bracket.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point about perks there, we did just witness the victory of Bun Hook Mental against Toonie Tuesday's used Octagon perk. That was them that put us in the Octagon with that prize fighter start. They will not be able to use that perk again unless they make it all the way to the Brack stage where all of their perks will refresh. And so that's a big win there for Bun. I mean, in addition to being a victory, doesn't get much better than, having a victory. It does also mean that they burned one of the perks of their opponents.
Well, I will say, sorry to interrupt, but I have to interject because they have 4 octagons. So they could use another octagon if they want.
Good point. Good point.
I think also one really small thing to consider as well is there's still that bug in the game. I don't know if it's a bug or a feature, but if no one picks the second starting awakening, that enters the pool again. So like,
Yes.
yeah, so it literally is just it's a prize fighter start. Who knows? And that means like one poor awakening just gets Thanos out of existence for that, I believe. So I think that's I think that's really interesting. Like you could just somehow RNG like I don't know like timeless or something being out of the rotation or something. I don't know what it was. It's so hard to keep track. Like I feel like you have to be like one of those mental athletes, like those what are the memory athletes? I think that's what they're called, where you just have to go from memorize like a stack, a deck of cards, and then just like know like all the ones that are in the awakenings. I mean, like sometimes you could just like say, oh yeah, I haven't seen Big Fish yet, so I know it's gonna come up. But I don't know. I think that's interesting to think about of just one random awakening getting snapped out of existence. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is really big. I think I guess we don't have the substitutions in for sure, but it does look like Hamster Quest is going to be coming in here for the side of Toontime Tuesday, right? That's their team name. It's such a hard name.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've
Toonie
got to bring in their
Tuesday.
whole
Toonie
roster.
Tuesday. Yeah.
They've got to bring in their whole roster, right? So we'll also be seeing hook resets come in for Bun Bun Hook Mental, presumably in the place of Liari in that midfield slot. I wouldn't be too surprised if we actually see one of the Preventa bans burned here by Bun Bun Hook Mental to maybe guarantee Hook resets some of their more premier picks. I know that Hook has a few characters that he prefers to game on. So maybe securing one of those picks for him would be a very, very nice little buff for Bun Bun moving into this game too.
Yeah.
And Toonie Tuesday has used Billiard Brawl, which means we are going to the Tea Time Tussle map corner pocket on Team Time Tussle settings. So they will have to play with whatever the Team Time Tussle the quick play sets that shows up on that set. And the funniest thing is not even just player matchups, but actually awakening matchups. Toonie Tuesday has the advantage because Chrono Break cannot affect Octagon. And Bun Bun Hook Mental has 4 Chrono Breaks at their disposal in this stage, but they cannot use it against Octagon if Octagon is picked. And with Billiard Brawl being picked, I think they can use Chrono Break to redo the quick play awakenings that show up. So they may opt to use both Preventive Ban and Chrono Break to try and secure that extra point here in this game.
Yeah, I also think I mean, Two-Time Tussle's like kind of an equalizer. I feel just it's like 4-second cooldowns. Everyone's got like double power. It's just like such a. I mean, it's a mosh pit, right? I don't know. I just like feel like the tier list of players for Tea Time Tussle might actually be completely different from the tier list of players in like regular Omega Strikers. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see this. I feel like we'll see a little bit more. I think these games are like significantly quicker as well because it's like 1st to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a lot more volatile as well. Momentum's going to be a lot more significant, and like if last game were Tea Time Tussle, it probably would have been going the way of Toonie Tuesday. Because like they had the momentum early on in the game. So
I will say definitely the tier list of characters gets switched around when we're talking Tea Time Tussle. Like in my opinion, you get a severe de-emphasis on characters that don't have a lot of knockback damage. So Zentaro, Era is usually not super influential on Tea Time Tussle. And then you get like Rasmus with the hook ability, especially since we'll be heading to Corner Pocket, which has the wild holes on it and stuff. You get emphasis on Rasmus, Luna. I think that like Juliet and Asher are really, really good for Tea Time Tussle because you can just kind of instantaneously take someone off the map super reliably. And those characters shoot up in value a ton compared to your typical game of Omega Strikers.
Not to mention, Tea Time Tussle's base settings are 75 extra power. So characters that scale characters that scale with power, like X, starts Tea Time Tussle with 200 power. Just starts. And so if it's like a speed start, X can just almost take over a game by himself in some cases. Although Tea Time Tussle also has faster core speed because of the power, and maybe X can be passed around. Who knows? But depending on the start, X could be a really good pick. In general, I'm probably going to expect to see a Rasmus ban over like an X ban, but we'll see. Also, Luna, right? Luna starts with 185 power with her 10 power on Tea Time's Tussle, and so she can basically one-shot people at level 1, level 2.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm excited. I think this might be the first time ever we've seen like a ton of consideration going to Tea Time Tussle metas. I guess also obviously since it's like technically a quick play start, the awakenings are gonna mean a lot too. Like if like you talked about core speed making X really hard, but man, if it's a size start, X will not care, you know. So they'll probably lock it in anyways. But we'll see. Is right now it looks like we might be having some difficulties getting our substitution in. It does look like Hamster Quest has come in for Soren. But we will see who is going to come in here for the side of Hook Mental.
That's interesting. I wonder who they're going to decide to run goalie. I would assume Hamster Quest.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. I mean, Hamster Quest is a really, really good goalie player. Like, honestly, in my opinion, his goalie is better than his midfield. Like, just really holds it down in the goal box, and has some like unconventional goalie picks. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see like Hamster Quest on Rasmus goalie here. Like, we get the Hamster Quest Rasmus goalie. You're denying Scyther, and you have 2 holes to hook people into on this map. Like,
yeah,
I think that could be like actually a crazy impactful pick here to put Hamster Quest in the goal box. And also, funny side point, this billiard brawl cost almost as much as Hamster Quest did in the draft.
That's absurd. Also, keep in mind that on Corner Pocket, the midfield line goes across diagonally in the center. So Momentum Boots works entirely on the left side of the map, and on the holes actually split center, just like Imizap. So you can just use Momentum Boots to get around as Rasmus and threaten both pits at the same time.
Holy crap!
I did not know it worked like that. I actually just didn't know it worked like that's real. Like,
the Momentum Boots line is diagonal as well.
It's diagonal, yeah.
Is that real? Oh. Wait, but like, how does it work then on Map Flipped, where it's like that the goals are?
Yeah, all the other midfield lines are in the center except the back-to-back. I think the midfield line is vertical.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Wait, the midfield line's always vertical, I thought.
Yeah, the midfield line's normally vertical.
Oh, sorry. It's horizontal on the other 2 maps. That isn't map flipped. But you're right. It is always vertical.
Isn't it about face is the one that's vertical, and then all the other ones are horizontal for the most part, I think.
Yeah,
no, about face, isn't that the one where the goals are facing the other way? Huh. In which case the midfield line would be horizontal.
It's been too long since this game mode's been in the game.
Yeah,
guys, we are struggling to remember Tea Time Tussle maps, but we are not struggling to get into this game as we've finally gotten into it.
You shouldn't be struggling to drop some Prime subs, drop some subscriptions with September.
September, $4.50, $4.49 if you consider the pennies worthwhile to sub to Firelight V, one of the pillars of the community, one of the gentlemen who has played this game since nearly its inception, one of the alpha players of the game way back in the day, and has proven to be incredible in the community and uses the money from his subs and that he makes from various Omega Strikers events to fund these Play Better Win More series and other series that he decides to help fund when he is so graciously bestows his glory upon us.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
He's pretty alright, I guess.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for that. It's not like we could have said anything about draft anyways, because like we don't know it's because the drafting website doesn't have T-type tussle settings. I don't think it does. So I just don't know what we're gonna have here for the awakenings. It's gonna be a surprise for us.
What are these teams?
I think this looks like a Castle-Last. I feel like
this has to be a Castle-Last start, right?
Or is it like
it's the Castle-Last Chronos spec.
What is
Pummeler's Octavia?
Holy crap!
All right.
Oh, this is Pauldron's Vice. What? Oh, I mean, I guess.
Pauldron's what is going on here? We got Pauldron's Vice with on this start. We've got slick kicks on both the Rune and the Kai. And unfortunately, my names have shut off, so we're gonna have to struggle to remember who's who. But I would assume, yeah, it looks like the Drakkar is Drew, Scyther is the Rune, as Scyther gets taken out of the map. Grimella is on the Octavia, Hamster Quest on the Asher, Judgmental on the Vice.
Oh my gosh, Hamster Quest. Hamster Quest just like abandoned post just to like deal more damage there. He didn't get the KO though, but I think that's really funny.
I mean, I'll say this is a weirdly core control focused comp from Bun Hookmantle. I mean, we did just see Scyther banish someone into the hole, but I think that for the most part they are focusing core control. Meanwhile, this Drakkar and this Octavia are just going ballistic on the walls.
Oh,
what a crazy pass!
That's
tea time tussle, ladies and gentlemen. Tea time tussle. And with the 75 power, I think Rune actually red cores off pillars, so you don't even need like the most amazing Rune start to get a ton of value out of the Rune pillars here. Oh, no value needed though.
Adventure.
Almost made that work off the pillar, but not quite able to make the pass to get it around Judgmental there.
Tea time tussle is first to 3. Holy crap!
Yeah, I think you can lightning fast.
I think you can set how much it is first to, and it looks like they've. Oh no, it is first to 3 base. That's right.
It's base.
It's not quick play. Quick play's 5, but Tea Time Tussle's 3. This game's gonna be over in seconds. I mean, we're already on match point for Toonie Tuesday to take their 1 point over Bun Hookmental's 2 points here. I mean, they've already lost somebody, but I guess it doesn't even matter.
Did you see the duration of that ban? Just like that, all the hard work. Oh, Drew, that is not the pass. Drew, what was that? Drew just outgoaled. All good.
Oh man.
I think that's crazy because like the Bunva and Hookmental just like had like the comeback of their lives, and then this might all be erased by like a Tea Time Tussle game, which is crazy.
What just?
I don't know. This is looking like a
reflection.
This is looking like a reflection already, though, right? Toonie Tuesday took the quick 2-0, and now they have the potential to get reverse swept here in both games. That'd be insane.
Oh my! That killed out Spectrating.
All right, I take it back. Maybe this is a KO comp. The KO blasts are kind of going insane.
I like forgot. Spec High like sends that fly. Oh, Scyther!
Scyther, no.
No, Scyther, yes.
Oh wait, Scyther, yes. Scyther, yes.
Yeah.
Was there. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, you have names off.
I'm just getting the names all confused because these names off are killing me.
Yeah.
Oh my God, everyone's just dead.
Yeah.
But also keep in mind, Kai. That's Kai with spec and 75 power, or sorry, 65 power.
That's true. Yeah.
One less. I mean, imagine just having 3-stack prize fighter all the time. On everybody.
That's true. Yeah, that is what it is. Holy crap.
Oh,
the passes. Just open up gold.
Oh, that's it.
It's in. It happened. The double reverse sweep. And Bun Hookmental take 3 points in the first round. What a we barely even talked about the game and it's over.
I mean, hey, that's Tea Time Tussle for you.
That's billiards, man.
That is 1.5 points per goal they scored, I think, right? Or wait, no, 0.75 points per goal, right? Am I doing that right?
That's high value.
Wait, I can't.
No, it would be 0.5 points.
Yeah, that's
5 points per goal.
No, wait, no, because I got 2.
It's 2 points and 3 goals.
They scored 3 goals. And okay. So
wait,
are you counting it as 1.5 points from this game, or are you counting it as 2 points?
It's 0.67 points per goal.
I had it.
I think you've done it right.
That was really hard for what essentially
Casters try to
was
do
2
math
divided
on
by 3.
stream.
Yeah.
That's why we did the math before stream.
True. Well, yeah, there it is. That was over. Series
And
done.
yet again, that was Toonie Tuesday's perk that they
Yeah.
learned there. It just doesn't matter. If you play better and win more, that's what's going to bring you out on top in this tournament.
Too true.
I
mean,
just,
Tuning Tuesday is the only ones that even used perks, and unfortunately, they lost both their games, despite having, I guess you could say, perk advantage in that way, right?
Yeah. And we talked about how much perks changed the game, but we never talked about how much dropping a sub could change your viewing experience by removing the ads when watching the game on twitch.tv/FirelightV. So if you do have that extra $4.50, you can get yourself that extra perk for yourself. Just leave a primer. Anyways, I just do see I do see within the Play Better Win More 3 lounge that Vaughn has typed billiard brawl was a mistake. So all good, all good, because it looks like I think so many teams have, like, let me go ahead and count the number of billiard brawls we have. 3
Casters try to count on stream.
3, 7,
7,
yeah,
8. There's
Eight,
9 billiard brawls
we have
available.
9, so there are 9 games that could just
Go to Tea Time Tussle and be over in 3 minutes.
What if we just make them all be billiard brawls? That would make our job today a lot faster.
It would.
I'm a little sad nobody picked Hell, but at the same time, I'm not sure the players would ever forgive themselves for picking the Hell perk.
Yeah.
For those interested, the perks are currently on screen, and Hell is in the bottom middle. And basically, it's you go to Aten City and you start orbs.
Yeah,
And none of the other perks that affect awakenings or maps can be used.
I think that one and Clairvoyance were the only 2 that just weren't picked, right? I think
Clairvoyance was picked once. Clairvoyance was picked once by Run It Back. And Run It Back was the only one that also picked Salty Run Back, although it's kind of in the name, so they kind of have to.
But we were talking about it before stream, but Clairvoyance seems really weak. It just seems really weak because you don't know character bans, and most players in this game don't. You're not gonna ban out a one trick per se. Even the $6 pickups, right? They're not players that are defeated by knowing that they're there ahead of time and banning for it.
It would have to be a game 1 used perk. That's the only place that it's going to be useful, because you can pretty much predict what the roster is going to be for game 2.
Yeah.
For the overwhelming majority of these teams, and even then, it's not that big of a buff. Most of these players pretty much play everything that's good in the roles that they play, or at the very least, they have a wide pool of characters that fit all of the archetypes they're going to need. And so what value are you going to get out of knowing that Grimella is going to be in midfield over hook resets or hook resets? There's any number of things. I just named 2 players that are not at all on the same team, but you can ignore that.
Yeah, it's not really going to be confusing to these players who's going to be in, who's going to be in what role. In fact, if this series ever goes to OSAS, I think Clairvoyance could be a crazy one.
Yeah.
Right, in an OSAS level tournament where people just don't know, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to have to just guess, or maybe you can use that to be oh, maybe this is what's running, and you can make it work. In terms of perks, I'm glad somebody picked bait and switch once. I wish more bait and switches were there, because imagine being able to use Chrono Break to reset awakenings, and then you get an awakening that you like, and now you bait and switch into double character that takes advantage of that awakening, double of the same. Imagine 2 timeless Imies.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Ivy isn't the best scorer in the game, but she can still score.
Yeah.
And with 2 timeless turrets, you bet your ass you're gonna score.
Yeah.
Is Imi Zap in the pool? Could you
I
bait
don't
and
know.
switch to guarantee that you get a
Two
Rasmus on your team?
Rasmuses.
2 Rasp.
That
Prevent a ban, bait and switch would have gone so hard.
yeah, I'm like almost wishing bait and switch was like way cheaper. It's probably like not balanced if it's like way cheaper, but like I definitely would have loved to see it. I feel like it's the most like I don't know. I'm gonna use like a buzzword here, but I think it's like the most skill expressive perk in the pool, the one that has like the most interesting usage, and yeah, I feel like it's a shame that it was only picked up once.
I'm
Um,
also sad nobody picked Fearless, Force Fearless. For those that don't know, Fearless Draft means any character that's banned in a series cannot be used for the entire series. So
Yeah.
if game one, say Imi Rasmus is banned, you cannot pick Imi or Rasmus in game two, and you can then ban more characters as you go along.
Yeah, update. iMuse is in the pool, so that I mean, there's current, I guess,
I
trump
did
card.
I did
Yeah.
also look. Bait and switch does have a caveat in it where you cannot bait and switch to a character that was banned by the other team.
Yes.
So you can guarantee that you don't have to deal with the Rasmus if you're going up against someone that has a bait and switch. Which I don't know
But
how many of those do we have in the pool. We have at least
only
one.
only one. Only
There's only
one bait
one,
and
okay.
switch on Agni Kai, which is Gumi's team. Oh no, that's sorry, my bad. It's on Run It Back. No, it's not. Where is it? My brain. What is going on with my brain? Goats Esports has a bait and switch. There we go. They are the only ones with bait and switch here.
Yeah.
Goats Esports is Fudgy, Streak, Josh, and Fiery. If you can't see the rosters, or maybe they're too small on your screen there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I would have really liked to see how. I mean, this is effectively NASL level play, right?
Yeah.
Maybe like a little bit below, but not too much below. And I would have liked to see how NASL players handle a fearless draft. Do they focus target characters that they don't like? Do they focus a role? Like, imagine goalies getting targeted of Atlas, Imi. What are other good goalies right now? Right, Atlas, Imi, Asher. Like, what if goalies get targeted? How does the goalie pool shape up after you have 4 bans thrown its way, or even 6 later on in the best of 3s potentially? What happens to the brawler pool when you ban a bunch of brawlers? What happens to the midfield pool? Although I think the midfield pool is a little too wide to target, especially for NASL players who can play basically anything.
I want to say something, but I have a sneeze coming up. Sorry. Anyways, one thing. Sorry, I'm gonna segue back a little bit for the bait and switch. I just like also thought like I saw a comment with like yeah, from like Fresh, where it's like, oh, I trade my Julie for the enemy goalie's Asher, or like I don't think it's like that specifically, but I'm also thinking like you could literally pick in the draft like a character that you're not gonna play, but you just want to deny from the enemy team, so it's like effectively also a ban.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's like yeah, if I don't want to give NXCD like a Dren Rush Julie, I just like pick it and then I just bait and switch it, right? And like I'm like pretty sure you could just like do that. Like so there's like it's like actually like Value Town. It's like kind of a Value Town thing. Well, it's like $26. Not really, but like it's got like it's like a bunch of little small things combined into one, which I think is really interesting.
It's
But
one of the few sorry, not awakenings, perks. One of the few perks I think that could potentially almost nigh guarantee you a win if you get the right awakening and right character behind it, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
In an opportunistic scenario, you can definitely guarantee like a huge advantage in a game.
Yeah.
One thing I do need to mention is that I have failed Vaughn and haven't read the perk rules. So there are perk rules in that unique perks can only be used once per series. So if you use a perk in a series, you cannot use it the rest of the series. So you can't use, like, for instance, Toonie Tuesday couldn't use Octagon since they used Octagon in game 1. They couldn't use it in game 2, and additionally, only one perk that influences character pick and bans influences the character pick and ban phase, which is most of them, can be used per game. So
Oh wait, we're supposed to be picking a new. Are we supposed to be picking a new series production? Is that? I mean, I guess we're waiting because we had a quick series. Okay.
I mean, we
wait.
did have a tea time tussle game
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
ended 3 minutes.
I forgot if we were like controlling our destiny or if another game was going to be plopped before our eyes.
I did recommend a game to look at, but you guys can also figure out what you want.
What did you recommend?
Oh,
Was I not listening?
whoa. All right, viewers, chat. We've got. You could search up on Liquipedia right now the matchups, and if you drop a Prime subscription, you could vote towards what series we watch next year.
Use the Prime. Use the Prime to choose the series.
Firelight V.
Oh, the levels of shill are approaching critical.
Hey, I mean, I'm just saying. Hey, if you want to see Joker's team right now, if you want to see Threezy's team right now, if you want to see Fudgy Waffle's team, hey, there's nothing standing between that or you and that except a $4.49. Yeah, exactly. $4.49 stands you between this and the next hour of stream.
Or your free Prime.
Yeah, I mean,
Prime's already free. Why not choose the series?
That's true. I mean, when you think about it, like a movie, you go to like the theater. That's like 2 hours. That's like $8. So it's like 1 hour. $4.50. You can do that. Hey, but hey, that's balls in your court, chat. That's what you could do.
Mudflap in the chat said, "Give this brickbat guy a raise." I couldn't agree more.
Give him a raise. Give him a Prime.
I need to give I'm hearing Brickbat needs a raise, but how many subs has he actually gotten?
I think I got one.
Hey, there we go, baby. That's one. All right, we're all waiting because there was one of the matches. There was like a big snafu, and that's the one that we're waiting on. So we're just chilling right now. How was your?
Just used a word that I don't know.
Snafu.
Which is
it's
what?
an acronym.
Snafu.
It's an acronym.
Yeah.
I'll type it out for you.
Sarcastic. What? Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Oh, did somebody?
It's an
I get it. I get it.
It's also a real world word in the dictionary, too. I didn't know it was an acronym originally, though.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a military acronym. I put it.
Wow, that's really interesting. I love how stuff like that can just become words now, or not now, but that's just so interesting to me because I had no idea that was originally a militaristic acronym.
It was like a military slang for a while, and then it just kind of became normal
All right.
speech.
So I've got a report for my casters on how the event is going. I've learned that if I had just simply removed Billiard Brawl, that we would be more than on time and everything would be easy. However, we wouldn't get. I don't know. I thought the game 2 was really fun to watch.
That game was hilarious.
It was.
So maybe it was worth, but it's guys. This was we made it. It's all good. All Lotus
all
position. Good. It's all good, guys. Billiard Brawl was not a mistake.
The Lotus.
It's literally just because Gramella's team. They begged. They're like, please don't take out Billiard Ball. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna try my best to make it work last night. And then every new thread, there's a team that goes. There's some niche situation every time. So anytime you see Billiard Brawl, just know there's at least one corpse of a poor referee that had to navigate that thread. Every single time Billiard Brawl is used, an angel loses its wings in the referee channel. It's so brutal. So it is what it is. All right, what do you guys think? Who are your picks for each group to make it out? Which 3 teams?
Ooh, I mean, we
each group
just pick which team we don't think is gonna make it out, right?
Yeah, pick the two teams.
The two we don't think.
Two that aren't making it out. If you want to have a negative connotation, I'm down.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm down to say the 3 I think will make it out.
Okay, let's hear it. I'll be honest, before you say it, I did not expect Threezy's team to lodge a win for their first game, but I'm glad to see it. Now continue.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear that information now that you've spoken it to me. I think, believe it or not, I actually think it's going to be close between Zay and Snake's team, but I think it's Joker, Gret's team, and then a toss-up, in my opinion, between Zay and Snakes. And then in Group B, I think it's pretty obvious that, at the very least, Liari's team is going to get out, especially with that 3-point win they just secured. After that, I think Fudgy has a really strong team. Gumi has a very strong team, but I think it's a team that could potentially, like, you know, maybe have just a bad game and not go anywhere. We'll see. But I think it's still a very strong team, though. And then I think Grimella is the other team I would expect to leave here.
I see. All right. Any other thoughts on the desk of who's either making it or not making it? Who's your dark horse team to actually win? Like, who's your dark horse from each group to win?
Puffy.
Ooh.
In Group B.
Puffy. That guy just has. I mean,
Puffy
that guy has
in
an
Group B.
arsenal of chrono breaks.
Dude,
I mean,
he has too many, right? Like, he just has sort of too many. Like, he should have gone for some bigger perks. Am I wrong for thinking that?
I kind of agree. Yeah,
He just has way too many.
He just like went to the Dollar Tree General, and that's his tool.
He did spend like a buck over almost 30, and then was like, today I will buy 7,000. It's like that kid, like, if you went to the arcade and you had like 10,000 tickets, and he's like, 4 million army guys. Like, no, bro, get the Xbox 360. Like,
Yeah. I will take a year's supply of Tootsie Rolls over the giant stuffed
like,
bear.
that's actually what it feels like. Like, I mean, I respect the fact that you just want to, like, manipulate the map picks and stuff, but at the same time, what if you just had some baller, like, bait and switch just seems like such an OP perk. Like, I don't know.
It's
I thought
good.
Yeah,
I thought there would be, I don't know, draft a hell for fun to make sure no one has fun. Like, take us to Orb Start.
We were actually talking about bait and switch being like one of the few perks that could nigh win you the game by itself, right? If you get the right start, like, imagine extra special, and you get 2 Lunas.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you've ever played like casual games and customs, having 2 of the same character on a Bistar is actually so OP. It legit feels unbeatable. Like if you're on Amy Zap, for example, you can just get like 2 Drakars or 2 Rasmuses if they're not banned, or like your team can ban Rasmus on like red side and then pick Rasmus with bait and switch.
Yeah.
So like blue team has to ban Rasmus if they're playing against, like, that is so cringe. Like, just you think about that. Like, that's how there's lots of like interactions that work. Like I don't want to like sit on stream and talk about every single one because I think it's cool if teams figure them out. But like, there's some crazy stuff that perk can do, but it's only one game, so it's like a big bomb to drop. So I think it would have been cool to see, but hey, whatever. All right, I was coming to say hi. I'm gonna check in on the game you're waiting on because it's the one that's lasting forever. So bye guys, don't forget to drop a sub.
Yeah.
You know, Vaughn was just asking about dark horses, and I know that they don't really look like a dark horse anymore because they did just win their first match, but 3Z's team is actually like a front runner for me right now. Because, like, in my opinion, first of all, they have like a pretty goated squad. Like, I think if you've got Natty in the goal box, Jay in the midfield, and then the 2 forwards that you're switching out are 3Z and Carmine. Like, the whole bit that we had on the Nasty cast, the entire Nasty season, was it's the Carmine show. It's the Carmine show. Like, it's literally any time that man touched the core, incredible things happened. And then you have 3Z Breezy. You have a NASL forward in the other slot. Like, you kind of can't go wrong with the roster. And then they've got Vaughn in the bag. And so, like, the way that I see this going down is essentially, like, they are betting that they have, like, one incredibly tough matchup that they save Vaughn for, and then, like, if you can use Vaughn to get you over that hump, right, and push through, then, like, maybe you get some early knockouts. I definitely think they're making it to the bracket stage, but, you know, if they make it to the bracket stage, I think that they could potentially, like, get some early knockouts, some early upsets in there, and then just kind of, like, coast to victory off of their good roster.
Yeah. You go.
Wow, we both queued at the same time in my head. It's funny because my dark horse for Group A, this is gonna sound really weird, is Snake's team. I think Snake's team is the dark horse of that group. because they, like, one of the things that we haven't talked too much about is in a best of two, you have to field all your players, and so you're forced to switch in the player that maybe isn't the strongest if you didn't field them first game, or you're forced to at least put them in first game. At a certain point, you have to field the player that is not the strongest, right? There's a very clear player on every team that is not quite at the level of the others, right? Maybe it's a little closer in the gap, and maybe the gap's farther away, but there's always going to be a gap, right? People are just going to be better than others, and but I think Flop is one of those players that is somewhat slept on, right? I think he's one of those players that can actually be crazy good when it counts. And if that happens for Snake's team almost nigh guarantees themselves a spot if that happens. Because I actually think Flop is a better player than at least I've heard credit be given for. And so Flop was picked for $6 because there really wasn't much left at the end of the drafts, and so a lot of players got picked up for $6 that I don't think were worth $6 at the end of
Right.
the day. But ultimately, other teams ran out of money. Other teams ran out of picks, even, right? All of the midfielders had been picked at that point, and so Flop was one of the ones that got picked up late. But Flop, in the end, was still drafted, right? If I'm not mistaken, there was people left out, or was that previous? That was previous. Okay, no one left out. So Flop was picked regardless, but Flop was still picked to be here, right? That still means they're at the top. They're at arguably the pinnacle of Omega Strikers, at least of the people that were to show up. And so I think Flop can be one of those players for Snake's team to help them get out of this group stage and potentially even secure them a 3-pointer against the right team.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that even like the lower rank players all have like clutch potential, and like that's all you need. Like if you're a $6 player, like that's really all that's expected of you. If you get picked up for $6, it's just like it's like expected that you're not gonna like win the game on your own, but you just need to like boss up for like one set. And, like that's something that I think Flop is more than capable of doing, and that's something I think Mystic and Fresh and obviously Fresh Contender, like all of them are like so capable of. Um, I'm also just like it's like clicking in my head too. Um, I think I see why Puffy FPS went for all of the Tootsie Rolls that he did. Because he could use a Billiard Brawl and a Chrono Break, or sorry, he could use a Chrono Break plus either a Billiard Brawl or an Octagon for every single series that he plays today. You could just use one. I
Except you
think, right?
can't,
Oh
because you can
wait,
only use one perk that
yeah,
influences the pick and ban
yeah, yeah,
phase.
yeah, but like for game one, he could do Chrono Break and then game. Wait, maybe I'm
You can't pair them together.
Yeah, no, you can't pair them together for the same game, right? But you could do
Yeah, for
one
the
game
same
as
game,
one.
but you
Yeah,
can use them. You can use one of each in a series.
yeah. So theoretically, you could force someone to go to the Octagon or 2-time tussle every single series, and then for the other game, you could like re-roll once, which I think that is like pretty significant, like having a consistent RNG favor. Also, uh, okay, yeah. So what we are looking at right now is I think that we are going to be looking at Great Esports versus Team. I think they're Team Royal. That's Joker's team.
It's
I
average
think
Alex Esports.
what? It's average Alex Esports.
Yep, Gret's team is average Alex Esports.
All good, all good. They were Great Esports yesterday. Okay. So yeah, I think these are two. In my opinion, I think these are teams that potentially like could win it all. I think obviously Joker's team is insanely favored. He has 3 NASL players plus himself, another NASL player. On top of that, Katone is the only NASL player on that roster to not have made playoffs. To not have made a playoffs, a NASL playoffs before. So I think that's really, really good. Great Esports, on the other hand, has average Alex, who quote unquote is the weak link. In the sense that he is a NASA midfield veteran. So I think I think both of these teams are like incredibly strong. Obviously Barcode potentially the highest clutch goalie, like clutch potential goalie in like the game. I don't think I think very few goalies other than maybe like You Already Lose could like be as hard to get through on a melee goalie as him. So I don't think that these teams are like skewed. I don't think it's gonna be Joker sweep totally. I think that we're gonna be watching like what is a potential winners final coming up. So yeah.
And these are two of the teams with some of the least perks, right? Average Alex Esports only has 2 vanillas and a chrono break, and Royal Flush only has Billiard Brawl. And if they opt to use it, I honestly would be a little surprised, to be honest. So we'll see how they work. But I mean, Average Alex Esports basically only has 1 perk against a team like Royal Flush because they only have Billiard Brawl, and Vanilla would cancel out Billiard Brawl, but it forces 1 extra game of just nothing. So I could see both teams just opting not to use these here, especially because Average Alex Esports may need to fight another team down the line that has a ton of things at their disposal. Puffy's not in this group, but still. There's still who else has a lot? Are all the large amounts? Yeah, most of the large amount teams are in Group B. Actually,
yeah,
that's crazy.
That's the Earth group.
Snake has a lot, so Snake has a lot on Run It Back. But yeah, the Group B is the ones that decided to, kids in the candy store take all the perks. So I could see Average Alex Esports probably trying to save their vanillas for maybe Run It Back's setup of multiple chrono breaks, vanilla clairvoyance, billiard brawl, salty run back. Like they may opt to try and vanilla the salty run back against Snake. I could definitely see that being one. Also, vanilla the billiard brawl. Like if a billiard brawl comes out, they might be forced to pick a vanilla if they don't want to deal with the tea time tussle shenanigans in 3-4 minutes. So I think the picking of vanilla, while boring, does help them more secure their spot out of the group.
One team that we haven't talked about that I really want to hear y'all's thoughts on is Zay's team, which is essentially just Kainoob and a posse of NASA players. Where do y'all see this team going?
I think that Zoro and Mirmeg, I think were steals for 6. I think that I think obviously like it's kind of not an unsurprising strategy for the first pick to just dump all their money on getting who I think at this point is, well, no, who is arguably the best player in the game. I think is like, especially off of his like first NASL championships, so theoretically his career peak. I think that this is a character, or this is a guy who infamously has dragged corpses across the finish line in certain series. Has an insane amount of clutch potential. Can play pretty much every character at a NASL level and beat a lot of NASL players who are known for that character. So I think that it was like, yeah, really huge pickup. Going to be the big threat in the midfield. And then on top of that, Zoro and Mirmeg are kind of NASA players that on a lot of occasions will go into that NASA level. Mirmeg being NASL alumni himself, basically. And Zoro filling in for many different NASL series. I think he had a lot of really great showings last season in on EKC's sub roster. Or sorry, was it last season, or was it season 4 or season 3? Either way, one of them he had like some really good showings. As their substitute goalie, filling in for Soren. So I think for $6, both of these guys were absolute steals. So I guess now that I think about it, getting any player for $6 is kind of a steal. I guess like it's the price of a billiard brawl, basically. So, but like, yeah, I think this is a team that absolutely can make it a really deep run. Honestly, like going back to it, maybe this is my like. Well, no, actually, you can't call a team with Kainoob on a dark horse, but. Yeah, but
I guess it can kind of feel like that, right? But at the same time, like Zay kind of got away really well, right? He dumped all of his money in the first round. I think Kainoob was the second person nominated, and immediately Zay just dumped the maximum possible bid onto Kainoob to guarantee that he got them. So having Kainoob on the team is already strong, but Zay has proven themselves as a national level player. Zoro has proven themselves in the NASL position, and Mirrormeg is NASL alumni, like you said. These players are incredibly strong, even to this day. And I would say Zoro's one of the better goalies available in the pool. So the fact that Zay was able to get away with stealing Zoro away for 6 is wild, and frankly pretty lucky. And then opting to only go with one Octagon perk because I believe bidding 88 means you don't get access to the bonus cash. But regardless, I think Zay's roster is very strong, like you said. I'm not even sure you can consider them a dark horse.
Yeah.
I think the only thing I would worry about maybe is how well do they synergize together, right? At that point, they're so strong. How well do they play together? Is the main question.
Yeah, and it definitely felt like, at least with Mirmeg's case, it definitely felt like when he was strongest, it was when it was the clash, like the classic Oshi roster of like him, Kashi, and Merchant. It felt like all of them were greater than the sum of their parts. So I'm interested to see what he looks like when he doesn't have his two posse members with him, so to speak. So yeah, that is an interesting point. I think that, yeah, I think of, I like looking at the other end of it, like the other team that has an $88 player was the Joker's team, and like obviously the Joker's team also got a couple good value pickups, to put it lightly.
Put it lightly, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not like not quite sure. I don't know. It's just like every time I think about, I guess I'm like really skewed because every time I think about like how good a team's drafting is, I just think of Joker's team, and I think that Joker's team just blows it out of the water because it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Insane.
But
Joker
yeah,
picked up 2 NASL players for a total of $12.
yeah, like he
And
got
Gumi blew over half of his budget on 2 NASA and Nasty players. Like, what is this auctioning?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Gimme was thinking doing that. Going really all in on those nasty picks. Really, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words on it. But you know, all good. I think I guess we could talk about this upcoming matchup though, because we still have Joker's team versus Average Alex's team. I think the thing to look at obviously is Shianzu versus Average Alex. I think that on Shianzu right now is currently sitting as a top 2 midfielder just from looking at the NASL performance. That guy, I think, has well earned his way into being considered like an S tier midfielder. And on the other hand of that, you have a NASA player mainly known for playing Rune. So I think that could go pretty bad pretty quickly. But I think that on the other ends, like you mentioned, I think that Dropletto obviously has a huge 1v9 potential, especially if he gets on his main characters. Like if he gets himself the X, if he gets himself the Rasmus, that like something that could very much go their way. He's also going to be backed up by his own NASL forward pair as well. So that could definitely go the way. I think, like I said earlier when I first talked about these two matchups, I think this is like a potential winners finals. So I think it's going to be very indicative of the power level of both teams. But we'll see where we're at with that. And actually, I think we could actually look at the previous games, like how do they go? Because sometimes they'll just get like a super team and they'll just like, oh, Royal didn't play. Well,
Royal got a bye.
Yeah, right.
Bye first round. Well, not really a bye, but like, yeah, they didn't play first round, so this is their first game.
And it looks like Gret Esports has won 1 set in their previous series, so that's not looking too great. Definitely not looking super great. I think they're literally in last place for both groups. So we'll see. But yeah, I guess not a good start for that team.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And it looks like the other game is actually still going on. So we'll see how that one pans out in Group B. And that's between Toonie Tuesday and... No, it can't be because we watched Toonie Tuesday. Right?
Yeah.
Am I reading that right?
Yeah.
What is this game then? Anyway, I'll skip over that since that's not relevant.
Yeah.
One of the things I did want to talk about, right? We were talking about barcode, right? This guy that has this clutch potential and this power behind them that some people even possibly even weren't expecting, potentially, right? Went for $68 in the draft, and a lot of people were surprised by this amount to show up for Barcode.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, I would say I think that's slightly high, but I could see Barcode easily going for 60, right? 60, 56, even 62. So the fact that Barcode was taken for 68, I believe in one of the earlier parts of the draft, Barcode was second round draft, second nomination. So being able to pick that up in second round for Gret is... We'll see if this proves to be a boon for them, but I believe they won their first game pretty handily.
No.
No, they did not.
They're negative.
Oh, that's right. They're
yeah,
negative. That's right. They're the
dead
negative
last.
team.
They're
dead
currently
last.
dead last. Yeah.
Never mind. The exact opposite. I caster's cursed them from the future somehow. But yeah. So I think regardless of them being in last place, though, like I think the team has that potential to make those clutch plays and make those points come in their favor as these rounds progress to be able to get out of this group. Now, handily, not so sure, especially since they're currently in last. But at the very least, I think they'll be in decent contention with that pickup.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on your point about Barcode and his price point. If you'd told me that Barcode went for 68 and we were looking at like preseason of last season of NASL, or even like into the early season, I would have mainly probably been like, yeah, that's probably a little too high for Barcode. He has a pretty limited goalie pool, really only plays like one style of character. The further and further we got into the NASL season, I think that I, as well as like everybody else, started realizing that we were just like grossly underestimating Barcode in every capacity. I mean, that man, he made goalies like Atlas that we'd been like saying are insanely weak, not at all worth picking ever at the NASL level for the entire season, look like they were the strongest character in the game, just making these insane holds, and having like skill expression on Atlas, which is like, notoriously like the press a button and it's one and done character. Like, no, this Barcode dude, he's deserving of that price point, in my opinion. The dude's a little cracked, just a little cracked. Made it all the way to grand finals. Like, and
this is arguably the strongest iteration of Atlas. Just simply because of the Awakening pool, right? He's nigh undeniable in at least some form of BIS. And when Atlas gets BIS, it's nightmare fuel for the forwards, because like you said, he can just press a button and done. But now he gets, maybe he gets two of those buttons. Maybe he gets Orb Ponder and has infinite buttons. Maybe he gets Perfect Form and has infinite buttons. Maybe he gets Hot Shot and has infinite buttons and infinite core speed. Like, maybe he gets Monu and that button's even bigger and now you have to deal with it. Maybe he gets Monu Timeless and now you have to deal with it forever. This Atlas guy just can't be stopped right now, I feel.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one draft. It was like Orb Twin Stacks. It was like Orb Twin Stacks and like Egoist or something. On like the pick, I was like, yeah, okay. Like today I will deny Atlas. Which is like crazy too, because like when you think about it too, this is also a pool that has 4 Dash Awakenings, which are literally dead worthless on Atlas. So like theoretically that guy should be deniable, but he's just like not. So I don't know. Oh, holy crap! We finally have players here in the lobby. Like,
woo!
We've
They
done
have
it.
arrived.
We've done it. Oh, 2 of them just left. Oh,
They
all
just
good.
left.
All good. Oh, they're
It's all
leaving
going to
again.
hell.
Oh, all good. Hopefully we'll be able to see some games pretty soon. I think it's been like 20 minutes since our last game. So
to be fair, we did have a 3-minute Tea Time Tussle game. And it looks like Tea Time Tussle was pulled out on one of the standings, potentially, unless that was just an update on the sets. But I saw it show up on the standings between Grimella and Gumi's team. I don't know if it was a Tea Time Tussle usage, though. Could just be a set win for Gumi's, or for Gumi's team, for Gumi's team. I always struggle to read tables like this for some reason.
I think just winning a 2-time Tesla just gives you one set. So I guess it's like bad if you care about tiebreakers, but like if you just win the game, then you would take the points. So
Yeah, just simply win the video game.
yeah, I mean, hey, that's the tournament we're in, you know.
Play better, win the video game more.
Oh yeah. Anyways, I think hopefully we'll have it. It looks like we do have. Well, I guess I shouldn't say in case the teams are listening, but I don't know if they've declared rosters just quite yet. But it does look like we've got some players loaded in. We're just waiting on one more from each. So
Yeah,
hopefully I'm excited to see more Mega Strikers.
I do think that, like we've mentioned many times, like Joker's team is, like, in all likelihood, going to come out on top here.
Yeah.
But I think there's an incredibly realistic chance. When I say come out on top, like, I think that they'll probably win more sets, score more goals, all that stuff. But I definitely think that there are quite a few universes where we see them go 1-1 in this series. Like, I totally think that average Alex Esports, like, they can definitely eke out one win. They get the right awakenings in their favor. They get good maps. If they can get the characters and play styles that these players really like to use, that is, like, definitely putting them in a favorable position to win. And there's a small chance, like, I can see there like maybe 1 in 20 universes where we see them eke out the 2-0 here. There's a world there. There's a world there. I'm not gonna pretend like there isn't one. But I'm definitely, like, I'm seeing, like, probably 45% of the time this goes 1-1. I think I'm willing to put my bets down on that. I think average Alex Esports are like a surprisingly good matchup into this team. Way better than it looks on paper at first glance.
Yeah.
It is possible, right? And I think one of the major powers of Royal Flush, and as to why they're such a powerhouse, is they can opt to have Joker either swap out with Xianzhu in the midfield or swap out with Kotone in the forward position. I don't think they'd ever swap Joker and Xianzhu, but they have that flexibility at their disposal should they choose to do so, right? Mm-hmm. And so, on top of already being a strong team, they have flexibility that some of the teams may not have at that level.
Yeah. Oh, hey! I finally see the draft. Looks like we have. I believe we've got Erasmus and now an Amako here for blue side. So that's
team
gonna
speed.
be...
That is a speedy team.
Yeah.
Crap. On a cast to last start too.
Yeah, and then on the other end we've got an Atlas, probably for Barcode, and then probably we have an Aimee and an Asher. So it looks like we're gonna be seeing the average Aimee Alex, the average Alex Aimee.
The average Aimee.
The average Aimee.
The average Aimee player. And both the forwards now get size, so it's going to be a lot harder for the goalies to make this work, especially with Mako being in a much weaker state now that they've got rid of her ability to, I believe it's strike instantly after secondary. But it really doesn't matter too much, I don't think, because Mako still has the ability to keep it away from Asher if Asher doesn't have the primary up. And that's realistically Asher's only decent way of scoring on her own without backup, unless the path splitter's used, properly in the right spot. But with the power, I don't know, with the power of the Now behind it, right? You have the Now and the Mako being able to just throw out 7,000 hitboxes in 1 second.
Yeah.
Even with the Asher shield, it's going to be tough. But with Asher having that size, she can kind of just make that contain happen even earlier. That tends to happen with size on the brawlers. So we'll see which brawler is able to really take advantage of this size start more so than the other side.
Oh, it's finally here. It's been like 33 minutes. But we're finally in a game. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be seeing our Mega Strikers again. We're here. We're here.
We are playing the video game.
We're playing. Yep, we're watching people play the video game. It's a size start, with the exception of Barcode, who went cast the last.
And slick clicks across the board. No mag souls here. That is a big Aimee dash. I haven't seen Aimee size in a long time. I forgot how big her dash actually gets from the size increase.
Yeah, I think Aimee might be the best midfield size user in the game. Like, not a lot of midfielders use size well, right? Like,
I think Juno does to an extent, but not nearly what Aimee can do.
yeah, it's like, I agree. It's just like, you do. Oh my! I mean, what a strike!
The strike of a
off.
lifetime.
Yeah. I was just thinking, man, like midfielders don't use size. Like,
It's always an undervalued stat in the midfield, in my opinion. Like, it's definitely a lot better than most people anticipate, because it just allows you to win interactions so much easier and take up more space. Like, it doesn't seem like the increase in the size of your strike box would make that much of a big difference, but it really does. Especially when the midfield is the one that's taking all of those interactions more than anyone else. So it's kind of good on all midfielders, but definitely the fact that Aimee does have that melee ability with the cyber swipe that actually gets the increased size on the ability hitbox is also a nice buff on top of that.
yeah, I think she might just be the best size user. So I can't think. Sorry, I'm just like stuck on the point. I'm like actually I'm in like kind of era. Because Era, but that's only because Era's kit is just strike, so it's like kind of that, but I don't know. But going into this, we're going into a little bit of a game. This is after seeing the Octagon, not seeing someone like die every like 3 seconds is like a little weird. It feels slow. Everything feels like a sport instead of a foot brawler, you know?
They took the brawl out of our foot brawler, and it slowed the game down. Also, a double strike shot here. No, the power of Mon Boots no longer compels you, and goalies are now using more strike shot, it seems.
Yeah, I think that it was like, especially on melee goalies, strike shot has always been like a really good pickup, but a lot of them opt into Mon Boots. It's like easier to use, and you can play more aggressively with it. But now that it's like a lot weaker at doing that, seems like a lot of these melee goalie players have just said that I could also just play as aggressive and save more goals with strike shot, but it's way more harder to play around because of its unpredictability, because I could just send it out like that, right? Like Mom Boots would not have saved that.
Nope. What a strike on drop Leto too.
So I think that's why we're seeing a lot more strike shot. It's just like kind of does all the things that you pick Mom Boots for, but it's like harder to deal with. It's you could like interrupt dribbles with it too. Like you could just be in places. Like the only time that it really wouldn't help, in my opinion, is like faster cores, like super fast cores, like flips. But even then, like if you're good enough at strike shot, you could just kind of do it. I guess also if you're like playing a melee goalie and you just want to get into the enemy goalie's face, like you could do that too. With Mom Boots better than strike shot, but I feel like it's a very small advantage compared to all the things that strike shot can do right now.
Well, and if nothing else, right, against that core speed, like you were saying, if nothing else, you're limiting the options of someone's core flip, right? Because if they can't shoot it off just then because you have, a strike shot covering the area that they want to shoot to, that just gives you time to set up your other abilities that might be able to respond to it a little better than strike shot could. So it's like also a little time buffer, and it's a whole extra ability added into your kit for free.
Yeah.
So there's like no opportunity cost other than like, oh, you could have had Mom Boots and had a little more speed there. But I mean, Barcode doesn't have infinite strike shots, doesn't have infinite cooldowns, and Katone and Shianzu will just keep up the pressure long enough to take the set. We did see 1 point scored there by Average Alex Esports. So they're definitely holding their own, and they're getting KOs, and they actually have the pretty high favor in this draft. Katone is the only member of Royal Flush that is ahead in the draft matchups for their team, and the rest of the draft priority falls to Average Alex Esports.
I'm actually interested in seeing this Catalyst pickup over Fight or Flight. Like in my mind, Fight or Flight feels stronger, especially if you don't have a quick strikes or an egos to back it up. But I guess you just are picking it for the potential Exodia. Because you're not going to get, like, the value that you're getting from Fighter Flight is just the double crossovers, or the double slick kicks, sorry, wow. So, like, that's what you're picking for, because you're not really going to stagger people, especially on a big fish start, especially with an Atlas, so, I don't know. Well, alright.
Don't need to stagger them if they're just dead.
Yeah, all good. But I guess the Catalyst is just really good, so you're just going to pick it anyways.
Guys, they figured out how to counter
good
barcode.
They just pick them off with a Rasmus primary.
I personally think the Catalyst is just ever so slightly stronger here because Kotone is going to be eating tons of cooldowns to try and maintain core control if it ever comes their way. And so this just guarantees that you're going to get flip even faster and be even more of a threat. Because look at this, I mean, already has flip, ready to use it, can use it basically at any point in almost any scenario, and it's okay because you're just going to get it back for the most part with the Catalyst. As opposed to the Fighter Flight, you're going to have a ton of speed, and so you're going to have more opportunities to score. But I think both do the same thing, right? You have more opportunities to score with a Catalyst, you have more opportunities to score with the Fighter Flight speed. So I think in essence they're nearly the same thing, and it's more what do you not want the Asher to have? Because the Asher was the next pick.
I do think that the Fighter Flight pickup is more valuable on the Asher, just knowing that. Okay, boys angle there.
Boys.
Hello. Core is not touching Barcode's barrier today. Yeah, I do think that the Fighter Flight pickup is slightly more valuable on the Asher, especially because if this Asher actually like scales up speed, she can very quickly become the most terrifying character on the pitch. Because that's like her main weakness, is that she just doesn't have enough speed to respond to a lot of the problems coming her way. But drop Leto getting a speed awakening early, if he gets another one later, there's a lot of speed in the awakening pool right now. That can very quickly become a problem.
Wow, that was a lot of core redirecting. Barcode cannot outstrike that. I guess I don't know. It just looks like the side of Royal Flush is just like they're just looking way better right now. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It definitely feels like they're holding really well. It's really hard to get through the defense here of Fresh and Shianzu, Kazakhurst, of course. But
Asherine.
Yeah, but it feels like even when Kotone like gets opportunities to score against Barcode, he's like getting some conversions. Obviously, he does require a little bit of help from Shianzu, like we saw in that previous situation. But I don't know. I mean, at this point, I think that was the first goal of Average Alex Esports. So it just looks like they're playing like really good right now.
And I will say that the midfield matchup here between Average Alex and Shianzu, I mean, most people are going to say that Shianzu is going to take it, but Average Alex has been holding their own, at least in the midfield. But I will say that Shianzu has proven to be the better defensive option for Royal Flush, and I think that is what's happening, is that Shianzu is able to help out the goalie more. What a catch. I mean, this is just the Shianzu show right now, stalling out the entirety of that power play. Wow, I couldn't remember the name.
Yeah, that was actually really insane from Shianzu. That was such a good primary, just like reading where Barcode was gonna send the core, and because of that, yeah, the offensive play just kind of ended. And I don't know. I mean, yeah, guys, Shianzu's a really good player. I mean, expert analysis here, but he's playing that really well. Kotone's winning some really good strike boards as well to get the core in. So, hey, I mean, this is Royal Flush's first showing, and they're coming out strong here.
You know, Nob, so you brought up the midfield matchup, but I also think it's important to remember the forward goalie matchups here that we're looking at. And I do think that Royal Flush takes it for the forward goalie matchups. Mako plays really well into Asher. She plays really well into like stuffy melee characters. But as we're seeing right now, Rasmus being able to essentially just dribble around Barcode, bait out all of his abilities, like an Atlas with no abilities is not an Atlas. Yeah, that man can't do anything. There you go. Yeah, catches the strike shot with the pendulum swing. Some insane plays here by Kotone. Yeah, like Kotone definitely is playing very well into Barcode right now, and that Rasmus pick plays very effectively into Atlas.
Oh my God, Egoist Catalyst! It might just be over on that alone. But one of the things that Royal Flush just straight up has going for it is something I mentioned at the start. They just have speed. right? They have Shianzu speed. They have Now speed. They have Rasmus speed. They have Mako speed. And on the side of Average Alex Esports, they have no speed. They have one person who can dash and slit kicks and fight in flight, and that's it. And now they've secured themselves no speed, even more. And Frightfully Fresh has Stacks Dancer, Katone has Catalyst Egoist, and Shianzu has double secondary in Twin Drive, as well as a slightly lowered cooldown to make other people run faster. This is just a speed matchup at this point, and I think Average Alex Esports are getting outsped as well as just out KO'd right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
There's a KO right there. Wow.
sorry.
What were you gonna say, Brickcap?
I just had this for. I heard Nubs to say fight and flight. I have not looked at it yet. Is it fight or flight, or is it fight and flight?
Fight or flight.
Fight or flight.
But
it does allow you to do both. Yeah.
yeah, but
I actually think it used to be called fight and flight.
did it actually? There's no.
I
way.
don't
think
know.
we're Mandela affecting this.
We're probably Mandela.
I think it was
affecting
always
yeah.
called fight or flight.
But like, I don't know. It feels like if you called it. I mean, I guess you just want to keep it like what the name is. But it just makes so much more sense to call it fight and flight, right? Because you're fighting and you're flying. Right? Like it's like you're not making a choice with the awakening. You're just doing it, right? Am I crazy here? I don't know. Okay, hold on. It is fight or flight, right? I'm afraid it is fight or flight, but I don't know. It's just, all right. I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. Katone's dead again. That guy died twice. What did he die to? I think he died to an after dash one.
Glitch
Oh,
pop,
okay.
just randomly on the top.
Yeah.
I will say I do want to talk about the KOs that Average Alex and Drop Loto seem to be going for now. I think that in the universe, wow, okay, that holy crap, they're gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Deadeye is an awakening.
In the universe where Egoist doesn't show up in that draft, I think there's a very good chance that Drop Loto picks up Stacks instead of 1-2 Punch. But I think that because Egoist showed up and gave such a huge awakening advantage with that Exodia to Royal Flush, Drop Loto and Average Alex are now like recognizing that probably their only win condition is KOs at this point. And I'll say it, they're playing core control and damage incredibly effectively right now. They're up 2 points in this set. No points scored by Royal Flush yet, and Drop Loto still has core flip on the table.
Yeah, he's looking like the drop that gets right now. Also, I know you mentioned Deadeye. You know what's really funny? Apparently, I talked with Gumi about this. Asher procs Deadeye now.
Because of the range, yeah.
Yeah, because of because it's like something because of like the hit. It counts like where you initially pressed.
Oh,
the
Yes,
cast.
where you initially
You
pressed
can
it.
walk far
So you
enough
can-
to proc Deadeye?
To proc it on
walk-
primary, yes.
Yes. So
If you have
So-
enough speed too.
so you could just do that. You could also I think dash right clicking probably procs it as well for the dash maybe. So that was an insane thing to me. That was a crazy like because I always assumed that like it always calculated the distance from like where you were when the actual damage came off. But no, it's from when you casted the ability. So you just
Yeah, that's why it works on Imi Dash. It wouldn't work on Imi Dash.
Imi Dash
Yeah.
otherwise.
Also
I mean,
works on Zen Dash. Deadeye Zen is real, people. It's real.
Yeah, that like blew my mind. So like the 425 movement change made it so that Asher could just walk
Also-
at you and
So
it
we're
would
on
work.
game point already. Like, wow, this didn't feel like as much of a one-sided so far. I mean, it is 0.5 on this game point now for Royal Flush, but it's already over. Wow, I can't
Yeah.
believe it. Or approaching to be over.
Yeah,
as
it
the
looked
double
really
barrier
bad.
comes out there.
Oh, and
What a
yeah, I mean,
combo from
they're right
Katone.
there. Flip's run from guard. He's got no abilities. Fresh has flip and move speed and all the time in the world and good strike shot. But yeah, I mean, they're looking really good. This is the team to beat right now, and they're showing why.
Rebels in front of the net will take out both of Barcode's abilities right there. Nothing left other than a strike shot and is back to the
Ooh.
net. The pendulum swing takes him out. and Katone just dribbling it over and over and over again with the strike reset. That'll be Royal Flush taking game 1.
Dang. It was looking really good for Average Alex Esports, but then Royal Flush just kind of turned up the heat and got the Egoist procs, got the full stacks on Fresh, allowed Xianzu to just go crazy with the twin drive, and yeah, it was just almost a clean sweep at that point. And looking difficult for Average Alex Esports there, but they're going to have a roster swap here. Both teams are going to have a roster swap. So we'll see what Royal Flush decides, if they decide to swap Joker in for Katone or for Xianzu. I imagine it's Katone. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. And then Average Alex Esports also gets to swap in Gret, likely to the midfield position, have Average Alex sit the next one out, and see if they can take a point or if Royal Flush is going to take the 2 points here.
Gentlemen, I wish you luck with the rest of the series. Unfortunately, I do have to bow out after that match because I have other life things to get to. But y'all have a wonderful rest of the day. Enjoy the tournament. And someone else wonderful, perhaps even cooler than me, if that's even possible, will be in here incredibly shortly. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye. I think we're just going to be... I don't know if we're going to a quick break or if we're just doing a hot swap. Production will tell me in just a second. But yeah, we'll be swapping out to 2 different caster. I believe we'll be getting Marissa on here. Just good to go. I also realized that I wrote the wrong time down for schedules. Okay, we are going to a quick break. We're gonna figure out what's going on here. My bad, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll be right back with you with some more Play Better 1 More 3 in just a second. We'll try to do hot swap really quick. Hello, everybody. We are back. Some more Play Better, Win More 3 here. We had a brief intermission, but Cloak had to go, so we've now replaced him with our caster, Marissa. Marissa will be joining us here for at least the rest of this series, and you'll be seeing her later down the line to be casting with ZZZ and Saya. But for now, we've got Game 2 coming up here. After a pretty dominant Game 1 here from, I think, Royal Flush, it's looking good for them. They had a really good debut game. They had the bye in round 1. They came out swinging, and things are not looking good on the other hand for Average Alex Esports, who I believe is sitting right now at -8 in set difference with not a single point to their name. So, eek, you know? So they're probably going to have to work pretty hard here. It looks like we're going to Gates of Obscura Game 2, and I don't think any perk has been called out yet. So it looks like we've just got a Game 2 coming up here. And I think that Joker is going to be subbing in here for Katone coming in. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Marissa? Since you're new on the desk and haven't got to hear you yap about any of these teams yet. Do you think the team of Average Alex Esports is going to eke out the 1-1 here, or do you think that Royal Flush is just going to royally flush them down the toilet?
Whoa!
I think overall Royal Flush is kind of like everyone's favorite to win the entire thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
extremely strong roster, and every player that has a misfortune of playing against this team is going to have to play on overtime to like even have a chance of winning, right? But I think like most of those sets last game, like you could see some momentum happening. Fresh kind of was like on the offense most of that game because, I mean, Shionzu is just so good at playing the video game that Alex was really struggling. But there were moments like Dropletto in that last set getting 2 goals with the help of Alex, of course. So I think it's possible, especially with their team captain subbing in now, going from Average Alex Esports to Gred Esports. I mean, Barcode Dropletto this is a full NASL roster as well on both sides. And I think this game can honestly go either way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I felt like it could have gone like either way last time, and then just like ended up that way. Obviously, I think that subbing in is going from a NASA to a NASL midfielder. And like a lot of the sets were really close. I think 2 sets went to 2-2 if I'm not mistaken. So if things had gone differently, we might have had a really big heater of a game. But like honestly, right now, if you are Average Alex Esports, you're just like kind of looking for set wins. Like even if you don't get the point, obviously the point would be really nice, but you're already on the back foot for this series, so the most points you're getting out of it is 1. So if you just get the 2 sets, you're looking a lot better. But eek, you know, the standing is not very good for them right now at that -8 SD. So
It is only round 2 though, right? There's still 3 more rounds after this to try and make up the difference in points. And by fighting Royal Flush now, they get arguably the hardest team out of the way. And so there's always going to be somebody in a round robin format like this that's going to start low and then potentially and make that comeback run if possible. Because, you know, somebody has to lose in the first couple rounds, and it could be somebody losing twice in the first couple rounds and then coming back in the later 3 and still making it into the bracket. So they won't even be entirely out of it if they lose to Royal Flush right now. But, like you said, securing any amount of sets or even a point would make their runnings even better, especially knocking that top team down a small peg.
yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think you can kind of see on the overlay here with the standings, but as of right now, actually, the Breezy's team has been really surprising me. Right now, second place, 3 points, set difference of 4. That's a pretty respectable spot. I think a lot of people came out of the draft and the group polls and kind of looked at Group A being like a huge group of death. And I think that a lot of people were making the assumption that Threezy's team was going to die. But coming out with a full series win, I think is really strong statement. And I don't know how they did it. They might have used perks. I know that they did it. Or no, they didn't use perks because the only perk that team has is is Vadaraga. And I think they still have it, so they did not use that. So that was just a clean victory from them. And then we have of course Zay's team, which we were talking about, a team with Kainum and his NASA buddies. standing there with 4 points as well. So I think that's a tie series. So I mean, still they're looking really good. And then looking at Group B, it looks like Clearance Isle has grabbed away their first point, which means that we saw them earlier, but Toonie Tuesday is not similarly not in a great spot right now, with 0 points. So got to be top 3 to make it to day 2. So a lot of these teams are going to start sweating really quick, especially if they don't win their next upcoming series here.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, anything can happen, right? Like, we could see a crazy upset in this game or in many of the other games going on right now. Just because there's some scary people on the other team doesn't mean it's a guaranteed loss. And I guess we're loading in right now. This game is going to be shortly starting. I don't think there wasn't any
I don't think it's
boosts or no perks used here.
Yeah.
So just gonna be a clean game on Gates of Obscura here. With what? It was Big Fish and something else start?
I think so. That might have been
Another Big Fish start? Dang.
It might have been. It might have just been. Yeah.
I actually missed it. I was like studying the rosters and the standings while
Yeah.
we were yapping. Runes and Taro, that's an interesting one. Xianzu's Rune, though, coming in with the Mag Souls on... Interesting, Mag Souls on Obscura. I have yet to see this.
Yeah, I know that Mag Souls has been, like, coming back into the forefront a little bit on specific maps where, like, certain players think it's good. Like, Bang Bang was kind of known for this for the Magnetized Soldiers on Even Days, and stuff like that. And then, I mean, no, oh, wait, all 3 of us know firsthand about the Magnetized Sharks.
Did you call them the Magnetized Sharks?
The Magnetized Sharks in the water. I mean, J-Man, Y1, and Fire Maiden. Oh, yeah.
All I'm saying is Nasty Minimum next season is going to get taken over by the Magnetized
I think they make NASA, and there comes the shrug.
God, Joker.
He's doing that against his own goal. I mean,
also, curiously, Joker did not take Explosive Entrance, opting for the Stagger from Big Fish, one of the only Stagger Awakenings aside from Reverb, with the lowest Stagger character in the game. So deciding to choose life over death in this scenario.
Yeah.
Well, you also... oh, sorry.
No,
You also have to consider there's not really a whole lot of killing that's going to be happening this game on the side of Royal Flush. I mean, of course, Zentaro is capable of as Joker finds another clean goal there, but of course, Zentaro can find kills on his own, but outside of, like, Rune Banish, there's not a whole lot of damage coming out from Xianzu, and Fresh being a melee goalie on the Asher there's not very much damage coming out on the offensive side, other than maybe that Path Splitter coming out there. So I think the thought process behind Big Fish is Joker doesn't want to just lose every Strike Ward to drop Leto and Gret here, as opposed to just getting size diffed the whole game, but having that extra dash range. Especially with, Aerial's Chrono Boost and Super Surge all on the table, Zentaro now has so many options to get that extended dash.
Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. Like you don't really care about the damage, so it's like, who kind of cares about it? And so in that sense, all of the dash awakenings are interchangeable, because the secondary effect is like it either increases your passive range or does nothing if you remove the element of damage. Also, I'm like really liking the Magnetized Souls on Xianzu. It actually like makes so much sense, because all Xianzu's using it to do is to get in position to get a better pillar constantly. Like, he actually isn't hitting the core that much, so all he actually wants is to get that pillar in the top corner so that Barcode has a really hard time defending. Like, I think he's just gonna, look, he just does that there, and it's just so hard to deal with. And you don't need to touch the core. Like, if he needs to touch the core to get in position, that's like a huge asterisk for his ability to do that, but instead he can now just kind of abuse rune range like a lot better by just sitting at the midfield line and getting a pillar to where he isn't.
Yeah, and if you look at Xianzu's gameplay, I mean, you'll notice the one thing that makes Xianzhu so difficult to deal with is how good he is at just spacing. He's so good at dodging those hit stun abilities like the pendulum swing from the Rasmus and just spacing it out perfectly as Joker finds a cheeky goal straight past Gret there. But Xianzhu is just so good at finding that perfect spacing, and it makes him borderline impossible to get the core past on the midfield.
Yeah.
On a character that's already known for being borderline impossible to get past, especially with certain certain pickups, as Catalyst already on the table now for Joker. But this is it's funny because this draft has 1-2 in Prize Fighter Extra Special Catalyst, but it feels like the weakest draft we've seen yet on the table. I mean, this match is insane. Castellas actually going down to Barcode there. No team player pickup for either goalie here. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why. I guess it's because. Okay, I kind of see why. One, on Asher, you're like still playing Asher. Like 1-2 is gonna give you the core speed anyways, especially on your primary. And then on top of that, yeah, like you just do that. And you're gonna be playing corner so much in Gates of Obscura that you'll have a lot of opportunities to just do that, and find like a cheeky kill. And so I could definitely see that. On the other hand, I'm like actually interested. Why the valuing of Castellast so much. I guess it extends your ult time. I guess it's not like really that big because you're using it reactively, but I guess the secondary and primary expansion is just so valuable. You value it over the potential core speed and clearing that you could get. So
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. But I mean, crazy still.
Yeah, for sure. Also, we kind of overlooked it, but Barcode and Gret just had an insane hold. Like,
Yeah.
was anyone else watching that? That was a insane hold, and we're kind of seeing that Castellas on the Expanse coming out. Good kill on Dropletto there, but that Castellas on the Expanse is actually helping them a lot with just having it shrink just a little bit slower, and it kind of helps Barcode cover that entire barrier for just a little bit longer to where it makes this rune almost a little bit less effective, as a lot of that incredible offense that Rune can dish out comes from his pillars being long in their duration, as Dropletto, great pendulum swing, finds the kill, puts it in, and I mean, even though Royal Flush is winning here, these sets are not one-sided.
Yeah. That was, I just looked at that on the stream because my stream's always like perma-delayed, so I just get to watch it as a replay system. That was an insane dribble from Dropletto. He like dribbled it off the top side, like barrier or like bumper, just to like mix up fresh so he missed his strike, and that led into that series of events. That was insane. That was, I don't know if that was intentional, but that was insane.
Yeah.
And like it feels like for a game that didn't have a lot of damage flying out, we just have like a lot of like random KOs coming out from this pendulum swing right now.
That was the craziest strike shot ever
Oh.
from Barcode right there. To snipe it out of the secondary from Zentaro. That was insane. And unfortunately, Dropletto got scored into the side, and now it's looking like the Royal Flush show right now. But Dropletto comes back and gets the strike. So back to the neutral here as the flip is used for the defense. Let me defend on the KO there. What a call out.
Yeah. Oh,
Joker-
there he
oh.
goes.
Finally taken out, but was doing a really good job at living there for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also like, I mean, I'm actually like a little shocked. I like actually need to like, I need maybe like, I need a little bit of a breakdown of like, how did Joker take so much damage? I guess he is Zentaro, and I guess he is like low stagger and stuff, but that's still kind of crazy, especially on a big fish start against like no damage Rasmus and no damage Kai. I guess he has damage on his secondary because I think that's his special, because that's an ultimate. Insane dribble again, by the way. I mean,
That was a
that's
Bell's
like
dribble.
That's like the Dropletto special. It feels like now to dribble off the corners just to give them a better opportunity at a shot instead of wherever the core just was, and taking the guaranteed dribble and making sure that you can maintain control and look for a better opportunity than the one that was given to you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so many pendulum swing KOs too.
Yeah, that guy died.
Also, put some respect on Rasmus Brickbat. They buffed that guy's damage, and he can brawl now. He's kind of insane. And I say that he instantly dies.
Yeah, I mean that's the 1-2. It's the 1-2 goalie Asher, especially on like maps where you're forced to play corner a lot. Like I'm like thinking like things like Aimee's app, where like naturally you go into the corner. Things like Demon Dies, things like Gates of Obscura. Like the 1-2 really comes a lot, and you could be the goalie that gets. You really can. Like it's a look. Ooh. That was a really nice secondary from Shianzu.
Yeah, finds the goal, saves the flip as well. Most people there definitely would have flipped on top of the goalie, but Shianzu maintains composure and risks it all for the biscuit. Realistically, like they lose core control if that does not go in, as Shianzu is now in his net. But I mean, we don't need to worry about the reality that did not come true. Almost finds a McDouble there, by the way, which is crazy. So many flips. Oh, and as I say that, they're both gone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how did this team get? How did this team get this? I mean, how did? Just so upsetting, man. It's how did this team happen? Like, what do we do in draft for this to occur? It just feels like right now Royal Flush just like they're just able to kind of play their game, and like Fresh can just be Barcode. I was talking with Fresh about this, but he was literally like, yeah, I'm just gonna grind. Like, I'm already a melee goalie. I'm like primarily known for melee goalie. The only thing that makes me different from Barcode is that like I kind of like randomly have a good finny that Barcode doesn't have. But like it's still the same type of. Oh
Wow.
my god!
Insane banish. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
I mean, that was just that was a Shogunai type play, you know. That was a
Yeah,
was a
no is
Shogunai
no.
play. Yeah.
That was a Shogunai montage
Rest in peace
play.
to the legend.
I mean, Shianzanai, you know what I mean?
Oh, another one!
Shianzanai.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a name change. As Joker dumps the entire kit to KO and then just starts to pendulum swing.
I mean, this is.
It's not even the octagon, and people are dying left and right.
Yeah, people are getting sniped off. I mean, this is the power of the corner play. Holy crap!
This is a big fish start too, but Kai and Zentaro just have such a tiny stagger pool by default that they're just getting exploded non-stop.
Yeah,
Oh, incredible.
I didn't even
Oh
go.
my
I didn't
God.
even go. He went explosive instead of big fish. So he doesn't even
Oh, wait,
have
did
that
he?
stagger. That's just
Yeah,
that's
he,
just-
he went
that's
for the
just-
speed.
That is raw Kai stat right there.
I mean, it is
Uncooked Kai.
chrono explosive Kai right now.
Yeah.
Oh, what a crazy passive! What the heck? Joker just got the craziest passive of all time to get that barrier, and now threatened to steal this set away from Average Alex Esports, who were looking really good, going up 2-0, I think, to start this set off. But the pressure is in their corner. Shianzu just happily sitting in midfield, keeping this contain going for as long as possible. Oh, this is looking...
Oh, Barcode!
Great save!
Yeah, what a strike! Holy crap! But yeah, also, if this is big for Great Esports, you need set wins like right now, like really badly. Or sorry, Average Alex Esports, you really desperately need set wins. And if you don't get this, it's not looking good. It really isn't. You're sitting at -9. You know, 3 whole games of set losses, and you just want that to happen. You just don't want that to happen. So this is actually a really important point here for Average Alex Esports, and I think it's going to be indicative of like the rest of their game, like their day, like honestly.
I also will say, oh, good strikes. Forces the flip to come out. Ball gets towards Barcode. Barcode doesn't have the primary now to make this save, and Fresh gets the clear off the top and gets KO'd by the Giga Blast. Giga Goat in the chat.
Yes!
I mean, I just finds the perfect Giga Blast to not only KO Fresh there, but also get the core in. And honestly, I's been having a little bit of trouble getting past this Asher primary, now forced to deny the Egoist, but not that Kai will ever be sad about getting Egoist. Just even more speed on this speedy guy. But I's been having trouble getting past Frightfully Fresh's primary because the Asher primary just straight beats out the Kai primary if timed well. And so I's been finding not too much ground with the primary, but that Giga Blast securing them the set here and securing them that Egoist deny away from Joker is huge.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to think about this drafting from Barcode and Fresh's exchange. Like, double size on Asher obviously is going to be really good, and it actually does make her a little bit more deadly with a primary. But you gave rapid fire over. Like, I know why Fresh did it. It's because he wanted to get Shianzu to get rapid fire or siege machine, because both are on Rune. And if he went and picked rapid fire, then Barcode would just go siege machine and he'd be denied out. But at the same time, I'm like wondering if like Barcode just gets so much value from the rapid fire that like you just don't want to do that. Like, you just don't want to do it. And like Asher with rapid fire is really good. Like Asher, the primetime rapid fire Exodia is the best on Asher Glory. There is not another character in the game that uses that Exodia as well. So it's like I feel like you just use it for draft check night. And we talked about this before, right? Like
Zentaro thing.
Yeah,
geez.
yeah, all the cooldowns. But we talked about this before of like, remember when we like opened up that draft and like primetime was like the weakest awakening on that draft? Like, forcing someone to take prime time in this day and age is like actually good. So like setting up that Exodia for yourself or setting up someone else for like a subpar deny, I think that's really strong. I think that would be worth giving up the Shianzu's deny right now for. Even if he lost Siege Machine, he could still probably find something reasonable like the Orb Dancer or something like that. So I'm not entirely sure I agree with that draft, but I think I know why they did it though.
Wow, that was just a striking moment. That was insane. Sorry, go ahead, Mister.
No, I mean that was it. That was yeah.
I think I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, Rune is a character that is so reliant on getting Super Bis Awakenings. Good hold by Barcode and Gret there, by the way, but Rune is incredibly reliant on Awakenings that if you are to not allow your Rune to get what he wants, you can fall off really, really fast. That's why you only really see Rune picked on like things like a Timeless Creator start or a Monumentalist start or something that Rune can work with off the get-go usually. I mean, Shianzu is so good at this video game that it kind of doesn't matter here, but having that Rune get all those awakenings that he wants, it can actually be like an unbreakable wall at a certain point.
And that goal was on the back of Barcode using all 3 cooldowns against a single rune pillar, and the flip just going right into Joker's hands, basically guaranteeing the goal against an Atlas with no cooldowns. Oh, the big double. That's so hard to get on this map too.
Yeah, I feel like it's like something you really have to actually just like practice for. Like that is so hard to get consistently.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, more so than like most other maps. Like I feel like we're even getting to the point. Like I remember when like consistently double bearing on Night Market was like hard. Like people were like, you were really good if you knew how to do that.
Oh, what an angle! Holy crap!
My goodness!
Simple geometry, fresh off the corner there for the goal.
That was a the jar angle. Holy moly!
that was a crazy shot. Oh, and perfect form. Hey, all good.
All good.
But fight or flight.
Yeah,
I think perfect
also,
form's still better, but still fight or flight's on the table. I mean, this draft. What is this?
Yeah. By the way, Fresh could get Rampage. You could get triple size if he wanted to. Like right now, I think that'd be really funny if he did that.
Atlas also having Twin Drive, Monu, Stacks, or Ponderer to pick. Even Unstoppable. I mean, Atlas is eating good no matter what he got in that draft.
Yeah, I'm like, I just like didn't believe it before when you first said it, and I've said that like Atlas was like undeniable in this rotation. And then I'm like looking at it, and I just see all these drafts, and I'm like, holy crap.
Like, there's so few. I've seen so few iterations where Atlas is actually deniable, and in the same vein, Rune to an extent, right? And this is one of those things, like you said, Marissa. Rune's one of those characters who kind of needs his Ultra Bis to like become more of a meaningful character. But this is currently the awakening drafts of take Bis, go next. And when you have a character that can basically always get Bis, why not play him, right? Rune's a menace when he has his Bis, and when he's basically guaranteed it from the get-go, might as well pick him, right? Look at that vanish!
Oh.
Shianzu just 1v3ing! Oh my goodness!
I mean, Shian's and I,
Shian's
I gotta say it.
I don't think I can get on board with this one. I don't think I can get on board with this one. It doesn't roll off the tongue enough.
It does not. It does not. But holy crap! Course speed.
Core is moving
Course
very
speed.
slow
Oh,
right
what a-
now. Oh my goodness. Barcode saving what 9 out of 10 Atlases could not save right there.
That was a.
I mean-
that was a Sophia. It was a Sophia
No.
secondary.
Yeah, that was almost a Sophia moment.
Man,
Oh,
these
no.
are great.
Just
We're
a strike.
Almost.
Yeah, we're just like reminiscing about memes about players that start with the letter S. I think this is really great.
Memes about players that start with the letter S.
Oh, I just also realized. I mean, this must be the highest ping like cast like in existence. I have 96. I have 96. What ping do you guys
I
have?
have 92.
Versus you get like you probably get like 100 to
A
this.
million.
Yeah.
I could, like, server could be on the moon and I get better ping.
Ooh. I'm trying to go from Completo, but
I think in terms of this game, it's just proving to be too much to have not only an Asher in the net, but an Asher with strike shot in the net, as Barcode is left with basically no options there. Because the few times it actually does get over to Royal Flush's side, I mean, Frightfully Flush just walks up and pushes the Asher button. And it, with the power of Xianzu's defensive play, it just gets out anyway. And then the few times that maybe it gets out of their hands on the offense, here comes the strike shot right back into their hands, right back into the play. And Xianzu says no, and doesn't care. Hits it right past the secondary, gets the quick 3-0 in points for Royal Flush and against Average Alex Esports, and it was just the Xianzu show almost through and through. Like, that was just Xianzu showing up and saying, "This is my game, you play it."
yeah, and this was like even okay, like not looking at the score. Average Alex Esports was a team that a lot of people said looked really, really good on paper, and I think like that was a 6-1 set count victory for the side of Royal Flush. I think like in terms of like narrative storytelling, this is when like the villain shows himself and just like beats the crap out of like the previous villain just to like show their power level. Like this team is really good. Like this team is just really good. They have a playstyle synergy because Frightfully Fresh is really similar to Barcode, and that team made second place in the North American Strikers League, and Demons Raw is currently broken up right now. So I think that's crazy. I think that's a really, really crazy dynamic, and I think it shows. It's really hard to get through this team. It's really hard to defend against this team, and it's really hard to deny this team out. And it's really hard to deal with any iteration of this team, especially because, like you mentioned earlier, Nubs, the Joker could flex midfield, Katone could flex midfield. If they wanted, Xianzu could flex goalie. Like they could really work around whatever. But I think that's gonna be it from me and Nubsa. I believe we both have some appointments to meet. So I think we're done here. I can't confirm. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I think we are going to go new caster swap. We're going to be seeing Saya and ZZZ come up in place for me and Nubsta, and they'll be taking us through the remaining 3 BO2s of today. And then after that, we will have Yoshi64 K-Bot joined by Mr. Play Better Winmore himself, 2004 Lexus GX 470 to finish out the day. So we have a lot of great Omega Strikers coming up. We've had some amazing games so far, and we'll just have more of that coming soon. So if you want to see more of that, stay tuned. And hey, it's September. So, all right. Peace out, gamers. Yep, I'm ending on that line.
Hello everyone, we're back with Play Better Win More number 3, and we have a team that we just saw, Average Alex Esports, facing off against Run It Back, and both these teams, I believe, are kinda struggling. They are at the bottom. They don't have a win yet. They don't even have a tie yet. They're at 0 points and need to find something.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you got
Oh
it.
yeah. Both these teams, though, I mean, neither of these teams are weak, right? Like, all of these players are at least NASA level, and I mean, this game could easily go either way. I mean, of course, Gret, Barcode, Drop, Leto, terrifying trio to go up against, like, held their own against the favorite to win the tournament in Royal Flush in that last game that we just saw. And Average Alex being on that team, I mean, no player to sleep on whatsoever. And on the other hand, I mean, Snake, the brawler for Demon's Raw, one of the best to ever do it. Obscure Bread's incredible goalie. Elo Heaven, also a great goalie. And Flop, kind of known for midfielding, but kind of just flexing in the past few months of playing the game. So, honestly, I guess Elo Heaven is playing forward here, but I've seen him in the net.
Yeah, I think maybe like the main question mark for me is Swap how compared to the rest of these players, but I believe in him. Something kind of interesting, I guess, from Bozo Bunch, we have I and Drop Leto forward duo, but Bread's now on the other team. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. We're seeing quite a lot of that. Before we had Joker and Shianzu versus Barcode, and now we have the
Right.
Bozo Bunch version of it. And we're getting right into game. We see a draft on the screen right now. Well, we'll just see how it'll play out.
Yeah, for sure. Clarion Test Chamber. Love that map. Not really, but I mean, it's fun to watch other people play it. As we're seeing X now, Mako, it's looking like Flop on that now, Snake on that X, and Obscure Breads on that Mako. And the other side, we're seeing Aimee, Asher, Rasmus. Definitely more of a core control stuffing comp versus more of a damage sustain comp. We're also seeing I Barcode Drop Leto brought out game 1, bringing out all of the big guns right away, as it's going to be a 6 Egoist start. Down to remove Egoist again, honestly.
Yeah, the funny thing is, this start was chrono breaked into. Like, they re-rolled the Awakenings into this Egoist start, so they're not feeling too good about this one, I think.
Yeah, would not be happy there.
All good. I think, although I think X was nerfed this patch, I still think very strong, doing a lot of damage already on Drop Leto, looking very low and staggered. And Swap on the now, can do a lot of, and there he goes.
Wow,
Very
very nice primary to make sure Barcode can't get there.
True. And
One
yeah,
thing oh, sorry.
all good.
One thing I need to point out, though, is Barcode is using the Moist Esports Asher skin. Shouts out. I mean, I have not seen this skin in so long.
Wait, that's real, that's real. And no one uses this skin.
True. Yeah, I think right now it might just be Barcode rocking it.
Might just be him.
Wait, speaking of skins that people don't use anymore, Brazilian Juliet.
Oh, wait,
Real.
who's using Brazilian Juliet?
No one.
That is true. Do the Brazilians even use Brazilian Juliet?
I don't know. I
I feel
cannot
like
confirm.
they have to.
I
At
mean,
least one of them would, right?
I'm sure someone does.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen like the purple Juno skin in a while.
I use
Or,
the
like, the
purple
main-
one.
The purple, you do?
Yeah. The other one of the free skins from beta was B Juno, right?
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
that was the Lily Pichu.
Yeah, you see that one a bit more, but honestly not the most popular either. Oh, very lucky barrier as
Wait, Drop
Red-
Leto saved it.
Yeah, Drop Leto!
All good.
I was like, wait, how'd that not go in?
A bit of a hook forward moment,
Oh.
doesn't
Okay.
matter. That guy
Okay.
knows how to press the strike button. All good.
All
good.
good. Yeah.
It's it's a bit of an interesting match so far. Both points I don't think went the way that we thought they would. And again on the barcode Asher, right? This is definitely not like the pick that we're used to seeing barcode on. He's played it plenty of times, of
Right.
course. But nowadays you mostly see him on Atlas Mako, and both of those picks were coincidentally not available. So it's the Asher time.
Yeah, coincidentally. But
Yep.
the Bloodo Eye, Barcode doing a lot of damage, but Now's heals are still pretty good.
The cooldown
Asher's
reduction
no.
might have been a
Oh.
bit of a buff, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Asher still have the fun feature where her strike is like way shorter when she secondaries in her goal arc or whatever it was?
Yeah, but only as a goalie, thankfully.
Yeah.
Like only in the goal arc.
That's still an insane thing to give her. Like that character did not
Right.
need that.
Well,
Yeah.
Firewall Sentry
I feel like
top
the-
side. Wait, what were you feeling like?
Yeah.
My bad. I said something
No.
completely meaningless.
All good. No, I feel like that Asher feature is just like a bug, but kind of like worked out in Asher's like lore kit, and then we're just like, sure, let's keep it. But
Dropletto
nice
almost
goal.
Dropletto hooked it away from Gret again, but Gret managed to flip in time. It's looking like a little bit of anti-synergy going on. Flip coming up from Dropletto, gets a first barrier, but Flop gets it right back. And honestly, I mean, even though Barcode may not be on the picks everyone knows him for, I mean, this guy on any melee goalie is like a force to be reckoned with. And I think that's kind of being shown here. Another just great clear coming out from him.
Yeah, and speaking of picks that people may or may not know players for, right? Gret on the Aimi. That's a pick that, you know, Gret usually known for playing speed midfielders. And people always say, don't sleep on the Gret Aimi, right? But having to say to not sleep on the pick kind of says something, you know?
Right.
We'll have to see how it does here, because they do need a win.
They do need a win. Both these teams really need a win to stay in this.
Oh, Manu.
Oh,
on
we're
the
seeing the
board.
Monu probably gonna go over to Flop here. Flop definitely not complaining there. Asher has so many options though.
Oh, just given over to
Whoa.
Manu. I'm not sure. I think a big pick here is Unstoppable, but it is not taken by the goalies, instead opting for the extra special. And that means Dropletto is going to have a much easier time against Obscure Breads, I feel like. Of course, there's going to be more in Snare Drums, but all things considered, it kind of feels like the tools are in average Alex Esports hands.
Yeah,
Very true.
and the Unstoppable being there, picked up by Snake, it honestly doesn't seem like Unstoppable was that valuable this draft, because especially now with Now's secondary no longer providing actual hit stun, most things that the blue side here has aren't really like something you need Unstoppable for. Like there's no Estelle, and there's no like big hit stun other than that X really. So I can see getting away with it, but I don't think Snake is unhappy with that Unstoppable. It makes that X so much harder to bully.
Yeah, speaking of bullying, they're doing so much damage on Flop, right? And that Rasmus damage is coming into play, along with the Aimi, of course, one of the best damage characters in the game. But, of course, that extra special pickup from Obscure Breads and Snare Drums are going to be pretty challenging to get around. One of the better flip tools against Flip, and in an Egoist game, you do need good tools against Score Flip.
Oh,
Yeah.
Snake, great patience, baiting out the glitch pop, the strike shot. Very, very well played goal.
Yeah. You're just like seeing that Egoist into action. Once he got that Egoist speed, just didn't even need the flip, but the striking right into the corner, bang. Yeah.
Oh, and the core being trapped in the
Yeah.
corner for a bit, too. A lot of meter available on the side of Run It Back. They're not using the flips, which means that they don't get like the
Yeah.
Egoist boost charged up later. This might like slow them down for a future point if Average Alex Esports can take it.
Oh, that being
Yeah,
said,
Barcode has that
two flip.
speed. Oh, Flip's traded. Gret about to get that Ego speed. And look at Dropletto. Already has half his flip back. Just use it.
Yeah. Oh, what a strike shot.
Red's really just walking up, and Drop's almost dead. That doesn't matter because Drop finds a crazy pendulum swing dribble.
Dropleto been doing a very good job at finding these. I think it was last game, but Dropleto came out of the last game with like 41,000 damage on Rasmus, which is just insane. He got the most damage in the game. Great kill finding that cyber swipe into the core flip, that 1-2 punch action. And again, meter almost coming up for both the forwards on the red side here. Barcode also about to get it, but Snake is just so big, flying in, has Egoist now. Oh my goodness, that is a big X.
Barcode says no to the flip with the primary, but barrier still taken. And yeah, this damage is quite ridiculous coming out from the composition of Average Alex Esports, right? The Rasmus and the IME damage. And I think Flop's going to have to really stay alive, but if Snake can get it past his turret like that, then Run It Back are looking quite good too. Unstoppable, doing quite a bit of work. Like, it wasn't pop there, but in general, I think Snake's staying generally healthy, not taking a chip.
Yeah. Also with the Egoist, you do get that energy refunded for every evade you. So I guess with more of that, they could maybe survive longer. That being said, Flop's already off the board.
Flop just got...
Yeah, even with... Oh,
wow.
Whoa, don't sleep on the Gret IME. Oh my goodness.
Don't sleep on the Gret IME.
Flop just got exploded there. You know, the bounce house got hit against the bumper and just got one shot. How much damage, like... how much damage does it do?
I don't really know.
Yeah, I expected it to be like more just like, whoa, bye-bye. But like, I thought it was more like Taiko drones, where it just like gave you the knockback, but didn't do damage itself. I could be wrong though. But
That could be it. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Great cyber swipe, triple stun. And it seemed like Snake's unstoppable. Snake got stunned there, right?
I don't know.
No,
they were all
Snake
stacked together.
didn't
It
get
was
stunned,
kinda
but
insane.
was in the spin animation.
I see. And Gret looking a lot of options here on this IME. Opting for the speed and survivability, not allowing this X or the Now to get that stagger swagger. But I'll be honest, that adrenaline rush awakening on this IME character, especially with a 1-2 punch and Egoist, you'd have the potential, especially if you got like a super surge, if this game kept going, you just never be slow again.
Well,
And also,
Stagger Swagger.
yeah, drop.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, no, you're good. You got it.
I like that Stagger Swagger pickup, because even if they try to chip down the midfielder, Gret's not gonna die.
Right. And then here, Dropleto just getting a lot more size, being even more scary for obscure breads. So we'll see.
Oh yeah.
Turd is just so oppressive.
goodbye.
Flop blown up yet again. It seems like Flop is just unable to survive this game. Didn't get any stagger awakenings, and even with that Egoist, just doesn't seem to be finding these evades when he really needs to. And it's kind of shocking to see a character like Now that has so much healing capability to just get blown up basically off cooldown like this.
It's pretty tough. I think a lot of it does have to do with the combos coming in, right? A lot of good 1-2 punch kind of style activations, making it so that if you don't preemptively evade, you just instantly die. The cyber swipes, pendulum swings off the edge, but this time Flop's in a lot of trouble just damage-wise.
Oh, that almost went in, but Gret's saving it with a strike shot. But that was crazy that Gret managed to get it through Snake and the now Dorito there.
Oh my.
Crazy strike war by Barcode. This guy manages to pull things off that I didn't even think were possible in this game.
And now,
Yeah, both of the never mind.
wait,
But
that core speed
Yeah.
went kind of crazy.
yeah. Oh yeah, I guess it was the 1-2 punch.
Yeah,
Or what?
1-2 punch. Proccing off strikes is a very fun quirk of that awakening.
That must have been barely in the duration. That was like super delayed.
Oh, double.
Whoa, big double barrier from
Chill.
Snake. Flop having this flip, but unable to use it there, unfortunately. Oh, Dropletto with a good hook, though.
Yeah.
It's Flop's chance now. Needs to make something happen, but waits a little too long. It's a little too patient. Snake's back though, and in the bottom corner. That won't be enough.
Yeah. I mean, Obscure Breads is just like delivering that core. What a save as well. But yeah, Obscure Breads using strike shots, all those abilities, sending the core, keeping it on their side, keeping the pressure. But now Dropletto has the Egoist.
Yeah, and look
not
at how big Dropletto is with this 3 Rampage stack Big Fish on the Rasmus. Just so oppressive. It's so difficult, especially as like a base size midfielder, as Dropletto just wins that 50-50. Bread's having to just guess there. But as a midfielder, going against a double size brawler is so difficult, as now we're in match point of this game already.
Yeah.
Trying
Here.
to find a little bit more here.
Yeah,
Snake needs to
Snake does
make a
have the
move.
flip. Oh my. It's time. He has everything.
Oh, he didn't even use
Gets
it.
it done. Oh yeah.
Snake keeping them in it just for one more point at least.
Yeah. Also, like, Flop and Breads providing like so much speed using like the now secondary and like the Mako drums, giving Snake like all the speed, all the pressure that he needs to do those crazy plays. Hopefully, he can keep it up for this set.
They're gonna have to make something happen here though, because if they allow the momentum to fall away from them, Average Alex Esports will probably, like, if they lose this game, they kind of don't really have a... Do they have a chance at all of making the tomorrow?
Well, there's still quite a few games left, so I don't think anyone's eliminated yet, but they'd be pretty doomed.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they would have to go on a sad boys losers run to
Oh, wait,
to
this could
make
be-
it back.
No, not quite.
No, deflected by Breads.
But if
That's like...
if Average Alex Esports scores, this is the final point of the game.
Yeah, Flop has flip though, but
Didn't you
wow.
use it?
There it is.
Great pass. Flop just not reacting in time to that. And finally, Average Alex Esports is on the board.
Guaranteed at least
And
one
run it
point.
back. Run it back is going to need to run it back in this next game because they need something.
Yeah, I mean, here we definitely saw that synergy between I and Dropletto. Those crazy passes, the crazy plays. Gets it done. Don't underestimate the Gret Ivy.
Absolutely. Gret also taking top damage in the entire game. I mean, it's just able to pump out so much damage, even more so than Snake's X. And Dropletto is really not far behind, only 1,000 damage behind. And Dropletto's just so good at finding these crazy damage numbers on a character like Rasmus, which really isn't known for being your traditional damage brawler, much more known for outplaying the goalie and finding those hit stun goals.
Yeah, I think even though Rasmus is not like traditionally for damage, I think he definitely can pump out a lot of damage pressure when the time is needed, especially with Imi backing him up. Yeah.
Oh, it
Very good
looks,
at... Oh.
we have a perk usage here.
Oh.
Run it back is
Oh.
using salty run back to run it back. It'll be a different map, but everything else will be the same.
Whoa.
Chill.
Wait, I'm not sure if they want to
So-
do that though.
Yeah, that's a big perk usage. That's an $18 perk. So that's one of the more expensive. That's the fourth most expensive perk, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that will have like a huge immediate benefit, right? Like, they have to swap out players because it's a 2-game series and everyone has to play, so player swaps will come into play. But even considering that, I don't think average Alex esports are too affected negatively by something like that. No?
No,
Yeah.
I don't really think so, because Elo Heaven, I believe, will be coming in for Snake here, right? And then Average Alex will be coming in for Gret here. So if I was Average Alex Esports, I'm feeling pretty good, but I guess it'll kind of be dependent on how good Elo Heaven and Alex are at playing this Clarion test chamber, right?
Well, no,
Or
it's a
sorry,
different
no,
map.
it's
For
a
the
different
team-
map.
But
But
yeah.
these characters, doesn't that give Alex the IME that doesn't Alex play IME a lot?
Yeah, Alex is pretty familiar with that character.
Yeah, Alex was on the army, I believe, in the set that we watched before against Joker's team. But
And then it's gonna be another 6 egoist start, huh? That's good.
yeah,
Can't wait to see that one.
They're running it
Oh,
back to that
yeah.
start of all things. Well,
yeah. But what do you think about the Elo Heaven swap with? I believe it's gonna be FWAP, right? I think
yeah. That
I haven't seen Elo on now, so
There's
It's
always a
gonna
joke.
be Elo on midfield.
Yeah, that guy plays all 3 positions.
That is fair.
So
He's a beast.
He'll be completely fine. But the big question I have is the stereotypical one, right? Everyone always jokes about like, oh, picking Kazan against a really old player who hasn't really played that much of current Omega Strikers is unfair because they haven't really gotten to face Kazan. They haven't really gotten to play like this Elo Heaven guy got third at LAN, so it's not really applicable. So I don't know where I'm going with this. Yeah, ZZ save me.
all good. But yeah, I guess like even when you're like an old player, I feel like when you come back, you still have like the fundamentals. You know, most of the kits, although like they kind of have like that, like maybe like a gimmick or something, it's still overall, it's still Omega Strikers at its core. You know, and Barcode definitely adapting, getting, I mean, what, second place, grand finals for NASL, and Elo Heaven, I believe, like you said, at LAN, still performing. So yeah, I believe they can adapt. They know what to do, and hopefully it will show in this next game.
Wait, sneak past the Omega Strikers reading challenge. They can't salty run back because of the reroll of the chrono break.
Oh,
So
Whoa.
yeah. Well, yeah. That's how it goes, I guess.
well, I mean, that kind of saves them, though, because it feels like the salty run back is almost advantageous to the side of Average Alex Esports. I mean, they're putting Alex on IME, they're putting Dropletto on Rasmus. I guess their only really solace would be putting Barcode on Asher, but I mean, he didn't look uncomfortable on that pick whatsoever.
Yep.
Yeah, I think like just like along with like as long as with most melee goalies, although you use your like abilities to defend, you kind of always have to rely on that strike. And Barcode definitely is one of those players that utilizes the strike so perfectly, ready to save anytime.
He's an Omega Striker.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So we will be heading into another standard character draft, and Run It Back will be taking blue side, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, not another egoist start, but it could happen.
It could. How many awakenings are there now in the draft? What are the chances?
So the chances are like really weird because certain awakening combinations can't like be selected together. So
Alright,
there's
yeah.
a list somewhere of the impossible combinations. But that makes like the chances kind of hard to determine. All good.
Yeah. All good.
Speaking of other stuff, Z, does the Juno plush ever fall off your shoulder?
All the time. Sometimes she just
Really?
wants to make an escape.
I've
Yeah.
never seen it fall.
You never seen it fall.
You remember I
That's
sent you
crazy.
the
Oh yeah,
clip?
you sent me the GIF, but no. Sometimes she does take a tumble. Usually it's just like on the chair, so I can like pick her back up. Other times she gets launched, probably because like I try to save her, but then I like swing my hand back to try to catch it, and then she just like flies across the room. All good. But yeah, I think like after playing so many games, Juno's kind of have like a decent sweet spot. So
Wait, run it back
Juno's
has
chill.
Billard Brawl available.
Oh.
That would go crazy.
Oh,
Please do it.
you,
Trying to speed this tournament up.
yeah.
If every team bought Billard Brawl... Okay, they're saving it for Joker, which is probably a smart choice,
That's
actually.
You know
fair.
what? Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
That's fair.
You need something like that against a team that seems to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, did they even drop a set against Average Alex Esports? I think they did one.
Yeah, they only dropped
Yeah.
one.
All good.
Okay, so Average Alex Esports will be taking blue side. I lied. Okay, so now we're back. Now we're gonna get into game pretty soon. The draft has not started yet. So Marissa, what are your expectations going into this game after the previous one?
Yeah, I think obviously Average Alex Esports looked really, really strong in that last game. They kind of took it pretty definitively, although some of those sets were still really, really close, and it'll be interesting to see how putting Elo over Fwop and Alex over Gret will go, as it kind of felt like Gret was just super dominating the midfield in that last game. And I think, of course, Gret and Alex are different players, and they won't have that same forward duo coordination that Gret and Dropletto have. So I think this game will be a lot closer than the last one, because that, you know, those 2 seasons of Bozo Bunch coordination are now no longer the main factor that allowed them to dominate so hard in that last game.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
I mean, I think Marissa just like basically put it perfectly. I think maybe the Elo Heaven swap probably like gives them like the higher stocks, while the ruining that Bozo Bunch dynamic duo with Average Alex, although he's still like an amazing player, might like kind of like even the field maybe just a little bit more. They do get first pick though, right? So maybe more planning along, I guess like around the axe. Maybe Average's Alex's rune might pose a threat or something, you know. And then of course Barcode. I feel like you can't really ban out Barcode. Barcode just holds no matter what. But yeah.
There are too many
Interesting.
melee goalies in the game of Mega Strikers.
Yeah.
How many are there? There's Atlas, there's Dubu, there's Asher, there's Mako, there's Juliet, there's Drakar. There's a
Yeah,
lot.
the five staples of the net. But even then, you really have to consider if it's very, very rarely ever worth banning out that melee goalie, because even though melee goalies are super good at holding it down in the net. If your forwards are winning super hard, the goalie only has to be wrong one time. And I guess 3 times technically on a 2-barrier map. But if your forward duo is winning super, super hard, if you're a melee goalie, especially like Atlas with that expanse on, a 20-second cooldown or longer, you only have that every 20 plus seconds, and you're constantly applying so much pressure on that goalie that it becomes impossible just to solo carry permanently on a character like the Atlas or the Mako or the Dubu. But if you have 2 forwards of equal skill, or even if your 2 forwards are winning, playing a melee goalie is so strong because you have that strike shot, you can walk up, you can try and find those snipes, and it becomes super difficult to ever get through you.
Well,
Yeah, I feel like, I guess like in general for melee goalies, that's how it feels. But I feel like something with Barcode is just like a little bit different. Even if he uses like all his abilities, all that 20-second cooldown, sometimes, I don't know, somehow he always just has like that one extra ability that like manages to hold, or he just gets like that perfect strike that gets the core out of the way. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there was a moment in, I think, the last game or either the game before that where Barcode, he won a strike war against a core flip on top of him, and then he won another strike war by the person who caught the strike war win with his strike shot. And it's like, yeah, I mean, well, what do you do about that?
Yeah, it might just become the Barcode lore. You just have to KO him to get it done. And
Yeah.
Snake is a fan of KOing, I think. Demon's Raw.
yeah, there's there's the Barcode strat, and then there's Snake lore, so might be a bit of a fateful encounter in that aspect. But looking at the draft, we are seeing an incredibly solid amount of damage coming out from the side of Run It Back here. The Finny, the Estelle, and some kind of brawler in the last pick for Snake. And Obscure Breads. I mean, Breads and Barcode both lock it down. Big difference. Breads plays quite a bit of that Finny, and that's going to be a big pick here.
Yeah. He's pretty strong.
Yeah,
especially
that
in
is
the
a
hands. Yeah, of someone like Breads.
lot of damage, and it's gonna be interesting to see the response to that, because, like, if you can find those Stagger Awakenings, or even grab, like, the Now or the Atlas, you'll kind of have, like, a chance of brawling back and staying alive. Or you can do the strategy of see who can kill comp harder, but against a player like Snake, I don't know if that's the path you really want to take.
But although I think like Estelle Finney is very, I guess, like KO orientated, they do still provide like a lot of scoring pressure, just like tossing things from across the map for Finney, and then Estelle, just the primary, the Thorn's kind of hard to, I guess, like find the clear angles, but who knows, you're against Barcode. So, yeah.
All right, we should be getting to game very, very soon now, if all things go as planned. And the draft has been completed. Any thoughts after looking at this one?
I don't know where to look. All good.
Oh, it's very tiny. It's on the stream, and it's like it's incredibly small.
Oh, I don't have the stream open. All good.
I think the side of Average Alex Esports is very happy with their character picks here. All, like, Dropletto beast on the Asher, Barcode beast on the Atlas, Alex beast on the Aimi. But on the contrary, everyone's a beast on each of their characters. Anyone who's had the misfortune of playing against Breads' Finny knows that somehow he manages to do like a ton of damage, and also apply so much offensive pressure, but also you just can never score on him somehow. And he is so good at piloting that Fini that it really is just a monster of a character to play against. And also, is this a Might of the Colossus Rampage start? So it's looking like we're going to be having some big brawlers this game.
Oh yeah, but then I guess like it kind of also messes it up. I guess for future drafting, because then you don't get either Rampage or Might of the Colossus, so you kind of just have to pick and choose. Unless like everyone just goes Might and then Rampage kind of finds its way back into the draft or something like that. But we'll see.
We will have to see. Atlas Lab, as a reminder, is the map we're going to, and you know the previous casters were so good at finding random things to talk about that were like Omega Strikers, and I have a lot of thoughts in my head, but not a lot of random Omega Strikers related things.
All good.
It's
I
okay.
guess
The game is here to save me.
Oh,
Well,
the
no,
game's here to save
yeah.
us.
Keep going anyway. We need to talk about other stuff.
That is
I mean,
true.
The black
there is
hole.
the
There's
black
size.
hole.
Yeah. For
You guys
Atlas
remember
Lab.
when we just removed the AtLab black hole animation for like no reason? Is that still gone? I think it is.
Sometimes it's gone. It's very inconsistent. Same with the Tycho. Tycho bounces. The visual effects just like don't appear half of the time.
I distinctly remember a period where you would never get the AtLab like black hole explosion animation though.
Yeah.
And that was like one of many bugs that we never fixed. I also don't know if we ever fixed as we load in here.
Well, you say we.
Well,
we do not have the power.
we do not have the power, but holy moly, everyone except Barcode going for this rampage here. A Snake on this Juliet, of course, but definitely interesting to see Barcode opt for that little bit extra initial size, but not that size scaling that you get throughout the game, while Breads is opting for that size scaling. And it kind of makes sense, right? Because a melee goalie like Atlas, the only really or real way you can really get these barriers are either with Strike Shot or finding an opportunity to walk up and like throw out a primary. But a character like Fini, you have a lot more options to find those barriers. So that's kind of probably the thought process that went through these players' heads when picking these awakenings, as Alex finds that first goal there.
Remember that short period of time right when Might of the Colossus was like first introduced into the game, where it was like super high pick priority and people were going for like a bunch of size builds? Do you actually remember? I feel like I'm misremembering. I need someone to say that like they also remember.
I think I remember.
I remember it
like
being
that
like
happening.
bugged. Was that Might or Rampage that was bugged?
I don't remember.
Or were they even bugged? I remember people not liking them because one of them was bugged. Also, really good flip deny by Alex right there.
Oh yeah, it might have been like something like where Might would like stack on itself. I don't know if that's a real thing. Maybe I'm just making it up.
Oh wait, no,
that you just
that
played
sounds
at the.
familiar. That sounds familiar.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
Wait, okay.
still with like.
Sorry, we're both wrong. Kainoob has confirmed it was Rampage.
Yeah, all good. But with this Rampage pick for all of them, I mean, Snake, Elo, Heaven, Obscure Breads is getting the KO, so it might be a little bit harder to stack for the side of Tropletto or average Alex Esports. What a flip to save that. Oh bang.
I mean, that was so well played by Breads. Walked forward, found the card on the barcode, providing that hit stun, so Snake got the barrier for free, and then saved the barrier, dimed up Snake for the goal. I mean, that end of that point was basically scored by Breads. And we're seeing that Rampage begin to stack up as well. Elo having 3 stacks already. That is a big Estelle. And for both of these midfielders, one of the like dominating factors is going to be this Rampage, as whichever midfielder has more Rampage stacks is probably going to be the one winning almost every midfield interaction, as Dropletto just wipes all of those out, and now it is Breads in a 1v3, trying to do whatever he can, but it's just too much there.
That point was really funny because Barcode was chasing Snake around trying to kill the Julie as the Atlas, and Barcode almost got him, and eventually they found the KOs.
As Kainu says, it's September, so if you're enjoying Play Better Win More 3, make sure to drop a Prime if it is available, or subscribe for $4.49 US or $6 Canadian.
But
help out Vaughn. Tell Vaughn thank you for running this awesome event with this awesome prize pool for these players.
so how much in Canadian is it in US dollars? Like if you converted?
To sub for me, it is $6 exactly.
Yeah, but if
And
you
I
converted
believe
that to
that-
US dollars.
That's around $4.50 US.
Okay. Damn, they got the conversion rate locked in.
It's because Brickbat was talking about it earlier. Because Brickbat was saying it was $2, and like no one is getting a sub for $2.
Yeah. Or it might have been like, I guess like you do save $1.50, which if you think about it rounds up to $2. So you save $2 instead of spend $2.
Oh, Snake's almost dead as well, but has the flip and gets the barrier while not dying just yet. Getting a lot of value, this Snake.
Yeah.
Snake has
Whoa.
been living this point. Oh, almost gets
Oh.
timed up, but Snake has basically been playing his life the entire point. Oh my goodness, just doing such a good job at it as well.
Oh no. Oh, but Barcode's there
Oh.
in time. They managed to get it out of the corner. But now Snake's a threat. That guy has all the cooldowns.
Oh,
Yeah.
but almost dead yet
But-
again, and Dropletto finally finds it. Get rid of those Rampage stacks. Elo Heaven almost finds it. Flip going down. Alex almost finds a crazy angle, but not quite. And oh, whoa, that was actually really crazy. Just slots it in, doesn't allow it to bounce down to Breads. And that's the first set.
Yeah, I know we were saying like how Finny and Estelle do a bit of damage, but I mean Imi Ash are hitting so many of those KOs, and also Barcode helping out when Snake is kind of just sitting on his side.
Yeah,
So-
look at this draft for Imi. Super Surge, Explosive Entrance, Extra Special, Deadeye. I mean, what? Just so hard to deal with, opting for that extra special. And now if Alex gets Timeless Creator, I mean, it was gone for so long, we kind of forgot how strong Timeless Extra Special Imi was.
Yeah, it's scary too because you can either opt into more damage, more dash range, explosive entrance, super surge, all of that, or you can just go extra special timeless creator, and you could do like a hybrid of both of those, whatever's available. As discussed earlier, Imi is feasting on the current rotation of Awakenings.
Yeah, I've literally said it for the last year. I truly believe... Oh, Snake got taken out by the center black hole there. But I truly believe that Imi is, like, by far the most broken character in this game, and has been for a very long time. As there goes Breads. Dropletto just murdering everybody. And it's looking like there is not a rampage going on for the side of Run It Back.
Any quick thoughts on explosive entrance Juliet? 'Cause
I'm a
that's what
fan of
Snake's
I
Dash
think
doing.
it's-
Awakenings.
It's similar to, if anyone remembers that discourse about Super Surge Juliet, like, months ago, when, like, some people thought it was horrible and some people thought it was good. And it was technically good, but you had to play your dash punch differently. Whoa, really nice flip by Alex. But I think it's similar to Super Surge, where you have to allow your dash to go further, or is Juliet dash not an impact?
Dash is not, but punch is.
Okay, so it is different than Super Surge then.
Yeah, it's like the reverse.
I guess it's just like it allows you to find more creative dash punch angles, but I think it makes Juliet harder to play when you pick up these dash awakenings.
Oh, but look at that
Yeah.
angle from Snake.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you could
harder
just
to
like
play, but
not use, but
Oh.
yeah. Dang.
harder to play does not mean worse, for the record. I think when you can
Yeah.
find creative angles like that, it becomes super, super strong.
They
Yeah.
sold out the respawn too. Wow.
Oh my god.
What a setup.
I mean, if Breads doesn't ult there, I think Barcode saves that.
Yeah, that was such a crazy walkout from Brads all the way up to the midfield line, popping that big finish, getting it done for the team.
Oh, and average Alex trying to go in. Not enough dash range to get over. And Drop and Alex are being taken pretty low here. They're going to have to burn meter unless Alex can just walk away.
Yeah, and they do not want to be KO'd right now. Alex having the flip, but 4 rampage stacks on each of the forwards on the side of Average Alex Esports. Definitely do not want to lose any of those, as losing your size right now is probably going to decide who wins or loses a set. And that goes for Snake as well, having 3 rampage stacks of his own.
Yeah, and despite Alex and Drop being critically low there, Elo Heaven was the one who got taken out. And that's a huge swing of momentum in the favor of Average Alex Esports. They just need one good shot to close out the set. And a KO found out the Snake as well.
Oh, and Barcode times the flip perfectly. Elo Heaven blinks down, and there is nothing that Run It Back can do to stop that. And Average Alex is going to be earning the MVP instant click on the Timeless Creator. Absolute frame one click there. That was, I think that was the fastest I've ever seen someone hover an awakening.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of other good awakenings too, right? Fight or Flight, Big Fish. A lot of power here. Adrenaline Rush going to be the pickup, denying a potential win condition from the Juliet. And also, Drop's been getting the most KOs in the game, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how that goes. And somehow, Fight or Flight falls all the way down to Elo Heaven.
But
Yeah.
think about Barcode picking up that big fish, getting a little bit more power on the Might of the Colossus. Barcode also having Deadeye, so there's like a possibility that if Barcode procs Deadeye on his primary, it will just straight red core now with that extra power.
I'm pretty sure it was purely a stagger deny, right, against Elo Heaven, to try and get the Adrenaline Rush started on Dropletto, maybe with the damage of Average Alex, I believe.
I think
possibly.
that's probably the main reason, but I like to believe it's some hidden Deadeye Atlas tech.
So as like a huge power enjoyer, I've griefed the game recently, kinda. Oh, what a... Forget about that. Dropletto's about to do score.
That brings me back. Remember when we all thought insta-flipping was like crazy tech?
Yeah. Good old Dave.
Oh, Barcode almost finds the Sad Boys angle.
That guy's still alive.
How does he save this?
Okay, well,
Okay,
he doesn't
yeah.
save that one.
There's no saving that, but like, Snake had to flip for it.
Speaking of core speed and power, there's like a pretty important threshold around 190 something power, which Atlas kind of has a lot of trouble reaching. Like the 170 something threshold as well. So power is a bit of an awkward thing in the game of Mega Strikers.
Yeah, honestly, the only time I ever built power was when I would take Prize Fighter on Juno to proc Hotshot Red Core permanently.
Oh, yeah. I'd take Prize Fighter Juno for a different reason.
Well,
And Snake looking so low again, managed to get the orb. Elo Heaven also so low. Dropletto almost able to proc that Adrenaline Rush, but the primary just not off cooldown fast enough. Dash missed as well, and Elo Heaven's looking pretty healthy again.
yeah, and that guy is
How's
fight or
that flip
flight.
though?
Elo Heaven is
Oh
fight
my
or flight. Can blink away if staggered. Can blink here after staggering. going to be interesting to see how Elo Heaven plays this, but no Quangle, no combo, and Dropletto stays alive.
Yeah, Dropletto stuns Snake there, so Snake isn't able to punch or like dash punch him off.
Dropletto?
Very like creative. Oh, Dropletto do score?
Whoa.
No, okay. Misreads the clear from Breads there, but that was just a 50-50.
Oh my.
Whoa! Wait, Dropletto ate the Rose Warp Thorn, and that was able to just go in.
Really well timed from Average Alex. I mean, that's why they call the team Average Alex Esports through the second and first hit of that triple take.
Yeah, and that glitch pop just completely reading that clear, and Alex is massive. He has 5 rampage stacks here, meaning that, I mean, Elo Heaven has 4, so it's not a complete domination in the midfield, but Snake managing to win all these strike wars against an IME almost twice the size of him. And Alex has 6 now.
Drop, primary setup, but here's a timeless turret, making it so difficult to get it out, but they managed to do so. And now Snake, what a dash punch backwards to make the save.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's the kill.
dang.
That might be exactly what they
That's-
need.
That's the adrenaline rush, but Breads is fast too, having all of those orbs. Every single time Breads grabs an orb now, it's basically like proccing that adrenaline rush.
Elo Heaven looking for a setup. Dribble up to Average Alex and it almost goes in, but not quite. And the core is drifting really scarily back to Barcode quite a bit. And Snake finds a crucial
What a
KO.
find.
That's shutting down all of the stacks. But Barcode finds the save with the expanse. But a good pass up by Elo Heaven.
Oh,
Yeah, unable to save that one. That is what we call checkmate.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Like, for like all these KOs happening, the side of Snake, Elo, and Breads take so many awakenings that if they die, can kind of change how the game like plays out at the end. But right now, they are scaling. They're doing everything they need to. So much pressure. It's Snake.
Yeah,
Gets a
Snake
set.
holding that strike so well. And it's looking like suddenly Run It Back is running this game back. And I think they need to find a kill on the Breads because these orbs are allowing Breads to basically play double midfield the entire game.
And these awakenings are a little interesting. Of course, my eyes are on that Twin Drive. The Twin Drive fighter flight interaction was mentioned earlier. And, well, it's not going to get down to this, though, because you have to deny it away from Atlas after all. But Hotshot on Barcode might just be a bit of a difference maker here. And 1-2 punch.
But also that Monumental is picked up by Average Alex. This turret is not only going to do so much damage, but it is going to be so massive. Like, look at that thing.
Unfortunately, doesn't quite get too much value there, but it's still a barrier take is really good here. And I'm just watching to see if Dropletto makes use of the 1-2 punch, finds a dash punch or two, maybe uses the core speed. What a good setup from the entire team there.
Yeah, Alex perfectly timed hit stun onto Breads, and Dropletto just delaying the core just enough with that primary. And again, my eyes are on this IME turret because it's looking like the win con for the side of Average Alex Esports is probably going to either be A, Dropletto finding kills with that 1-2 punch, but
No, it's just A. It's just A.
Dropletto
It's
is getting
just A.
it.
it's just A.
It's just A.
Dropletto is getting it.
It's just A. I take it back. There's no B plan. It's just A. Oh my goodness.
Well, we'll see if he can do it again here, because Average Alex looking for a little bit of that B at the moment, but we are witnessing the drop that lets at the moment.
Oh yeah. And they're looking so low. It's all up to Dropletto here. Oh, Barco
And there
gets the
goes
KO.
Snake. Doesn't save the barrier though. Goes up to Breads. a very unfortunate flip that Breads is actually ready for. And now it's up to Elo Heaven to keep the core up, but so low from that turret. Just doing so much damage. Barcode with incredible patience on those thorns. And Dropletto finds the kill yet again, has that flip available. And, oh, gets hit by it. Flip has to be burned. And Alex comes in from downtown. Average Alex with the steel chair manages to kill Breads. And suddenly, it's not looking so hot for Run It Back.
That's why they call it Average Alex Esports. What great follow-up there, and Barcode almost saves that top barrier altogether. That's the dash punch burned away from Snake, and Average Alex's flip available in just a strike or two. Snake's got to do a lot of work here, but the hot shot on Barcode is getting so much value out of the corner. Elo Heaven almost dead as well. Not quite though. No adrenaline rush for Dropletto just yet, but Average Alex could be looking for KO here as Elo Heaven is so low. No flip, but drop not quite again. Elo Heaven surviving. Finally, the adrenaline rush comes in, and now Obscure Breads is in so much trouble. What an elusive.
Yeah, I mean, every time Dropletto finds his kill, he just gets all his cooldowns back. And it's looking like Dropletto has him again. Breads just has to run away from Dropletto, unable to defend his barrier. Needs to run for the hills, but his forwards are doing such a good job. The unsuspecting Elo Heaven is not ready from Dropletto from downtown. And it is up to Snake and Breads to keep them in the game, but it's too much. Alex finds his way through the Finese secondary, and that is going to be it for Average Alex Esports versus Run It Back. And Average Alex Esports is looking pretty... I'd be pretty comfortable if I was them, because they did lose their first two games, but they also played arguably the two strongest teams in their entire group.
Oh yeah,
Right.
that Joker.
Plan A was working. Yeah. But yeah, Dropletto getting all those KOs, which is like even bigger since Obscure Breads was like running like double orbs and Rampage, Elo Heaven taking the stacks on stacks. They were just like down like basically like 2 awakenings for Elo. And yeah, 16 KOs. That's a lot.
Yeah, 16 KOs on Dropletto that game is absolutely diabolical, and those are almost all like dash punch kills, because only like 33,000 damage, but if you were finding all of those kills through pure damage, I mean 33,000 for 16 kills is like, you're finding a lot of those kills through just catching people off guard, and Dropletto is doing such a good job just kind of beating Snake at his own character's game that game.
Yeah, I felt like maybe like a couple of times I just see Snake kind of like just low on stagger, trying to like run along the edge, just trying to live, while Dropletto instead wasn't just trying to live, but trying to make those plays that Snake couldn't do. But well played.
Oh, and wait a second, I need to check something. Is this our next stream match is Last Stand versus Heavy Metal Gundam. That heavy metal demon Gundam, and that is the team where Zay first picked Kainoob versus the 3Z team with Vonaraga. They can sub Vaughn.
Oh, we may be seeing the Vonaraga. However, I'll say it. Throw Jay at him. I want to see what Jay can do against that Kainoob fellow. Throw her in there.
Well, that's the thing, right? You need to make a choice. You could throw her in, but that's like wasting your Vonaraga value, you know?
That is true, because they get it back if they make it to the bracket stage, right?
Yeah, and this is the match that you want to use it on, I think, if you're Last Stand. So it'll be interesting to see what they choose here.
Yeah, we could we could see Vaughn descending from his TO duties, but there's nothing confirmed yet. And who knows, maybe from what I've heard, that team has been doing pretty good. Yeah, I mean, they're no Joker's team or Zay's team, but they're third in their bracket. They're currently third is enough to qualify so far. So if they keep up how they're doing, I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable where they are. But yeah, I guess there's no one else they'd really use the Vaughn against, eh?
This is the best chance they've got because they already lost against the Joker team. So, I mean, the Zay Kainoob team is probably your best bet, but they could be saving it even longer. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that might just be like a plan because like I think from what we see like the standings right now, Joker Zay is probably almost like guaranteed to go through. And then I think if I'm 3Z, I would just like take the play, see how it goes, and then just use Vaughn, just like utterly destroy the remaining team, and then like just secure that third place spot. But who knows? I mean, Vaughn and Kainoob could be fun.
Honestly, if I'm Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, I have the Octagon just sitting in my inventory, and against the Vaughn, I mean, that could be a pretty good time to use it because I believe they played Joker's team yet or no? No,
that's the final round.
Yeah, they actually haven't. So maybe they're saving it for that, but I feel like if I was them, I'm pretty I have like Kainu versus Shianzu, we finally have the midfield titan that can stand up to the monster that is Shianzu, right? So being able to, I don't know if they want to burn the Octagon against Joker's team because I don't think anyone on Joker's team would be very uncomfortable playing a little bit of tea time tussle, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Shianzu being able to pilot that Rune so well. Rune is notoriously weak in the tea time tussle game mode.
Yeah.
Tea time tussle. I mean, that additional power goes a little crazy.
Yeah.
Just a little. Yeah.
All right, and the draft is progressing here. The first game looks to be pretty normal, but the rosters could change at any moment. They could just pop the Vanaraga.
I'm waiting for it. I want to see if it happens.
Oh, and looks like we have to go to their lobby, so that's gonna be a journey. Oh, their lobby is very full. Hey, cold ramen.
Good.
Can we yoink your lobby? There we go. All right. Thanks.
One thing we can talk about though is how are we feeling about everyone's title? Were these all self-chosen titles?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think they're self-chosen.
I want to know what Kainu's title translates to. Does anyone have that?
Kainu's title? You know, I can't read.
I mean, Zoro getting the Fool as his title. I mean, do you think like Zoro and Flop had to play like rock paper scissors to see who got it?
Well, Zoro kind of like calls himself the Fool, so I feel like that was one of the more obvious titles. But there's some crazy ones.
Yeah.
Like there's some Roblox ones.
Liari's is crazy.
Yeah. I'm hearing rumblings of a potential Vaughn. Could be wrong though.
Whoa.
The potential descent from above.
Oh, we might be back. Oh,
we're back?
Yeah.
Okay, we're well and truly back. There we go.
Oh,
We're back, we're back, we're back. I mean, we never left, actually.
Yeah, that's true. So Vaughn is in. that's the
Oh,
entire
Vaughn is in.
Oh, yeah.
The Vonaraga has been used.
And low key, what if I just like kicked 3Z breezy?
That's crazy.
I kicked 3Z.
Only me or ZZZ needs to be in there.
Oh wait,
Because
yeah.
I can
Well,
I can
ZZ's
just stream
in
for
there.
Z.
Well, Z
Oh.
can stream for you, I guess.
Yeah, I
Sounds
guess. I
like
didn't
a
even know what the
plan.
lobby code was, I'll be honest.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out.
Good.
That OBS crash was a little annoying.
Yeah. All good.
Wait, there's literally room in the lobby.
Yeah, there
Wait,
is.
what's it? Where'd you put the code?
I didn't put the code anywhere. I'll ping
Oh.
you. Wait, I can't ping you. You know what? FF. There is room in the lobby. I don't know what the code is. I found the code. I found the code.
Unfortunate.
We're so back. I put it in staff
Found the
chatting.
code.
Hoping.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Why is Miri Meg No All good, all good.
All good.
I really hope Vaughn notices. Okay.
This time I will not crash my OBS. And
Oh,
So
looks like 3Z is back in. So
I'll
I
say
guess
it.
sort of is out, yeah.
this is looking like a very scary game if I am Full Metal Death Gundam here, because I mean Natty Vaughn 3Z that's a scary team, and obviously like their alternative midfielders are nothing to scoff at. But if I'm Kainoob, I probably want to play against J-Dog more than I want to play against Vaughn. Honestly, if I'm me, I want to play against J-Dog more than I want to play against Vaughn.
Yeah.
So this gonna be a fun one to watch.
It will be.
Honestly, we should have got some like dramatic effect for the Vonaraga on the stream. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
like
a-
a Vaughn theme song that just starts playing in the back.
Like someone should have edited Vaughn in like a John Cena WWE intro.
Yeah.
So when the Vonaraga is used, he like walks on.
Sure.
Well, all we got is this Vonaraga card, which goes kind of crazy.
The Vonaraga card does go kind of crazy.
Oh yeah.
And we will be heading right into game.
Yeah, we have Zoro on the Mako, Zay on the Rasmus, and Kainoob on this now versus 3Z on the Asher, Natty on the Dubu, and Vaughn on the Kai. Vaughn's Kai is so much fun to watch. I love watching him play that character.
And everyone opting to take big fish. A lot of size, a lot of stagger, a lot of
got
fun
some-
to be had.
Got some big fish in the lobby. And for those of you who might be a little less familiar with high elo, stagger is kind of like you want it as much as possible, because even if you don't build characters like Finny or Vice or high damage characters like that, there's still so much passive chip damage that every character in the game can do to you, that if you don't get any of the stagger, it becomes so easy to just bully you, especially if you're a squishier character like Kai, right? But even then, just having one midfielder with size and one midfielder without size, as Zay puts Vaughn in the net with the core, but that size, one person having it and one not having it, makes such a difference in your ability to, like, win interactions.
It also makes this map feel so cramped with everyone having bigger strike boxes. Like, what a flip KO by Kainoob. The more cramped map also means everyone's like closer to the wall as well, it feels like.
Yeah, it does become easier to KO people when they're bigger, right? Because you send them off the map easier. Is that how it works?
Sorta, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It does feel like it, because when you get it's really easy to dash punch someone when they're like, they get for example, the orb on Clarion Test Chamber on the Maelstrom map.
Yeah, it's how we got like the snake clip from Atlas Lab, because he got the size, and since it was like a little bit bigger, hitbox just got out.
I mean, I gotta say though, like, this is a dominating performance from Full Metal Death Gundam. Even with Vaughn on the field, it feels like Full Metal Death Gundam is absolutely suffocating the side of 3Z's team here that I can't remember the name of.
It really is their last
stand. Yeah, thank you.
Using Vonaraga here, like, if they lose this one, it'll feel kind of rough.
I believe Vaughn plays the next game as well, though, right?
Yeah,
because it's an entire series.
Yeah, it's a full series. Yeah.
It completely cancels the all players must play requirement. So you can just run it back with this exact lineup next game.
Now Vaughn against Kainoob. Vaughn has this flip to work with, but I mean Kainoob is just playing around Vaughn so well right now. It feels like now, oh my goodness, now is such a suffocating character to play against. And anyone who thinks Now got nerfed by giving her a 25% cooldown reduction on her secondary is wrong.
But forget about Kainoob. Zay Forever, I think, is the star of the show me so far. That guy is just getting in there and also controlling the core so well as the Brawler. Look at that. What a predict on the pendulum swing.
Yeah, I mean, Zay is bringing the fire this game. Like, there's no doubt about it here. Zay is playing like a beast. Going into this draft, I mean, there's so much here. Catalyst obviously going to get picked up. Such a strong awakening, but there's so much speed here, right? You have Super Surge, stacks on stacks, Stagger Swagger, like...
Yeah, and also looking at awakenings like that team player on the goalie to try and navigate through this very cluttered lanes of Night Market when everyone is so large. And, of course, as the last pick, not really getting the 1-2 punch that might have been hovered is 3Z Breezy, instead having to opt for the prime time, which is still fine. And again, this awakening rotation just is so much good stuff, and that's a double barrier, and that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, and another thing that's making it really difficult for Last Stand here is this Dubu already naturally being like a bigger hitbox of a character. It's so easy for Rasmus to bully a character like Dubu with his pendulum swing, because hitting that sweet spot is so much easier on a character like Dubu, where you're already naturally bigger. But with this big fish, not just on the Rasmus, but also the Dubu, he's kind of just like a pendulum swing magnet, and it becomes really easy to find those hit stun primary goal that Rasmus is kind of like the character of.
Yeah, and out of all of the awakening starts and all of the maps to have Vaughn on, this one feels kind of rough, right? He kind of can't fly in the midfield because it's so cramped. Like, he dribbles it once and then Zay's right there, the big fish size. Like, it's a different game.
Absolutely. It feels like Full Metal Death Gundam just. Oh my goodness! It feels like Full Metal Death Gundam here is just. They kind of just won the starting awakening with having Zay on this Rasmus.
Yeah, very good pickup. Zay is playing it so well as well. We'll see if 3Z can get something done. Maybe become the guy. But that's potential future, and the current is still the goals coming in the favor of heavy metal.
Oh, there it
Human
is.
Gundam.
First of many. I do now. Off the map.
But Zay's just controlling. Zay's stalling for so long.
Yeah.
They didn't even lose a barrier. Okay, they lost one, but
Oh.
like they only lost one barrier.
Yeah, just Vaughn played really well though. The back pass to Natty there, able to rotate the core up. But it's so difficult to midfield this because when 3Z is a brawler that he's playing very much more to just hope that Vaughn can get the core to him and that he'll be able to win the 1v1 against Zoro. But Mako also a character that absolutely loves having size. That secondary just so big. Vaughn just playing for his life here, burning the flip before he has no opportunity to use it. And just so low, no flip available. Bounce off the Kainoob Dorito. Holding it for now, but Kainoob flip coming out. 3Z being forced to walk back. And it's just such a dominating performance from Full Metal Death Gundam right now.
Yeah, the forward duo feeling like a level above at the moment. Natty stuck in the net, trying to make the saves, but it's an open net. Melee goalie, eventually a shot's going to find its way around the Dubu. It feels like the Tofu Fortress doing a lot of work. And the Giggle Blast taking the barrier, maybe a chance here for last stand, but they got to get around this midfield. Kainoob is patrolling with the speed gate, looking for a shot. Saved still by Natty. And they get it away somehow, but once again, the pressure just continues. It's never ending.
Yeah. It's so much pressure, and it's frustrating to play midfield here because both Zay and Kainoob are massive, and there's nowhere really to put the core because anywhere you strike it, it seems that they can just cover it. And honestly, the only thing that really feels like can be done is if 3Z is able to find some sort of kill or just really pop off at some point. Because Vaughn is just getting completely bullied.
That's
yeah,
tough.
but I mean, yeah, even last time when 3Z got the KO, they like kept down that core control and stalled like so long, only getting, I think they only got like one barrier before, but now Monumentalist is up. But I don't think now even wants it, just wants fight or flight.
Monumentalist
I mean,
is great and all, but fight or flight is where the eyes are at,
Yeah.
and Vaughn also getting a ton of value off of that perfect form being taken. And I kind of see a trend, like Monumentalist now, especially with the change. I think that's the one thing that changed about now, is that Monumentalist is no longer like the universally winning pickup. The secondary isn't being used as that all-in-one large range hit stun move anymore. It's more about just having a lot of abilities and moving around the map.
Yeah, it definitely feels like now has fulfilled the arc of being better era. And all having that Monumentalist really does for your secondary is allows you to easily spread the speed it gives to your entire team. But also, if you really want that extra size on your creations, now that you have Timeless Creator available, sure, maybe it's not as big of a radius, but it's still pretty big. And it feels like general midfielding... Oh my goodness, Kainoob. But general midfielding awakenings, you just kind of need speed, and your character does the rest just by default.
Yeah. I mean, as we see here, I mean, like, Zay getting that big size, big pendulum, and then Natty, Vaughn with the big fish hitbox. It's kind of hard to try to navigate through the Rasmus primary. And then, wow.
Yeah, it's so tough. Zay is getting so much value, so much pressure, and is striking so well in the corners as well. That's the barrier take. The log doesn't catch the core quite yet, and the barrier takes are just not looking too good from the side of Last Stand, as a perfect pull by Zay forever brings us to match point already.
Yeah, this is insane. Just look at the level difference, not just of the teams, but Kainub and Zay versus Zoro. This is similar to what we saw in the first game of Average Alex Esports versus Joker's team, right? Where Fresh was like level 7 versus Joker and Kainub being level 8 and 9. And it's not that Zoro isn't doing anything. Zoro is, of course, pretty much the main reason why 3Z and Vaughn are unable to even open the net. But it's just that Kainub and Zay are doing such a good job at dominating the field that Zoro only really needs to defend and make one clear, and then it doesn't come back for a while.
Natty in the tough spot now. It's a 3v1. 3Z is flipped, but would ever get to 3Z is the question.
Oh, Zoro almost snipes it. Breezy now taking it forward. Zoro has flip available though. So does Zay. I'm feeling so comfortable. Dubu moment. And Natty, unfortunately, loses to his own character in the very end. And we see an absolute domination of a game from Full Metal Death Gundam. But there's still one more to play. And honestly, I think it was just like a big fish diff, that game. Like, that was a 12-minute game. Almost 13, but it was just such a big fish diff, that game, to where Vaughn on that Kai, you just don't really... You only really have Barrage and Giga Blast to get it through people, and outside of just winning Raw Strike Wars, there's nothing you can really do to get it past Zay and Kainub, especially when they're just so fast. There's so much haste between Now and Rasmus and that Mako, but very, very well played by both teams, and it's not over yet, right?
It is not. That was just game one.
But yeah, that big fish on already like such a cramped map, Night Market. The Vaughn Haraga was maybe not as expected here, but there's still one more set to be played, or one more game to be played in the series, where we might see why that $50 perk is worth it.
Heavy Metal Death Gundam could use their Octagon here. I don't think they will. I think they will save it because they have a pretty scary matchup in the next round, and they're already in a very, very good spot for qualifying. I believe they're guaranteed into bracket minimum, so we'll see how this last game goes. It'll be a normal game of Omega Strikers, but featuring Vaughn.
If I am Heavy Metal Death Gundam, I am feeling good after that last game. I mean, just kind of just like a stomp, honestly. 13-minute game, and yet it didn't even feel like it was the other team's fault. It just felt like Zay played out of his mind. Kainu did such a good job at supporting Zay, and Zoro just didn't let up ever. And with all of that speed on Night Market, it just felt so suffocating.
I just realized we've been saying it wrong. It's Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
It's Demon Gundam?
But metal and like death, you know?
Good.
Like it just rolls off more naturally. So I kind of get why we went there. But apparently it's Heavy Metal Demon Gundam.
Alright, good to know. Good to know.
Too many syllables, I gotta say.
Yeah. What was like the hardest team name you ever had to cast?
There was one team in a tournament that made their team name the Odyssey HQ address.
That one was pretty good. Hardest? I don't know how you would define hardest, because there's like team names that are just like COC, right? And then you say that, and then you're like, damn, that's their team name. So
Yeah.
there's definitely some team names out there. Yeah, Mycotic's reminding me there were some team names that were just emojis, which are also pretty difficult.
Well, what did you do for that? Did you try to like to say water if it's a water emoji?
Well, there was like the Moyai or whatever, and that's what we said. But that one was pretty confusing because apparently it was something else entirely. But it was that emotes, but they meant something. I don't know. Team names are very interesting.
Yeah.
Best team name in this tournament is probably Clearance Isle because they bought 1 million perks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is good. I mean, can we talk about how every single team Fudgy makes, he just makes Goats Esports? Like, Goats Esports has had probably like 20 different players on it at this point. His Westie Draft League team, Goats Esports. Play Better Win More team, Goats Esports.
Well, similarly, Last
There was no
Call,
vote.
Last Stand, 3Z Breezy. That's
Of course, we
feeling
have
a little
Bun Bun in here
familiar.
as well.
Yeah. That team was temporarily
Yeah.
named something involving Bonanza. So
Oh.
that's definitely a big thing as well.
Yeah. I mean, making team names is a little difficult, so
Well,
I
you,
will
you have a
blame
great
them
team
for.
name yourself.
What do we have? Oh, Whoa Chills. Oh yeah.
It's
I mean,
I think-
I don't even know how that got there. I think it was just all cakes, but
It was probably
it
Cakes.
just
That sounds
came
like
to
a
be. Yeah.
that sounds like a Cakes name. I will say the kind of sleeper team name in this tournament is Royal Flush because it's Joker, and he made his team name a poker hand, and Joker is a card in a card deck. I think that's cool.
Yeah, that does go hard, even though you don't use jokers when playing poker.
We don't need to worry about
yeah,
that.
but use Jokers when playing Balatro.
True.
That is true.
True.
Well, just waiting for the character picks and bans to start rolling in, and they are rolling in actually.
Oh yeah.
It's still crazy to me that Clearance Isle still has 3 chrono breaks, an extra character ban, a billiard brawl, and an
They
octagon
can't use
available.
all of those.
They have
Yeah.
6 perks available to them still.
They literally can't use all of them.
And they're gonna get all of them back if they make it to tomorrow. Meaning they'll have their 5 chrono breaks, their 3 octagons, their 3 billiard brawls, and their extra character ban.
Wait, can they use
I
all of
mean-
them? No, they can't. Yeah, they can't use all. What the heck?
No, there's no way
Yeah.
they could use
I think
3
even if
chrono
you
breaks
can't
in-
use, yeah, even if you can't use all of them, at least you kind of like have the option, or like the flexibility to kind of like just like pick and choose anything you really want. It's kind of like their own sandbox, you know.
Yeah, I'm putting everyone on over to the very crowded perk shop page where it gets check the status of everyone's inventory.
Bun Bun Hook Mental is also looking pretty good on perks. 2 Preventa bans and 3 chrono breaks sitting in their inventory. They can't even use all of those, can they?
Yeah, they can't, and they're currently sitting at first place by a mile. They're at 7 points right now.
But you also have to consider, like, there's also tomorrow to think about when you're drafting all of your perks. Because when you're drafting your perks, you're not, at least I'm not thinking, oh, I need to win day 1. I'm thinking I need to win the whole thing. So when you draft these things like preventing bans, I feel like a lot of teams, you aren't going to ban you outright the first time playing against you, and it's kind of just like a failsafe thing to have. And it seems like I think Bun Bun Hook Mental will definitely be using more of these awakenings come tomorrow.
Yep. It's like we're loading in game now.
No, it's gonna be a remake. They forgot Awakenings. Classic.
All good.
Classic.
Oh yeah, and it's night market again.
Group A's heating up though. Snake's team is pretty much out. Yeah.
Rest in peace.
So it's down to Gret and Threezy fighting for that third spot pretty much, and I believe they face each other in the final round, which goes kind of crazy.
That's some drama. But I mean, the Vaughn is down, meaning if they lose this game, they won't have that. They won't have a panic button. They're just going to need to play better and win more.
Yep. And I think we just saw that Threezy is now out for in exchange for Carmine, and then on the other team, Myri is now in instead of sorry, I forgot. Say. So we'll see how those swaps will turn out.
I wonder if subbing in Carmine was intentional, or if they didn't realize they didn't need to sub out Threezy.
I think it's intentional.
I think it's intentional.
Carmine is a beast. I believe in Carmine, for the record. No ban coming out.
No, it's because they did external bans.
Yeah.
All good.
All good. But yeah, I would reckon that the one with the Vaughn would know the rules to his own tournament, you know. But yeah, Carmine.
That is true.
Can be very scary. He definitely knows how to score on the Rasmus. So we'll see.
But the Kainoob Juno coming out is
True.
not a player on a character that's very fun to play against. So Vaughn is going to have his work cut out for him this game. As we've seen what Kainoob's Juno can do in NASL.
Yeah, it has been instrumental in Demon's Raw's championship run in Season 4. Carmine, though, is moving, looking like the Zay of last game even. What a pull.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same matchup too, right? Rasmus versus Dubu. It's looking a little familiar.
Vaughn on that signature Estelle, though, like, we're talking about Kainoob's Juno, but Vaughn's Estelle is also not at all like a character you want to play against. Like, if I'm playing against Vaughn, Carmine billiards off the map, and now it is up to Natty and Vaughn, but two barriers are still up, and both of them being held. Vaughn has flipped to work with, still holding on to both of them, but finally one goes down, and Carmine's back, and he's ready. Oh my god.
And it's overtime.
And it's overtime.
Might be zooming.
Oh,
but Carmine puts it in.
Really good follow-up too, because otherwise it would have been saved out of there.
We didn't talk about the Awakenings here. Looking like a split. We have Carmine on that Rampage, and Natty on Vaughn on that Aerials. Kainoob on the Aerials, of course, and then Zoro and Mirimeg taking the Rampage. However, Kainoob is almost dead already, but has Flip to work with. They probably want to get rid of that Flip, but Carmine missing the Kainoob, but grabbing the core, and he is dead.
What a combo by Mirimeg in the top corner. Smells blood in the water, finds it. And this would be a huge win for Zay's team, for Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Them winning here would mean that they are in a very, very good spot to challenge that first place position.
Good flip by Natty to find that kill, by the way.
Vaughn taking a lot of chip damage. Same with Kainoob, but Kainoob is flip available, and Carmine will escape death this time. What a jump by Kainoob with the aerials distance. And now Mirimeg has a clear shot to the bottom side, tying up the game.
Yeah.
Well played.
You got it. Or whatever. Okay. Both midfielders have the aerials, so you know you got a lot of that like jump scare, blink potential, jump potential against the goalies. So yeah, could do a lot. and we do see it doing a lot with Kaidu's jump earlier. Here.
Oh, but both barriers down in the corner now. What a snipe by Natty, almost enough to make it happen. As Zoro just keeps it in the corner.
Vaughn having that flip though, blinking in, almost gets it, dribbles back to himself. And the Varnaraga 1v3s manages to put it in. No Carmine necessary, and suddenly when Vaughn doesn't have two enemy forwards the size of the entire lane, he's able to pull off some miracles.
Kainu almost dies there.
Yeah.
Carmine's getting in there. Mary Meg trying to find this barrier early. I have to say though, Carmine looking very comfortable, looking very dead, unfortunately.
He's looking quite dead.
But in general, remember when Rasmus was like, you have to not pick this on Taiko Temple type of pick? There was a moment in time where Rasmus was a no-go on this map, but Carmine, very comfortable on the pick.
It's like there was a time where a lot of picks were a no-go on this map.
That's true.
I don't know. I feel like no one really had Taiko figured out. I mean, we had like the Sad Boys comp with like Dubu Atlas, and then we had the EKC one with I think Aimi and then someone else. So.
Aimi forward.
Yeah.
Speaking of...
It kind of... Speaking of... Oh! Goes straight through the cage there.
Yes, but speaking of like the term forward, Omega Strikers really fumbled it because there's no clear way to say person in the forward position like midfielder, right? You would say striker or scorer, but scorer sounds lame, and striker is like Omega Striker. So they should have just called Omega Striker something without the strikers.
Yeah.
So
Prometheus. Oh, what happened to Miri Meg?
Meg got flipped off
of the drums.
We were talking about the bounce house damage at the start of our block, right? Now we're on Taiko Temple.
Yeah.
Is it just... It's damage and knockback, right? So how much does it do? Because sometimes it feels like it blows someone up completely, and sometimes it feels like they don't take anything.
Yeah. It's kind of like the bounce house on CTC, where sometimes you just die at full health for fun, and but Vaughn winning a set and starting to prove why the Varnaraga is the most expensive perk in the game.
Oh yeah. But I don't know. I always like just assume that Taiko Temple and the bounce cells just did knockback and did no damage, but I don't know.
That hotshot tonight is a little awkward because the rest of the draft, that ego is going to be taken by Zoro and rapid fire. I think Kaib not going to be too angry about that one. And the Rasmus Awakenings not looking too great, right? Of course, the additional speed on the dash is amazing for getting positioning on the Whiplash. But out of all the Awakenings that could have been picked up, that is not like the number one by any means.
Yeah, kind of looking like Full Metal Demon Gundam kind of winning that draft, as Vaughn kind of forced to take Hotshot away from the Juno, because, I mean, there was a time in this game where Hotshot Juno would just solo win the game, and we're kind of falling back into that, but it seems like the popularity of Juno has kind of fallen off from what it once was. A lot less players are playing her, as the meta's kind of evolved more into, like, damage, and Juno, while capable of doing so, not really what you're playing her for, right?
Yeah.
And...
Wow.
Oh, Vaughn.
Oh, bang.
Yeah, good laser. But taking that hotshot away from the Juno kind of locks Kainu out from that hard win condition, and I mean, it's not like Estelle doesn't like Hotshot. Estelle loves Hotshot, to my knowledge. Maybe less so nowadays, but back in the day, Estelle, quite a big fan of that awakening.
Yeah, I feel like it's still gonna be strong, especially since Estelle loves doing that primary hit stun, send the core through, and if they can't recover after the hit stun because of the hot shot speed, it would be very nice for Estelle.
Speaking of Juno damage, right? Juno as a character has a lot of damage, but it's not very reliable, right? You have to like be right against them if you want it to be reliable damage, and then like finishing off the kill is pretty awkward. You kind of have to rely on a teammate unless your name is EZC. So
yeah,
it's definitely a more inconsistent damage character, but the core control kind of just shepherding the core to the top side and setting up a flip. That was very, very nice.
Yeah, and Kainub also kind of plays Juno very, very differently than everybody else. Kind of developed his own style on the character, but I mean, Kainub, kind of learned from like the grandfather of the character, Gravity, right? Like, Gravity definitely played Juno way different than how people like these days. For example, how Jay plays Juno very, very uniquely is a way of putting it. But most people that play Juno play her very, very aggressively and core control-y, and Kainub has elements of both Gravity's style, but also that hyper offensive Juno style.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too, because back in beta there was Gravity and then there was also Liari, and I think one of the more interesting factors was, I don't know, I'm getting my ancient Juno players mixed up, but one of them took Super Surge and the other didn't. But we see a lot of that dash range being a huge boon for Juno nowadays, especially with the addition, the relatively recent, not recent at all, but relatively recent addition of the jump strike, as Mirrormeg finds a crucial KO onto the midfielder, and that jump strike's coming into play as Kainub sends it forward.
Yeah, jump strike was one of those things that definitely turned Juno into a I one-trick this character because she's fun, into a I one-trick this character because when you get really good at her, she is so impossible to play against. And another important thing to note here is Juno is a character that kind of destroys Estelle. Like, Estelle does not like playing against Juno whatsoever because she doesn't really have any good way of getting past Juno.
Vaughn, though, looking to find another good shot onto Zoro. Trying to find his way in, forcing out the flip. But Natty and Carmine, Mirrormeg is putting on a lot of pressure solo there.
Oh.
Really delayed flip from Carmine.
Wow, and they hold.
Yeah.
They're looking all solo though.
Yeah, Kainub, no evade available. Mirrormeg also looking very low. Also now no evade available, and suddenly staggered, but Vaughn burnt the flip trying to find the kill and wasn't able to find it. Very scary Tofu Fortress in, and now Kainub is the one taking the barriers.
Juno's so scary in that tight spot. If you get a primary out, then you get like 3 different strikes, 3 different hits. So in a cramped space, it is so useful. Natty getting out of there without using the flip, very important to conserve that resource in this state. As Vaughn almost gets taken out, but barely survives.
Yeah, Zoro is playing like an absolute beast of this game. Like, I just want to say that. Like, I think the reason why Full Metal Demon Gundam is even winning in this set at all is through the hands of Zoro. Of course, like, Kainub and Mirrormeg are playing great as well, but Zoro, like, that's the only time you can score on him, when his character can just not get there, when it's the overtime core speed. But, like, these barriers are not falling.
Yeah, I think Playbear Woodward, it's like goalie roster was just so stacked, even though they spent like all their money or Kainu, you still get Zoro, and same thing for Joker, spending all of his money on Shianzu, still manages to get fresh here.
Yeah, I think that's why Vaughn's balancing decision to give people who didn't all in for someone like bonus money was very good, because all inning seems a little bit strong when the pool is so stacked that even like the quote unquote worst players in the pool are completely fine. Like there's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah. Like you could say like, oh my god,
by Natty.
Yeah, I mean, he is young. I'll say that.
The reaction time is on point.
Like Fresh can't save that one.
Whoa, Fresh could probably save that one. Actually,
Really?
maybe not.
Oh,
Another
Oh
good
my
strike
goodness,
by
Natty.
Natty.
what about?
But
Vaughn in there as well. Wow. Great defense this point.
if Kainu just finds one slime in the right place, it's all over. That's
Well, the
force
goalie
feed.
rotation for Egoist.
Fly.
Whoa.
Zoro's all the way up there. Not even momentum boots. The strike shot Dubu walks across the entire map.
And Kainoob earning MVP. Judo, not a character you want to see getting MVP, but thankfully, Judo doesn't really like anything here that much. Like, nothing here is bad for Juno, but like, there's not an Awakening here that I look at and I'm like, yeah, that's the one I want.
Well, to be fair, Deadeye is pretty good. At some point,
Yeah,
if you have enough power with Deadeye or other modifiers, it's basically hotshot speed.
yeah, but like for now, like Deadeye Aerials definitely contributes a lot to damage, and now Kainoob has that ability to almost use primary, like kind of like a Luna Rocket.
Yeah, the damage is going to start stacking up, especially with the slimes on the ground also proccing that Deadeye to get more chip.
Oh, yeah.
So Carmine and Vaughn are going to have to be that much more aware, but Carmine's just taking it slow. Great saves by Kainoob and Zoro out of the corner, though.
Yeah, that was incredible patience displayed by Zoro, waiting just to play off of Kainoob, and of course Kainoob just probably one of, if not the best midfielder at playing with his goalie, right?
Let's just say he's the best.
Yeah, he's definitely the best
He
at
holds
playing
hands
with
with
his
goalie
goalie.
every single game. I mean, the Demon's Raw
And like,
has 1.5 goalies, and one of them is Kainoob.
yeah. Like when you midfield with or when you goalie with Kainoob on your team midfielding, it's kind of like commuting to work every day in a 1997 Honda Civic, and then you get like a 2023. Well, yeah, wait, that was insane.
No, your analogy was insane.
Yeah, it's like commuting with a 97 Honda Civic, and then suddenly you get like a 2024 Ford F-150 to drive to work every day.
You know, I don't have many words after that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Me neither.
Vaughn just disappeared.
No, I'm still talking about the analogy. I'm not talking about Vaughn getting killed. Wait, Mirameg's so huge. Wait, this guy's the size of the entire field.
Oh my god.
What a find.
I mean... Yeah, Mirameg is huge. And this is 4 Rampage stacks and Big Fish. Like, he gets bigger.
Yeah, and
Like, look at Carmine compared to Mirameg.
the big thing with having such a massive brawler too is that it makes Kainoob's life very, very nice, because they have to hit it around Mirameg. There are very few angles to hit it around, so Kainoob can just jump at those angles, and bam, that's a barrier. Okay,
Yeah.
not yet, but
Bam,
that's a barrier. There we
There it
go.
is.
Yeah, it's so hard to clear it. The one thing I have noticed from my time away from the game and coming back is almost every goalie now opts for strike shot, and we've kind of hit the point in the meta where goalies have become good enough to make strike shot look like the most broken thing like ever. Like before it was eject button, but like it feels like goalies now with strike shot are so difficult to score on because you can just never get the core near them.
Yeah, because it's like it's basically just oh well, I was about to try to think and use my words, but Miriameg is so massive, catches a perfect shot to the bottom side, and Heavy Metal Demon Gundam one set away from taking this. That would put them in a great spot. That would put them in tied for first or sole possession of first, depending on how the Joker game goes.
Yeah, and on the other side, it might not look too hot for like 3Z's team here, spending the Wanharaga, but still not like getting the full $50 worth against Hainub and Zay. And now you just like don't have it for the rest. Yeah,
that is true, but also they at least got a set, right? And with how well they're playing, it's hard to say if they could have even got a set at all without the Vanaraga, because they would have had to. Oh, wow!
Missile
yeah,
propulsion.
Zoro's Tofu Fortresses are a little difficult to deal with, and kind of just using his slime so well, winning every strike war for Mirimeg Deadeye is a cool awakening.
You talked about the strike shot thing, and it really comes down to if you have like a solid midfielder, the goalie only gets challenged like every once in a while, right? Every once in a while seconds. So if you have strike shot for every time that happens, a melee goalie could just hold open net, you know, as long as you have a midfielder. It's kind of like that, it feels like, and that kind of feels like the game so far, unless Mirimeg, who is getting more massive by the point, is just taking up all that space, and you can't strike shot around that guy.
Not only getting more massive, but also getting faster with that stacks on stacks, and I mean, Carmine kind of got shafted out of Awakenings this game. Like, Carmine doesn't really have anything you want on Rasmus, right? Like, Super Surge, not the worst, but Reverb, I mean, it's good, but it's not a win condition, and same with Catalyst, it's good, but that's not the win condition as...
What a hold by Natty, but it wasn't enough. Zoro just gets in there, logs it through, and that was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's looking grim, but it's still possible. But they're gonna need a miracle.
They're gonna need more than a miracle.
Mirimeg looking so strong, and Zoro with that egoist flip, always able to like provide the assistance whenever it's needed.
That was almost a double barrier, but it wasn't because Zoro just striked it right on time. Mirimeg finds the kill. This might be it. As Kainu pushes forward, Mirimeg has the setup. Bottom side of the goal, a little bit open. Vaughn finds the strike. A flip available, not used. And that will be Heavy Metal Demon Gundam advancing 2-0, getting 3 points on the board. They are chilling. They are guaranteed, more than guaranteed. They're guaranteed on winner's side. That's pretty big.
Incredible play by Heavy Metal Demon Gundam. Kainub earning that MVP in game, but to me, it really felt like Zoro was the MVP of that game. Just playing that Dubu so well, playing so far up with strike shot, not even with those mom boots.
To put into perspective, Zoro could walk up because of Kainub.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
But the Chuno is just so dominating, especially against a character like Estelle, where Estelle just doesn't have enough strikes, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Kainub, most redirects, most shots in the game, doing a lot of core controlling, getting it to Mirimeg, who had like all the size in the world and the largest Asher ult as well, and then finally picking up that stacks on stack speed. Well played.
Yeah, very, very well played to both teams. And although they weren't able to get a game, they at least got a set. And honestly, looking at Heavy Metal Demon Gundam, I'm starting to think that Joker's team is going to have a run for their money.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah,
be
it'll be.
definitely a battle of all time, as the other group is a lot more chaotic. They're if you look at the standings for Group B, that one's all over the
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, it's looking like a Liari's team stomp, and then everyone else is pretty neck and neck.
Well,
Puffy, the dark horse though, second in Group B right now. The Dollar Tree perk strategy looking to be working pretty well, but I mean also just some really strong players on that team, having Bertram, NX,
Right.
and Mystic.
well, it looks like we're gonna be heading to a short break before round 5, so don't go anywhere. Subscribe for September, and see you soon.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to Play Better, Win More 3 Genesis. My name is K-Bot, here joined by Yoshi64 and the man who coined the phrase himself, 2004 Lexus GX 470. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight? Lexus, we'll start with you.
I am doing great. Happy to be here. Vaughn, of course, asked me as the reigning champion from Play Better Win More to participate in this tournament, but I thought I would give everyone else a fair chance. Just sit back and spectate this one, see how it goes, maybe throw on some tips, along the way. But no, I'm just happy there's a third one happening. Sometimes we weren't sure if we would get here, so I'm doing great.
Always great to be here, Yoshi. How about you? You've got a lot of choice words tonight, apparently. You got choice words for your computer. You got choice words for the games you've been playing. You've got choice words for, I feel like there was something else. Now I don't even remember what it was.
I'm sure there was, but I don't remember either. I'm also happy to be here. Played Better Win More 3. Great time. My PC crashed not even 5 minutes ago while I was setting up. So really bringing all the energy today, feeling great. I was playing a game on Dolphin, and I was like, this is awesome, and I didn't save, and so it's a really, really big momentous occasion for me. We were talking time before. Sorry, we have to have the conversation. Talking about Super Mario Sunshine.
I'm having deja vu.
Yeah, and we've been here before. And I just want the world to know that game is like just okay, and I didn't have fun at the end.
No, that's not what you said about 2 or 3 minutes ago.
I said the game sucked.
Okay,
a little bit of a nuanced opinion for the cast to see.
Don't change your tone when you're on screen.
Right.
Okay.
I had fun in the middle. I had a great time in the middle.
Well,
and then they made it back.
You're gonna get to play the middle again. So
yeah, I wish I could play the middle again.
You can.
I can.
Yeah, you can.
Hey, if I open it up and crash my PC again and lose all that progress, I can do it again.
Well, hey, you mentioned this was a monumentous occasion for you. And speaking of a monumentous occasion, we have arrived, finally, at the last match of the group stage here. We'll take a look at the standings. You can see them on your screen right now. Group A.
They're going to do September. I thought you were going to say
it's
yeah. Guys, check your primes right now. And if you don't have one, $4.49 USD. Send it. It's time to get those sub numbers up fast.
Thank you.
Continue.
Was that actually part of the plan? Was to do this tournament in September, so that Vaughn would have the most viewers on his channel?
Hey.
What a mystery.
What a mystery. As I was attempting to say, let's take a look at the standings here. Zay's team in first atop Group A. They play against Joker's team in the final round of the night, that second place match. Basically determining seeding for tomorrow's event. Remember, top 3 out of each group do move on to the bracket stage. So the other match that's getting played there right now is Gret versus 3Z, which will be an incredibly tight match and a nail-biting one. That one will be to decide who gets to advance and show up to the event tomorrow. On the flip side here in Group B, Liare's team comfortably ahead. Puffy's in second, and Gumi is now playing versus Fudgy, which again could be a deciding factor in who gets to move on to tomorrow. Weird to say that some of these players are not going to be making it to our top cut, but that's the way it goes here, the stacked event known as Play Better Win More. Lexus, I'll go to you. How are you surprised at how things have shaken out so far?
Not the most surprised. Mostly because everyone's been talking about it. They're like, well, maybe not everyone's been talking about it. Maybe I'm about to just hate on a lot of people right now. But a lot of people have said that that the midfielder pool, based on availability, no offense to all the midfielders playing tournament, you're all goats. But people have said you've got Kainoob, and you've got Shionzu, and then there's kind of a gap between the rest. Not to say that they aren't capable. And Vaughn, another top tier midfielder is, the host. So to see those, because those are the teams at the top of Group A, right? Before I say anything, I haven't really paid that much attention. That's Kinub and Chianzu, right?
Correct.
Okay. If one of those guys was the -16 set diff, I was gonna look like a fool right now. But yeah, the way that's shaken out, I think, is not terribly surprising. I need to look at these rosters in Group B because I think it's interesting that it seems like a one big mid off with Liari's team being solid, but I don't really know what's going on down there. So,
Alexis, if you pulled up the Twitch stream, you'd be able to see
I'm
the rosters and the standings.
Oh, I was looking at the doc, man. I had a resource.
You could
pulled
also
up.
just
I
pull
wasn't
up the
just
Twitch stream.
I wasn't
All
just
right.
wondering. Okay.
Right.
Oh, I can pull up the doc that's on the stream in the doc. I got it. Well,
There
it's
you
still
go.
a mystery to me.
Yoshi, is this less
Yeah.
of a mystery to you? Thoughts?
I'm putting my detective hat on, and I'm really. I think we don't know much of what's happening in Group B. We've been watching a whole lot of Group A. It has been the Kainoob Shianzu show. No surprise there. Those were the two rosters where people all in on a player, and then everyone said, these guys are looking pretty good out here. I'm pretty impressed with
Hey, those
the 3Z
those guys are
roster
pretty good.
coming in.
Whoa.
Yeah, I thought
Hey.
so.
Hi. What's up,
Hi.
guys? What's up,
Hi,
fellas?
Vaughn.
Hi, Vaughn. How was playing?
Really fun. I was glad someone picked the perk, even though it's $50. I thought they should have saved it though, because if you look at the math, like Zay's team's in, right? Like they're in.
Yeah.
So I just thought
Hold on.
they should just like tap it in versus Zay's team, and then play me versus like any other team. That's what makes sense in my head, because their last match is versus Gret. So like that's the team they're battling to make it out with. But I respect going for the high roll. So like if they won that and then they win this one, they would have been in winners. But
So you're suggesting that 3Z might not be the best tactician?
I think that
what he
I think
said,
that's
yeah.
a good. I think it's a good idea to use me against Kainoob, but then it's like at best you're just like equalizing the midfield, right? But if you use me versus any other team, it probably gives you like an advantage. But I had fun. This Natty guy played like a beast in game 2. I was really impressed. So
Yeah, he did.
yeah, he locked it down. I was
Yeah.
really proud of him. I was yelling calls like, we have to win this for Maddie. Or not Maddie, Natty.
Natty.
Another good goalie.
Wait,
So
who's starting? Were there like perks? Anything?
they're like perks. Nope, there were no perks, Davis.
There were
It's
no
just-
perks.
It's actually just a standard tournament.
No, I mean like in the map.
No,
that
in this
started.
game that we're about to
Oh.
watch is what he's asking.
My bad. I'm just being an asshole. I can tell you. This is
I think I don't know about perks.
yeah, my bad. Play by War 2 champion.
Yeah.
I can tell you actually. This is Goats versus Agni Kai. I'll let you know.
Write that
Okay.
down.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have these team names memorized.
That's okay,
just
because
not
Fudgy,
how-
that's easy. It's Goats.
Well, it's goats. I mean,
It's
I know
goats.
that
Then all
much.
you have to do is remember Agni Kai for Gimmies if you're an Avatar fan. I'll let
not
you
an
guys
Avatar
talk about
fan.
the games while I find these perks. So hey, go off, Kings. Don't let me interrupt you.
This is some vintage Leo Leon comfort zone, right? With the on the X with the Mako era kitten. I mean, I guess
Oh, wait, there-
not so much as of late. I was thinking of back in the day when Mako wasn't in the game.
Yeah, it was
Well,
way
you
back
know.
in the day.
Way back.
Way.
Yeah,
Uh.
we're looking at some vintage fiery gameplay on the Julie character that he was known for only playing for a while and is now here and putting up a great performance. Had some really nice barrier takes and a beautiful goal. And then yeah, Agni Kai is just showing up with Mako Era X. Daring today, aren't we?
Woohoo.
Daring today, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
he's kind of Gumi's father.
Okay.
Oh,
Fiery
Goodness.
coming in clutch. 2 goals in a row. What's Agni Kai down here? Goat Esports up. Orthodontic Gooby, of course, still has that energy burst. We'll see whether or not he gets the chance to use that, but he hasn't even been put in a position to be able to use it for the most part. Fudgy's going to slip a barrier by, and now Leo finally gets control of the core. At least for a second. Energy burst used, even just an evasion. We'll find 1 barrier for the trouble, but Streak's still holding the back line.
How many points was Streak?
25.
Streak,
25.
Wow. Probably because he's bad.
and washed and old.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And to answer your original question, only Chrono Break was used by goats. The original Awakenings they rerolled were Big Fish and Egoist, so I completely understand if they didn't want to play that.
The big old tournament does not continue.
It is
Yeah,
now
we're in small town.
Monu and Stagger Swagger back in the game.
Oh. Wow. Exciting.
Oh,
Exciting.
Yeah, very
really
exciting.
exciting.
I'll be honest. I like, as forward player, I like Stagger Swagger. Because I don't get
feels great.
slaughtered like an animal. I don't get... You know, you can still kill them, but you don't just get gunned down, you know, with no counterplay.
I want, and this is like not super relevant, this is a me thing, but I do want to make it clear. For some reason right now I'm on 120 ping and 20% packet loss, and the game does not look like
That's
the game
huge.
you're seeing right now. I'm watching a different game. So, if I'm ever wrong about something, my bad. A little bit of a technical issue, but I'm watching something really special out here today.
Walking alpha soccer.
Fudgy with a nice flip collected that final goal barrier. Fiery still trying to get this one forward. Hardbox in the way. Now up to Leo. Leon just clips the barrier, and now open goal gates. There is the bell ringer to put it home. We are on a 0.5 in this first set.
And it, you know, those first 2 points, they pretty cleanly ran away with it, I think. Goats did. That's the team. And I was preparing the classic line that you hear every game that he's in, where you're like, Vex is scaling. But, you know, the opportunity to just take away the first set here would be really nice. Get a nice head start on that scaling. Oh, Streak.
Yeah. But Streak is up there and in there. I imagine trying to get flip usage, had to burn it there, but Fiery just rips a dash punch, able to get that barrier. Because now
You've all
it's...
seen Streak's forward account.
Hey, we saw it for an entire season in NASA.
Oh my.
Yeah.
He's gonna think
and in CCL.
And in CCL. But hey, Fiery, a great dash punch.
Yeah.
Putting up
Not
numbers
a
on
lot of
the brawler.
pounds available for the Goomy. That'll bring him in. Streak actually... Okay, I need to stop flaming Streak, or he's going to think I'm actually a hater. But he's taking it up here in last place, so it's going to be... Just like, really the point is any like little draft advantage you can get with the X, so he's not just like homeless. Because they could, in theory, pigeonhole him into some Siege Machine missile prop stuff here. But we'll get Might, which is going to feel pretty nice. Extra special for the Monu era. Really big pickup as well. Pancakes obviously are always nice for the Julie, but I don't know. A lot of good pickups, I think, both sides.
Streak gets nothing, and he'll have to like it.
And he deserves it.
Well,
but no hate here. None at all.
None. Absolutely
Nice guy, though.
none.
And that guy. I think something pretty cool is Fiery picking up the stacks. Julie recently had a 10 speed buff, and I don't know how relevant it will be in this game or in general, as we see Leon just put it in instead. But something nice there. It's Stagger Swagger stacks on stacks, just full, and Slick Cakes just full speed Julie build at the ready. Here to dash punch those barriers and get them. And I think Might on Leon's pretty scary. He's looking a little large. You get 25 extra power every time you press ult, and 10 extra power, you know, just base from the Awakening. So,
yeah,
something to watch out for.
Hey, and the scaling. The
The
scaling.
scaling X! It's X!
It'll scale. Oh, Gumi.
Oh,
Nice, whatever that
okay.
is. Nice triangle.
And snare drums. That's
And
what it's
snare
called.
drums.
Yeah, yep.
Call it a triangle. I think that's better.
Well, to each their own, I suppose. Fudgy Waffles trying to play Brawler Juno and get Leo Leon out of here. Not happening for now.
The stagger swagger. Gonna be able to top him off.
Online, almost taken out there as well, but once again, the Stagger Swagger. Healing just slightly, keeping him alive, but now has no evades, trying to use the X Maximus, and now there's the Fiery Flurry. Not able to come up with the KO even still, and Leo Leon
I believe
survives
this
to
is what the
see
kid
another couple
called
seconds.
X-Lore?
Is this?
Well,
X-Lore?
Is this
X-Lore, I think, would be more of Leo Leon actually punching people out, rather than just
Hey.
standing here and staying alive.
This is
Yeah,
part
winning
of
the
X-Lore.
1v3. It's got to be X-Lore.
Oh!
Wow.
Not the angle Gumi wanted.
I mean, getting old?
Is it over for him? Oh, it's not
Really?
over for Leo Leon, looking young and spry as ever. Getting that barrier
There's the
really nicely with
X-Maximus
the double
again.
tap.
Gumi hit the corner this time. Fudgy tries to get up to Firely. There's the snare drums used. That will come right on back in. On the Flying
Bounce.
Phoenix. Once again, I mean, if you try it enough times as the Juliet, it's bound to go in the goal, right?
It's always the fun
And that-
part, I think, about Mako ult, you know? You're like... like, the way that bounce just looks so unpredictable every time. It just kind of found its way into Fiery. It looked like Gumi had just cleared it out, and then, you know, 3 seconds later, it's just another attempt. I'll be honest. I mean, I have no idea. I know how the ability works, kind of. Like, I get the idea, right? But then when you're actually playing, you're just like, Inshallah, I hope it goes out away from me. You know? Like,
It'll work. Yeah, the ensnare drum, the idea versus ensnare drum, the man. Two
Yeah.
different beasts entirely.
Oh, Gumi, nice energy burst, but Fiery still has his. Probably going to use it here. No, gets the barrier without using the energy burst. Now, there's the full speed. Looking to get it around Gumi.
oh,
Slips it in. Oh, that was a slime.
Sliming.
Okay.
Yeah, Fudgy's
No, a
doing
little-
a great job. Sorry, go on.
Little slime greasing the gears there. Getting in. That was insane.
Okay. No, I was thinking Fudgy's been doing a great job all game of like getting Fiery these easy looks, and I think kind of just getting the better of Hardbox in these interactions, both on offense and defense.
But
Making it
the
pretty
era
hard.
is scaling.
They're scaling! Mako Air X
They're
will
scaling.
scale.
Did you see how big he was?
He's awfully large.
And he is
Oh.
now dead.
And he's not on my screen.
Oh, Fiery. Oh,
Oh.
my. That was almost
Now
a very
we-
unfortunate own goal. Streak barely gets back in time. Not what you want to see on the power play opportunity.
Okay.
With Leo Leon coming back online. There's the Bell Rigger will take out Fiery. Strike shot keeps it forward. Beautiful Maelstrom. Energy burst utilized here by Streak. It'll find the barrier on the other side.
This
Gumi
guy's
pops
scary.
the emote.
I
Streak still
I
has
could see
primary.
the classic Gumi happening here.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's we're due for it at some point. Okay, there's your X-Lore.
There it is.
I mean, goodness, Streak caught lacking. Yeah, I mean, right? I guess Cardbox are we talking shit because he just pulled up and locked it down in there. I think that was a really nice point in the 2v3 from him and Gumi to make sure they get that opportunity in there.
Yeah. 2 energy bursts now. Of course, for what's this? Acne Kai. Uh-huh. That's the team name. Fiery looking a little low. Has to
Only
be
a little
careful in the
bit.
stagger
Oh.
swagger. Energy
Energy
burst
burst
burn.
check.
That's 2. There's the barrier as well. Fiery coming in. Just comes up a little bit too short. Gumi almost gets KO'd thanks to a blobbo from Fudgy. Doesn't happen
Old
this
grandpa.
time. Streak going forward, trying to get in there, but won't have the opportunity to do so. Now it's 2 energy bursts for Goats Esports. Leo, beautiful play to find one barrier. Now looking for a second. Won't find it there. Still low. Has to be careful, but Fudgy, fadeaway shot, top corner. bang! It goes in.
Yeah. Wow. That was a really cute move from Leo Leon, but the energy bursts are just a little too much to overcome there from Goats, and that takes him to a nice 2-0. 2 close sets though, and again you've got some pole position in the draft for this scaling comp.
Scaling comp, guys.
Scaling comp, and that guy's gonna take built different, and that is that is real scaling. That's might and 30% size. Bro's gonna be a little big out there. Perfect form being picked up by Fudgy Waffles, one of the best Wake Kings in the game. Walk it in, Orb Dancer on card box, speed and coverage. Wow, unstoppable on streak. I think is going to be pretty good. The primary just kind of wins every interaction already, but now just defending against any like one hits from X, which or 2 of his moves. If he has ult, like you've already lost. Hey, sorry, but can defend really well against the Bell Ringer or the Bull Rush. Would be really nice. Pretty good draft for both teams, but I definitely think if Leo Leon is not able to show up and start carrying the game, it's looking a little Goats Esports favored.
Yeah, a little.
I mean,
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's so weird. You know, maybe does this mean I haven't watched any of their games today? Is this just what Gumi's like when he's not having Kinu hold his hand? You know, because it feels like there's paper, you know, in their goal. Not him, the barriers. Well, whatever. I'm going a little hard on him, but still,
You're going a little hard on both goalies right now, Lexus.
Yeah, well, Brawler lore, ABAB. Oh my goodness, Fiery still punched it in 1v3. Wow,
Game point now.
That should be a clean 3-0.
Might just be. And this is a pretty important match. I think we touched on it briefly earlier. Now's a great time to bring it up. Gumi is sitting in 3rd place in the standings, Fudgy at 4th. Whoever wins this, or if it's a 2-0 in Fudgy's favor, I'm pretty sure that means that he just takes the spots bracket over Gumi. And obviously if Gumi is able to win this game somehow or tie it up, then I don't think they're tying it up. I don't think they're winning this one. But if they tie it up, I think Gumi takes the spot. So it's a real uphill battle for Fudgy Waffles and co. But they're looking good so far.
I mean, yeah, looked good in that one. I do think, Gumi's team composition, this Agni Kai roster, went all in on the speed, and it felt like it wasn't enough because Fudgy had so much more presence in the midfield with the Juno. That's kind of what it felt like to me.
Yeah, I think I agree 100%. Fudgy clocking in 173 redirects. A lot more than anyone else in the game. Cardbox at 162. And not more than that guy, but everyone else is hanging out in like the 120s at best. So those two were just like duking it out in the midfield, but Fudgy had so many abilities and a huge range of influence, whereas Cardbox is playing era, and that's rough.
I mean, I think Goats just converted more frequently on the opportunities they got, which they scored more goals and won the game. But I don't know, it just felt like the defense, like the core was moving back and forth across the field. Sure, like Juno might have a slight advantage, but it felt like when they would get the core down on Streak's side, when Agni Kai would get the core up in aggressive position, they just had a lot harder time. I mean, Asher does a pretty good job at locking down X in like a 1v1, right? Like it's hard to beat primary. Juno cutting off all the passing angles, so
yeah.
And Fiery doing a great job just saucing up Gumi some on the other end and finding the goals. So well played to Goats.
Well played indeed. They are on the road to making it till tomorrow. Next game will decide it. So if these teams have perks available, I expect to see them used. Given that this is the last one before they reset anyway. Goats Esports has 1 Chrono Break and 1 Bait and Switch remaining. Whereas Agni Kai has 2 Octagons and an extra character ban on the table. So presumably we see some uses out of those. You see everything on your screen here. Bait and switch is one that I didn't look at because I didn't think anybody had it. But now it's gonna.
Isn't
You
that
may
when you
swap
can
it.
change a striker and there can be mirrors? I'm looking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can change a striker in the draft after the draft concludes, and it can be something that someone else already picked.
Finally, 2 Makos.
This is what they
Whoa.
need. This is what Agni. This is how Agni Kai can still win. Yeah, it's. I really think bait and switch is a pretty powerful perk. You know, you can show up.
Yeah.
And
Wait, so-
obviously, just draft whatever. You can draft something terrible and then fix it, or you can just bring in another. Like today, we're going to be running two Kais or like 2 Julies. Who cares? I'm sure there's some character you can zone in on as being the best.
Now-
character, though, but...
Am I
How-
reading this right? By the way, result in a striker mirror or a duplicated striker. So like, say hypothetically, Gumi says, "I love Mako," and he locks in Mako, right? Goalie
Yeah.
next game. But then they use bait and switch because Cardbox is like, "No, man, I wanted to play Mako." Can they both play Mako? Can
Yep.
they have 2 Makos?
2
Yes.
Makos.
That sounds accurate.
Wow, awesome.
Now,
Yeah.
okay. So, one problem with that, it's goats that has the bait and switch.
I see.
Oh.
Now, the
Well-
other thing is Agni Kai does have that extra character ban. So, even though the bait and switch is there, Agni Kai can still ban 2 strikers away, and a banned striker still cannot be selected. In my interpretation, in the bait and switch.
Right.
Maybe we'll ask for some clarification on that if it does happen.
I think
Um,
it says that in the doc, but I don't remember.
It just says any of the 3 striker picks for another pick. Already selected striker on either team. But I assume that banned strikers are still banned. Because
Yeah,
if they
I
can
would-
pick a banned striker, that's a little overpowered.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It would be pretty weird especially if
sushi's
Agni
here.
Kai dropped 2 bans and then they said, but actually, but wait, I'm gonna pick one of
But
those
wait.
guys.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, yeah, perhaps not. But yeah, bait and switch still looks really good. I think something pretty interesting is if Goats wanted to run 2 Vices or 2 Lunas and just really all in on the damage, both those characters getting evades really comfortably, and if you have 2 of them, they can both just get evades, bounce off each other, that kind of thing. And so could be interesting. I don't know if they're going to use it.
Okay, we did get clarification. Bait and switch does not go through bans. So, ban strikers will still hold. So the double ban will still hold, and that will be fine. I have to assume they're pulling that out. Unless there was really...
Fudgy,
because
pull it out.
they could
Pull it
only
out.
use...
It's time to whip it out, Fudgy.
They could only use 1 perk per game, right? You can't use more than 1, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So...
Now's the
You're,
time.
you're probably not going to see a chrono break here unless you really hate the awakenings you rolled. And I also feel like you'd rather ban a striker than force prize fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, Prize Fighter is great and all, but not having to deal
Yeah.
with the guy feels pretty nice.
Right. Like banning the Juno.
Yeah,
What are you
wipe
going
it
to do
away.
now, Fudgy?
Or when they pick. Oh wait, never mind. But I'm all turned around, bro. I just need this game to start. I need to,
I'm down for this game to
I'm
start.
not very good.
Right
I'm
there,
down
we're good.
too.
Seeing it in my head. I need to see it on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a visual learner, and today, Twitch chat, I want you to teach me what a Prime sub looks like right now. Show it to me. Let's see it.
Let's see it. Any
Hey, or-
primers?
A tier 1. Hey, not quite
There
sure
you
about
go.
that one either. I heard
tier
something
one.
about
Tier
449,
two.
but Not quite
Tier
clear.
three.
Gonna have to see it.
Update from the other group, which... No, never mind. I thought it was done, but it is not done. And I am just bad.
No update from the other group.
No update from the other group.
Damn.
The main thing, of course, is that Gret 3Z match, which we'll have to see how that ends up going.
Because I think my sushi was sitting on my front porch for like 15 minutes.
Sounds appetizing.
It's
Yum.
I mean, it's fine, right? Like,
yeah, it's fine.
What's the worst
But
that happened?
I am
I'm like,
salivating a lot right now. Fudgy, give me. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah,
Any
I
day
think
now.
we're strategizing a little too hard on these.
Yeah,
These
bro.
perks.
What's the strategy? Play better, win more. It's in the name, bro.
He said the
It's in the
line.
name.
What do you have to
He
think about?
said the line.
Just change your guys out and go win the game. It's that simple.
What?
Yeah, just stop. You don't have to think about it too hard. Just pick some terrible character and then repick when you're done.
What
Really throw them
matches
off their groove.
Oppo watching.
What would be the much funnier use is like swapping your opponent's character, like making Leo Leon play, I don't know, something like Octavia on a full damage start or something, you know?
Yeah.
That's what, if I were captain, that's what I would use. It's always funnier to...
I've
Oh.
come to elaborate the bait and switch perk.
Yippee!
Thank you, Vaughn.
You cannot change your opponent's characters.
What?
What the perk has is once the pick ban phase is over, you can swap any of the 3 of your picks with either your team's own ban or any other character. So this includes already selected characters, which means you could have a mirror match, or in the case of if you want to get really devious, you can ban your own team's ban. Like let's say your Amy's app on red side, right? Your team can ban Rasmus as red side and then pick it with the pick and swap or whatever, bait and switch. Or let's say it's like a timeless start. Okay, your team picks Rune as blue side, and then when you get to 2 and 3, you just pick like random Joe Schmo. After you say bait and switch, okay, actually another pick is also Rune. So now you have 2 runes.
2
So
runes.
It's really
We're
flexible.
gonna build a wall.
It's really
Putting it up.
flexible and has a lot of like different versatility. So it's probably the most like complicated team perk to use because you have a lot of options.
Right.
So that's a little explanation. All right. Eagles.
Wait,
No,
Vaughn.
I needed
Oh,
that.
never mind.
I needed that badly.
Yeah, those are the
Maybe
words I
Saya
need
will
to
give us
hear.
confirmation on whether or not the draft we see on screen is actually correct and what map we're on. Something tells me it's not quite correct. Okay. Because I was about to say, like, is Prize Fighter, did we just roll Prize Fighter or did somebody use the Octagon? And by somebody, I mean Agni Kai. Okay. So we rolled Prize Fighter Stagger Swagger. I
Sorry,
assume
you
that's the
Big
case.
prize fighter. You'll kill them.
Kill them now. It wasn't the Octagon, but it can be.
Wait, what's the
It
map?
is now.
What's the map?
We don't know. It will get fixed in a moment. We are
What's the
told.
map?
And I have yet another Twitch ad, which is lovely.
Mm.
So now I can't
You know how to
even
get
see
rid
what
of
it is.
Twitch ads.
Hey,
Tennis bottom.
that's true.
Twitch.tv/FirelightV, where you are right now.
Yep.
Click that little subscribe button, that little resubscribe, that little gift a sub. It's September, baby.
True.
No ads.
You're saving money.
You don't have to miss out on a single second of the greatest S tier this week.
And it is.
He's not wrong.
I checked the calendar. You're right.
Yeah. What, the only thing that would have changed that would have been like NASL finals was last week, but actually it was 2 weeks ago, so.
So we're
everyone
good. We're
needs
in the
to get
clear.
rolled. Yeah, we're in the clear. So I'm also going to assume if we naturally rolled prize fighter that there is an extra character band that we do not yet know. Because they would be kind of silly not to use that right now.
Yeah, it's now or never. It's the last round. Time to throw it all at the wall.
Right. It resets anyway. We are also, I believe we are also watching the first round of bracket tonight.
That's
really
really exciting.
Played. So we'll see. One thing, it is double elim tomorrow, by the sounds of it. So the third place teams are down and they start in losers. Okay, gotcha. So it's double elim, but the third place teams start in losers. Cool. So was there another character ban, Saya? Okay, so we're just throwing for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, they're saving it for Play Better Win More 4. You wouldn't get
Oh,
it.
They're saving it for 4.
In another year when that happens?
Your
Yeah,
perks actually carry over to NASL season.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a shame Von Haraga was already used, or that could have been a great one
Yeah,
against Sad
right.
Boys.
True. Very true. Well, the characters we're in am I reading that right? Goats? Oh, it's because they're using bait and switch because they wanted to lock in the Jew. Okay, that's
But
why.
they might be baiting us and then switching it up.
They're or they're baiting and switching us by us assuming they're going to use bait and switch and then they don't.
Yeah, what's getting bait and switched here?
So the Juno is probably going in instead of the Kai,
I thought you couldn't do Juno because she's banned, right?
but
Yeah,
your
you can
team
do your own
banned it.
ban.
You can do your own ban.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to read or listen. Bertram, I'm eating edamame.
Vaughn literally just explained this to us. But all right. So
Nice beans.
Thank you. I'm
is
just waiting for
Gumi
them to start.
playing? Is Gumi playing Estelle goalie? Is this Estelle goalie or now goalie?
Probably Estelle, if it's between those two.
I would assume Estelle. I'm just surprised we're seeing Estelle goalie on Clarion.
Oh, it's Ronald. Don't ask what the P stands for.
Oh, Ron P on Estelle. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
'cause-
that also
that
makes
makes
sense.
Kai's taken.
Coming in.
Right, so he's in the Estelle now.
And Gumi midfield. I mean, Gumi is a better midfielder, so.
Yep.
Oh wait, that's something that I don't think is talked about enough. Is that
Gumi's
Gumi
a
is-
better midfielder.
yeah, Gumi's pretty good in the midfield position. Anyway, huge info coming in fast, coming in hot. Bait and switch was used by Goats.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Aimee is being swapped out for now, and Fiery
Shocker.
is out for Josh, which is
Oh,
not
wait,
a bait
no,
and
never
switch.
mind.
That's just a roster swap.
Oh, that's just like
Yeah, that's
not
just
a perk,
a
that's just like what happened.
that's not a perk. That's just going on.
So you used
So-
a bait and switch on me and Kenneth Bottom here.
Yeah,
Well, they
I-
used bait and
I had
switch because we
26
thought
bucks.
Fudgy was just going to pick Judo again. That's what I thought anyway.
What a smart captain.
So
What an intellectual genius that guy is.
there will be two nows on our screen. Why, if you wanted the now, why didn't you just pick the now?
Maybe they wanted to deny Amy.
That sounds right.
Maybe.
From the Gumi.
Deny both the Juno and the
They
Amy.
wanted to deny Amy, but they still wanted to play now. It's an alright use.
Yeah, an appreciable use.
Don't
That being
hate it.
said, yeah, I'm there. Being said, the game is starting.
You're talking about.
I'm cheering. I'm having a very loud celebration inside, so you can't hear it.
Right.
But
There you go.
I want you to know, deafening.
Edamame, I'll come back for you.
We gotta get
another time.
Oh,
No,
this
walking in-
makes so
oh,
much sense, bro. This is Josh. I was thinking that Josh, you know,
Yep.
Grimella was in this tournament, but everyone's just calling
No.
him Josh. But this is Josh.
Oh, he is also in
pretty
the tournament.
Pretty sure Fudgy just picked him just so that he could feel a little more at home.
Just feel
We have Josh at home.
We have
yeah,
Josh
you don't have
Rome.
to learn a new name. It's still Josh. That makes sense.
Yeah, you can just yell at the same guy anyway, and it all works out. And oh my god, going for the kill immediately. We are looking at an entire Stagger Swagger lobby, and we're looking at Streak on the now
boo.
goalie. Yeah,
Boo.
guys, put your pillows down. The popcorn, pick it back up. I'm sure this game will get really exciting really quickly. You just have to wait and see with Streak. Get in there,
pick it up.
and that barrier.
Yeah,
It's
so-
happening.
Nice strike from Goaty Goodles. My bad.
And
I mean,
oh, what kind of curse did you cast?
I don't know what that just was.
I feel like this has to be like a more potent offense here from Agni Kai than it is for Goats, right? I mean, this comp was so weird. Kai now with the jewel. Oh! Gotta eat a bean after that one.
And that's one for the beans.
That's the bean counter.
Yeah, bean counter, tick it up.
But like, I'm just wondering how they're going to actually get an attempt on the goal without an extreme misplay from Ronald Letter P.
Josh does the same things that Fiery was doing in the last game.
Well, yeah, but Fari had
It's
a
their-
winning midfield. Fudgy has. It takes like everything he has, right, to get it past a Kazan and a Now. And then there's still like a whole Estelle kit to stop Josh from even getting close to the net.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're having a lot of trouble.
They get these
getting
attempts,
it
but it's
out.
all strikes, you know.
hmm I think
So-
the idea is that the Now and the Kai will like trade going up because we saw Streak pushing up a lot earlier, but it's not really happening. It's just kind of they got one barrier, big, but it's just kind of bent on their side the entire time. They're just sitting there like playing with their strikes, trying to get it through, and they're defending this one barrier like, you know, the earth will explode and everyone will die if it goes down.
But it
No
will.
problem though.
And it's true, but
Yeah.
it's looking rough to mount an offense. Here they finally have it.
Oh.
Okay, and if they just do that, they can win.
That was called the fudgy angle. where it
I believe
bounces
that
off
was a
the-
fudgy angle.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bounces off the side street little quarter there and goes in. Oh, Josh can't find the core with the energy burst. Now is flying Phoenix, but
nice
Ron P.
save from Ronald P.
Beautiful on the Rose Warp. Leo Leon can't quite get to the core. Still moving pretty fast here, and this point feels like it's gone on for about 4 minutes.
Gone on long
Josh,
enough.
fade away. Doesn't matter. Ron P's got the energy burst. Streak has his own on the back lines as well. Still can't quite collect. Okay. Another weird bounce. We're like getting so many weird bounces off of those. I'm just gonna
Side
keep calling
street.
them the side streets.
Yeah.
Just farming weird bounces
Yeah.
on some Gardner Atlas activity.
I mean,
Get your trowel
it
out
just-
and dig them up.
it feels like if Josh doesn't hit like a really nice mix-up, they're never scoring. There's not like a. Doesn't feel like there's like an actual checkmate here ever, unless it's a mistake from Agni Kai.
Dash punch.
Yeah, but like, it shouldn't even get to that point, right?
Clearly
in a perfect
not.
world where the robots are playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the robots take over our bodies and play for us, it should
Like we
look
see
like what
every
we just
week on
saw.
NASL.
Not for
Yeah,
the next few
this-
though.
This
Plenty of time.
formation, the project Maelstrom, had to remember it. It's looking pretty good for Goats Esports, I think. If they can, I want to see Josh hit a dash punch and kill someone. But until then, he hits a dash punch, gets the barrier, and then scores. So maybe I'm stupid.
No, I think you were right. I think if he did what you did, they would have won.
You know, I think so, and I think I've never been wrong. So
1 point.
happy to see it.
Not 1 point.
It's nice to actually see Fudgy a little bit more comfortable moving forward here. Like they were defending that barrier like the earth was going to explode, because it was, as we called out.
You have this Kazan who actually like contributes to and wins midfield interactions, compared to the Julie who can, but there's not like anything left in the tank to score on Estelle if you do.
Right. See that again.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I think the offense and the defense start, but they're still
Fudgy
getting the
entered
looks,
first.
so you have to respect it. They are playing better anymore. Nice.
Still another Rose Warp.
Scary
On
Rose
people.
Warp, the goal line Rose Warp with Juliet in
Yeah.
the face, but got there.
He's getting it done.
Streak is just gliding around on Leo. I don't know if
A little
he's got
bit.
mom boots or glass cannoners. No, he's Stagger Swagger and
Yeah,
mom
he's got
boots.
Stagger Swagger mom boots and a dash punch. Finally getting to Josh. We'll put it in.
Tickle that guy. We gotta knock those boots off. Gotta scuff those boots a little bit.
Yeah, give him a quick spit real quick.
And the
a
bouncy
kick.
castle. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. I think Kazan.
Including the
Really
core
good
just
here.
going to all
Guys.
corners.
Anything could happen on the bouncy castle.
Round and round we go.
Sure, something cool will happen soon, right? Right?
Surely.
I'm waiting.
Whenever I was talking about earlier about been playing some goalie in solo queue. Whenever we play Clarion, I just assumed that like we're going 1-3 every set, even if we perform like these, because I'll never hold in this match. We lost this every time.
Well, that's the way you want to approach the game, Lexus.
Yeah,
Just assume you're going to lose every set. Yeah.
Hey,
it's called a positive outlook. You know, I can't get mad
Right.
when I lose on this map if I never thought I had a chance to.
and
true.
if that's not what playing better and winning more is, I don't know what it could be.
True.
Like,
Oh,
Eek.
almost a good pass. Across the
Yo,
beat drop.
use energy burst.
There's a
Oh.
beautiful dimer.
here we go.
Hey, they're scoring goals.
They're
They are
getting it done.
scoring goals. I mean, I don't know. I'm not tracking Ron P's cooldowns enough to know whether there was an option there, but
It was super
It is-
fast.
I do think I do think it is nice play so far from Goats. I think they have the worst comp and they're just playing better, winning more.
Yeah, and they just picked up Egoist on their really fast character, so that's pretty intimidating. It makes converting from defense to offense for Fudgy really, really easy. It's nice. And Josh picking up the Super Surge, which I just think is good. Dash Awakening Julie, especially Super Surge, dropping a 30% on it
Shaolin mode.
is, yeah. It's like
Well, to
it's
your
a lot
point.
easier to get things done with that extra dash range.
Yeah. I mean, I think the extra dash range is huge, right? We're talking about the Estelle. Now, of course, there's also missile propulsion that Ron P picked up, so
yeah,
still going to have
really
to work
nice
around that.
trap For,
Yeah.
Yeah.
for their whole team. BD,
Size on
missile
Kazan.
prop, team player.
And
Yeah.
right now, Goats is kind of feeling the draft. Down 2 barriers.
Size
Looking to
Kazan
defend.
against
Yeah.
his old heads like Streak. Okay,
Never
Quick
even seen
strike.
Kazan.
Strike 20 times. I'm pretty sure Streak's not that old. But
KO, but Josh is there.
Shaolin monk.
Super Surge
Fly
coming in with
in.
Flying Phoenix. Gets it done. Still has the energy burst here, too. And all the meanwhile, Fudgy was down. So that could have been a power play, but Josh is able to put it away. Leon tries to dip in. Commanding descent will find one barrier. Hardbox burns the energy burst, but now Josh is in pursuit again. Meanwhile, Leo is just continuing to dribble it in the corner. Playing ping pong with these two. Why wouldn't you?
And why not?
Nice use of the speed there from Cardblock. Leon engaging barcode strap. You heard me say knock off those mom boots, and you thought I meant like permanently.
Oh.
Yeah, like, with great force as opposed to a scuff.
Yeah.
Brought out the box cutter and said, "I'm gonna tear him up."
Insane patience on that flip in the net from both players. I actually thought Leo was gonna get it, but just had that extra moment. Really cool. Oh, Dorito time.
Oh, shout out to Dorito time.
Oh shit!
Dorito time.
Super Bowl party. I don't know. I've had better bits.
Oh.
Whoa! Ronald P.
Ronald Pizzity has been found dead in the goal box.
Egoist proc here too. Might not even need it.
Yep.
Use it just to be safe.
Top
Should be
corner.
sending
Gets it
that
done.
in.
By the way, reminder, this is for who moves on to bracket. And
Yeah,
right now,
this is
momentum is
big.
all goats.
Agni Guy, lock in! Tournament on the
Agni Guy.
line, Agni
Hey.
Guy!
Now's your time. I do want to say we haven't seen a whole lot of it, but this strike shot missile prop on Ron P, as every time bro hits the Crystal Thorns button, it's just from downtown all the way to the enemy goal box, and the strike shots are also just like devious. I think a little bit more time, it could be, or there's opportunities for it to be incredibly impactful, and like that was a great strike shot. It's a lot of like little interactions, not super big or flashy, but it's helping out a lot, and I think it's pretty big. That all being said, Goats might take it here with a great save from Streak.
Second one. There's the top spin, though. That'll get her
Great
done.
try. He was trying to get to the mine. He would have saved it. That was a really nice try. Doesn't look like he got the bounce he wanted based on the little hover there. Yeah, I mean, I will just say that Streak's been playing great. I think that, like I was saying, I think that a lot of the scoring attempts that Goats have gotten are kind of based on a few small, micro mistakes. But Streak's just been really solid all throughout the game, not giving those same kinds of opportunities over, which is can really be the difference maker. Just one person locking in like that.
You're done being on your hater arc, Alexis?
Well, I didn't want to get a DM or ping in Westport after he watches the VOD tonight or something.
Right. Josh, a little low. Has to be careful here. Waits for Stagger, so I got to come back online. There's the drone that comes through, but it doesn't matter.
Leo Lizard.
Press the point.
Yeah, just a couple strike wars, and all of a sudden they were looking like they might be dead in the water, but now they're 2-2 here in set 2. Chance to even up the score and get them back in this game. Big damage on the dash card box.
Fudgy, blazing pace, up to Josh, finds one barrier, now back in the corner, looks for a second, denied. Streak moves forward, trying to keep the core here in possession of Goats Esports, finds the second barrier, and they still have possession for the most part. Josh picks up the Maelstrom Orb in the process. We'll lose one barrier for the trouble, but Josh slides in, finds a KO, power play opportunity now. Leo can make a little slide of his own, and now trying to play defense in the midfield line. We'll let it slip past. Here's Fudgy on the barrage. Cardbox comes back online. Fudgy keeps sending it to the corner. Josh not in position. Streak moves forward. Fudgy's also there. There is that Flying Phoenix already burned. And the energy burst from Josh. Here's Fudgy on the fadeaway shot again. Can't find it. Defense still holds.
Yeah,
for
really
the time being.
Defended.
Fudgy now again looking for Josh. Can't quite get the job done, but finally threads the needle. Ron P doesn't have an answer that one time. And the core goes in. 2 sets up for Goats Esports. They are looking to clinch their playoff berth.
Yeah, right here, right now. And they were looking really, really great that last point. They were moving like one whole machine, and now that's Catalyst Egoist for Fudgy. Perfect.
3
form being
fingers,
picked
1
up.
hand is what they say, I think.
Yeah, is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
What happened to the other two?
3 fingers, 1 hand. This is I don't know, Disney Pixar movie.
Also,
Inside Out 3. That's where the 3 fingers are coming from.
you know, Fudgy Waffles is on the team when the Juliet picks up on you.
Oh, yep. Hey. Take it away. Obligatory joke time. Oh, obligatory that guy's dead time. A little bit of a goats draft. Not really, but...
Kill that guy.
Obligatory mods? You know what to do.
Odds.
Yeah, I mean...
Leon.
It feels like a lot of these points for Agni Kai are just coming down to, like, can Leon, like, do it all on the front side of the field? Because they're not having the defensive prowess that I really maybe expected them to be able to. There's probably something about the midfield matchup with Now and Kai that I just don't understand. But the opportunities seem plenty and bountiful for Goats Esports. Probably going to punch that one in. Nice.
Especially as KOs start to come through, and Josh was able to pick up one there. Limits your opportunities, but Josh has been able to find a handful of those here early, and I think one of the things kind of goes back to, for me, is that Super Surge pickup. I think he's a lot harder to get it around now because you don't have it, and now double barrier slowly goes in. Goats looking to send themselves onto a match point.
Yeah,
situation.
Make double when you're down 0-2 in sets. You hate to
That's
see
a tilter.
It hurts.
That's when it's over.
That's not a dollar store deal you want to see.
Josh
Fun's picking that one up.
brings him down again. Nice patience from Ronald P. He almost goes down there. No one knows what it stands for, bro.
Who
knows.
could say for sure? But Fudgy really tearing it up out there. Just in there striking. There's the downtown Crystal Thorns. A little scary. Had to strike for that.
Dang.
There's another dash punch, and Cardbox is having a little bit of trouble playing this point. He's getting smoked by Josh
The
himself.
Shaolin monk. Oh, crazy bounce there.
That was
actually
scary.
gonna
Ron P
cost
has the
that
energy
flip.
burst. Almost goes for the double on the other side.
That would have been a crazy double. Oh,
Oh my
Leo,
God.
with
Leo
the
still
size.
finds it.
The biggest hook I've ever seen. Nice save from Ronald P. And now this point's wide open. I mean, they keep finding life. Agni Kai.
There's
It's
the
not
Super
over
Surge
yet.
cooldown. But Josh, energy burst, top quarter. We're on match point for Goats Esports. Tournament life for Agni Kai.
Yeah, Agni Kai's gonna really need to pull up here.
It feels like they're constantly just on the brink of bringing it around here. Both games, it's like they're so close to turning a corner in the match. They have one last opportunity to do it here. Flip down from Fudgy and Leo Leon. Barrier traded over. Hardbox looking for another one.
Cool. Off the expanse.
Not far from a flip. Might have to use some energy to evade real quickly. Nope, that is now. Gonna be healing up real quick. And that's the barrier. And this is Agni Kai's chance. Here's where they show up. But Josh, with the insane dash, wants it, but Cardbox is just gonna shepherd it right in through Fudgy Waffles.
Just walk it in, young man.
And that's
Young.
again what they need to stay alive. Hey, 2 more and they seal out the set, bring it to a set 4.
Tournament life still. Crystal Thorns will pick up the first barrier. Not even 3 seconds into the game. Nice denial from Cardbox there on the energy burst burned by Fudgy. Josh sliding in. Almost finds another KO. Doesn't that time around.
Josh overthought it a little bit. He tried to he thought they were gonna dodge or something. If he just went straight down, dead Ronald P.
Feels like Josh just needs a little extra speed. And he'd have a lot
Josh
more
needs a
opportunities,
little
but
extra
now
life. The Atlas ult.
is
Okay,
out.
Recovery drone.
Fudgy has to burn this energy burst so that he can try to stay alive.
Pass. Not
Yep.
quite expected there. It's going to even up the barriers in the 2v3.
Fudgy
Josh taking
trying to
a
just
lot.
keep possession. Trying to find a way to get at this to Josh, but Cardbox and Leo Leon actually doing a decent job now of making sure Josh is covered. Haven't been able to get it through until Fudgy's able to step up. Now has that energy burst again, but the barrier is going to go down. Cardbox low on Stagger. Fudgy finds it on the energy burst. His second in this point. Core goes off the Giga Blast. Tournament life again for Agni Kai. Have to be very careful. Josh already burned the Flying Phoenix cooldown. Leo Leon pokes it away. Streak now.
Need to score yesterday.
Gonna be patient, and Leo Leon slips in. Finds the crooked leverage and finds the goal. Now they are on set point, looking to deny this one away.
Wow. I mean, Josh was inches away from flip. One more opportunity, and that would have been the tournament for Agni Kai. But once again, they keep it alive. They still have a chance. Oh, Leo. Can't find two. Again, the Egoist and the Catalyst are so huge. I mean, Fudgy's back to... He was the only one who didn't have flip last point. He's probably gonna... Oh, no. And 2 flips expended.
Open goals here. Again, tournament life. Leo Leon has to come up with something here, but can't find it. Josh can't collect on the Flying Phoenix either. The barrage is going to go right into Cardbox. Take the dribble up to the top side.
Full control.
Leo Leon's there, manning descent, slightly slow. Fudgy starts to come on through with the blazing pace. Can't quite do it there. Now, once again, the core will slow. Leo tries to pull it back into himself, but Fudgy is covering him beautifully. Streak tries to get this core up to Josh, but they just can't quite seem to find a way right now. There's the flip. Doesn't matter. Still doesn't get up to Josh. It gets sent away right before Josh is able to send it in. Giga Blast sends one flying. Josh can't win the strike war on the goal line. It gets sent away, but there's the Flying Phoenix to seal the deal. Goats Esports have clinched their bracket berth.
Wow. Nice mix-up from Josh. I think that guy played really well all game long, finding a nice mix-up on Ron P. And Fudgy and Streak really just locked it up as best they could and got the opportunities. And again, it was always so close for Agni Kai to feeling like they were able to do something. That sheet, not that terrible for him, but I mean, Fudgy you can see the dichotomy there, right? Fudgy waffles with the control, and Josh, he puts it in, right?
Yep.
I think Catalyst Egoist is a very weak combination.
I love Energy Awakenings. Can we get... Actually, Amy, are you watching? Can we put Fire Up in next patch? Don't rotate anything out.
Gonna be a start. Don't rotate anything out. Make it a start half the time.
Can we get
I think this will be
Fire
good for
Up?
the game. Oh, bring it back. We missed it. Next to me, please, please, please. Please.
It's my favorite thing in Omega Strikers.
This is not. This is a joke.
When I pick a character and then instead what I do is just walk around until I have core flip every 30 seconds and use that as my tool.
And then I give my teammates core flip. And then they use core flip and give me core flip so I can use core flip.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So
I get it.
I might be lying on the internet.
I'm down. What's up?
I love lying on the internet.
And
I do it all the
some TO who's actually been staring at this is probably going to have to clarify this. But I think so Agni Kai still has another match versus Bun Bun Hook Mental. If Agni Kai wins both games in the next best of 2, therein Goats is out. And is that the only thing that changes?
So Goats was the ones with their lives on the line here. Agni Kai's still like doing all right.
They still have a chance.
Well, they have a chance. They're out right now, right? They have to win.
And what if Goats also 2-0s? Does Goats have another game? I don't know.
Does Goats have another game? No, they're done.
Well, interesting. So it all comes down to if Agni Kai can pull out some points here against the top team in the group, which is easier said than done. And so Are we gonna watch that game?
We are.
I don't know.
We are. So we're about to
I
find
know
out.
right now, all some people are watching is ads because they haven't dropped their Twitch Prime. It's September. Thank
You know,
you, Doxy, with the 3-month
doesn't-
sub.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to shill for blocking the
For Vaughn.
ads when the people that would be blocking the ads are stuck in ads.
Gift subs.
But hey, the
Gift
chat can let
subs.
them know that they're missing really important.
I'm letting all
content.
the oil barons who already have subs know that their friends and family who are all watching this stream right now
and
are
starving.
struggling and missing out
They're so hungry for
because
content.
your greed is ruining the viewing experience of this tournament.
Disgusting
Gift
opulence.
subs or else.
Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Big. It's September.
Thank you, Doxy. Someone gets it.
Hey, and now we've got a hype train going. You know what would be even
There you go.
even better if it kept going. You know, level. Let's get that level up. We're at level 2 right now. What if it got higher? Bust out the wallet. Start making some decisions that you won't want to think about later. And by
Bust
won't
out
want to
your
think about
dad's
later, I mean you're
wallet.
not going to, because it's going to be a great investment. And I'm done talking.
Okay. All right. Have
Yeah,
you all got
that's
the
right.
shilling out?
I'm sure we could do more, but
And there's another thing.
For
Yeah, I think that's it. For now. For now.
now. So Bun Bun, Hook Mental, Liari, Hook, Scyther, Judgmental. Scyther went for 55. Which is the third highest? Fourth highest. Fourth highest. Yeah, fourth highest. Out of any player. So there you go. The more you know.
That makes him the 4th best player in the tournament.
correct.
I mean, who's to say, right?
Me. I just said it.
And if you speak it, Lexus, it must be true.
That's why we're here. You know? Yeah, I mean, you know.
Play better, win more. That's where we are.
Sorry about my mukbang. I'm not that
That
sorry.
happened.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't
you're really
happen.
not that sorry.
It didn't need
Don't
to happen,
apologize.
but it did.
Puffy's got at least one more point incoming. That is Clearance Isle. So they'll have another 2-0. Oh, wait. I'm just bad at trying to understand brackets right now.
That's why I just
You
don't.
know?
I just
well-
don't try. I just roll up.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if Puffy gets an extra one from when he's currently being shown on our screen.
I have to.
And I
go to
guess
the bathroom.
probably
I'm
not.
gonna have to watch Gumi again.
Okay, so actually, Goats is safe, and wait. Okay,
Well, and someone save him. A time wizard froze him. We need your
Sure.
subs now to release him.
We need subs now to figure out. We can't afford the scientists to discover if goats are playoff locked or not.
It's
Yeah.
looking like Puffy has entered the danger zone, and if Gumi doesn't boss up in a major way against the top seed in his pool, Puffy will be sitting pretty. And if he does, Gumi will take Puffy's spot and eliminate him.
this is my point, though, is that I think Gumi's team, Agni Kai, would have to 3-0 twice to have a chance. And if they do that, then there's a tie. in both total points and set difference.
Which they would have the head-to-head on because they just smoked them 6-0, right? Look, don't think too hard about it, okay? Because
well, we have to know the stakes, Lexus. I don't want to lie like I did last time.
Okay, they're gonna lose
Hey, but
set
it's
one,
okay.
and the stakes are they lost. They're okay.
and then they pack it up and go home.
The stakes are- They go.
Yo,
I need to explain this to you guys.
No, you don't. I don't want to
You
know.
guys don't understand it.
I'm not.
I'm
not
fine not
on-
knowing.
they're not
I'm
trying
just-
to understand
I'm
it.
not
They're not being
thinking.
helpful.
There's one more match in Group B. It's between Gumi
Right.
and Liari.
Okay.
Yep.
If Gumi 2-0s, he gets 3 points for 2-0ing, putting him at 6 and the
Oh, you
2
get 3
seed.
points for 2-0. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that would put him in the 2 seed, and would put Puffy at 4th and out.
And if they won one, what? Each team gets 1 point.
Gumi will be at 4 points and
Right.
out.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Grabella. Grabella
Yeah.
has saved us
that
because
Gosh.
is
we have
how it
decided to
works.
keep yapping.
Yeah, I may or may not have
know
had a
what
lot
is
of
we?
incentives to look closely at the points going into this round. And now I have a lot of useless information that I'm sitting on.
Yeah. Not the best for you right now, huh?
But if they don't, so if they don't 3-0, no, if they don't 2-0, they're out.
If they don't 2-0,
If they don't,
they're
2-0,
out.
they're out.
Yeah, if they
If
lose
do
either
2-0,
game, they're
they're
out.
in.
They do 2-0, they're the
Correct.
2 seed. They're on winner side even.
Guys, hear
Okay,
me out.
let's keep it simple, Josh. Okay.
Hear me out.
Sides.
We need
Alright.
Puffy to get in, right? Let's hear me out here. We need
Oh?
Puffy to get in. Puffy has to get in. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever needs to be done, it needs to be done.
Oh, okay. I thought that he was going to explain why. This guy has money on the line. This guy
This
guy
guy's
has money
betting.
on the line. This guy bet money. And you know what? I would almost, I don't know if it has anything to do with Puffy. I feel like he probably bet money Gumi's not gonna make it or something. That sounds more accurate. Why would Appa just have a bet on Puffy's team, you know?
Well, because
Yeah.
sports betting is exciting and I think illegal.
You know what is a better
depends on the
use of
state.
your money than sports betting?
Let's
Twitch
hear it.
Prime.
Yeah.
Prime subs here at twitch.tv/FirelighV for September. Okay?
Happy September, everybody. Bust
Happy
out those
September.
wallets.
My favorite time of the year.
It's incredibly legal to sub to Firelight V on twitch.tv.
Nothing suspicious about that. Nothing ethically wrong
Nothing at all.
with September.
Not at all.
Anyway, time to go all in on. Well, someone already went all in on Liari's team. Well,
Oh, shit.
then my
we're in
work
Map
is
Pick
done.
Band finally. By the way, oh, never mind. I keep being like, why was none of this done beforehand? And yet it's Agni Kai who was just in another match.
Freaking Agni Kai. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
bums
What are
playing
these
a
guys
series
Actually,
on
Gumi
stream.
should have been drafting for his team while he was not playing.
Yeah, he should have ignored the match.
Yeah,
That's what I'm.
that's what
Maybe
I've
he
been
did.
saying.
Hey,
Maybe
that's
he
what I've
did.
been saying. But
He
low-key,
probably just
though,
did ignore the match. Just went off
That
and
I
went.
said, oh. Wait,
Well-
no, Vaughn. When you say that, it makes it look like I'm asking your chat to give me money, which I'm not.
Hey, sub up. It's time.
Lexus GX470, your money. Give him your money.
All right, he got me. He got me. You caster. I hope I'm not getting paid to eat edamame and flame streak. Okay. I hope I'm.
You
I hope
are.
I hope that's.
Pay
the
better,
story.
good
win
day.
more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do know what
Pay
you
to
mean.
win.
Yeah.
And how did that work out for you, 3C?
Hey, we're in, baby. We're in.
Hey, let's go.
oh
Good work.
yeah.
Oh, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah. The
Wow.
hair on my chinny chin.
How did it feel using a perk? Once.
It was cool. We
It was
lost
pretty
both
cool.
games, but we won't lose. We won't lose both games with Vaughn tomorrow. Smiley face.
But it was cool, right?
Yeah.
Woo!
It was really cool when I
So,
said, with this treasure I summoned Vaughn. Really made me feel good.
I think your perk's a lot more interesting in bracket than it is in groups, because like in bracket you risk not being able to use it at all if you wait too long. But you don't want to
Yeah.
just, you don't want to be like, shit, I think we're crashing out in the first round of losers, Vaughn, because like where do you go? Where do you go from there? But
Yeah, hey, we're
do you
saving it for
have the
grands.
stones to be like, we'll pull Vaughn out in grands,
Yeah,
like
that's the plan.
really.
But what if you're coming in, or no, you will be coming in from losers. So you pull it out for grands, you can't do it in reset.
Oh,
Bro.
that
Right?
would be beast. Save it for the
All right,
bracket
save for reset. Save it for
But then,
reset.
you don't even need it because you already won the first set, so just don't use it at all.
That's true. We'll use it for losers finals. There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, yeah, back against the
Okay.
wall, and then it's riding the wave from there.
Yeah, surf's up.
Too bad we're not playing on Inkies.
Rest in piss.
Too bad is not the words I would use, but
Yeah, don't let
I
Vaughn hear that.
appreciate the sentiment.
Holy moly! What's going on here? Is it the battle of Gumi and Puffy or what? Or
Gumi and Liari.
Gumi and Liari?
Ronald. with
Yeah, but
Gumi-
Liari's already made it. So
Gumi has to win both games in order
Yeah.
to
what I'm
knock
saying.
Puffy out
yeah, Gumi
And
or
make-
Puffy.
bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the match is Gumi Leari.
Yeah, the match is Gumi Liari. I understand.
Yeah.
Yes, Gumi, we figured this out when Gramella joined call, is he was smarter than all of us. To
Yeah.
nobody's surprise.
Yar.
Yar. Well, and now that we've sorted out everything, our heads are screwed on properly, and we know what's going on. How are we feeling about this match? Agni Kai versus Bun Bun Hook Mental, which I believe we saw at the beginning of the stream, and it's been almost 7 hours, so it's been a bit since we've seen him in action.
That it has.
So this is the team that's sweeping the nation.
Yes.
Yeah, hook resets. It's when he wins the election.
Oh yeah, the hook reset selection chart. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
It didn't quite literally sweeping the nation.
fair enough.
There you go.
Streak, you don't want to watch the VOD. And if you do, you don't want to listen with sound.
I didn't say anything, but you just
So let's take a real quick look while we've got a second at the perks, unless we're getting into game right now, but I kind of doubt that's happening. Bun Bun Hook Mental has a Prevent a Ban and 3 Chrono Breaks. And remember, you can only use 1 perk per game, so they could Chrono Break twice for the 2 different games, or opt to Prevent a Ban. That Prevent a Ban is important because Agni Kai still has their extra character ban, which, as I read, I believe it does not extend to extra character ban. So they can extra character ban, and they ban that character, and they can't ban in draft if that ends up being used.
Did we lose Ian?
Yes, we did. But it doesn't look like his computer crashed. He just dipped from the Discord VC.
Bye, Ian.
Bye, Ian.
Yeah, he just like me for real.
Alright.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. You were talking about all that, and I just trust that you're right, so I just kind of like spaced out.
Awesome.
And we'll see what happens.
That's what I want to hear from my co-caster.
Okay, what I meant to say is I agree it'll be interesting to see what strategy they use with these perks, since it's use it or lose it at this point. At least as far as the group stage. If you think it's beneficial, might as well throw it out there. It'll come back for the bracket.
Are we doing character select by now? Are we doing striker draft?
We're actually never playing this
Please.
match. We're going to
This
keep
game will never be played.
Are we arguing about servers for the 20 millionth time? Haven't we gotten this down to a science at this point?
technical difficulties.
Well, here we are, folks.
Yeah. In the meantime, anyone see any movies recently that were cool? Do something fun?
Yeah, I watched
Anything?
something the other day. What was it? Oh, actually, I can't talk about that.
Oh. Awkward.
It was the movie.
I bet it was good though.
It was the movie from 2017, Pop Star, the Lonely Island movie where Andy Samberg is a pop star. But the scene I was thinking of, I definitely is allowed.
Okay.
Funny movie. Good movie.
You got that.
Yeah.
My bad.
Hope that was fun.
At
It was.
some point.
I laughed.
Great.
Good.
You won't.
Hey, W.
Not tonight.
Oh. I'm looking forward to playing the Risk of Rain 2 DLC and the and play Deadlock. Neither of which I have seen any gameplay of.
I have not played Deadlock, and I've heard mixed reviews. We'll call it that. I don't want to crush anyone's hopes before they get in there. I have played the Risk of Rain 2 DLC, and I can tell you, its maps beautiful.
Yeah.
The new characters are pretty neat. They kind of added some bugs, and they're fixing them. But man, the new items are so fucking boring. I don't know. So boring. Overall, I liked it, but it didn't make me want to play much more Risk of Rain than I already do, which is not very much. I have a few hundred hours on the game, but at some point, it's like, it always ends up the same. It always ends up.
That's
the same.
true.
So it's like, I thought it'd change it up more for me. It really didn't. I don't know. It was still fun. I think it's worth $15 at least.
Sure.
Or however much it is.
I just haven't gotten a chance to do it.
Hey, get in there.
It's been tryouts week for the program. So I've been staying behind. I've shifted my work schedule. I go in at like noon and come out at like 8 or 9. Which does not leave a lot of time in the morning. Leaves a little bit of time, but if you get up late and then you're like, oh, I gotta make myself breakfast, then you go, oh, I don't have enough time for an hour-long game.
What time do you go to bed?
Depends on the night. I mean, I try to by like 11, 11:30.
Send you a text. You up?
You up?
Because my sleep schedule's gotten pretty bad because I work nights now, and so I get off work at 11 and I go to bed at like 2. And I love it, but it's not good.
He means not about the getting home at 11, but the having a bad sleep schedule and loving it.
Oh,
pretty fun. And then like you start waking up in the afternoon, and you're like, I'm done having fun. I've had enough fun.
No more fun.
Wait a minute.
No more fun. And you got to get your act together. And it's like,
Sire, are you saving us? Okay. Extra ban has been used in game 1 Did they have to declare roster ahead of time? I guess it probably doesn't matter. But
Is there someone whose game I'm not familiar with to warrant this Atlas ban?
I mean, well, it's Clarion too. So it's not even like it's a good Atlas mid map. So it would just be banning it from Judgmental. Calling it a day. Judgmental known Atlas player? Not
Is there a reason
really.
that the starting awakenings are set to price for? I don't do a lot of custom lobbies. Is that what it normally looks like?
No. That is, I mean, that's from the last game.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Uh,
we set it in the thing. Duh, that's right. I thought someone was sneaking an
Awakenings
octagon.
this game are enhance. It stacks on
It's
stacks.
BD
Oh,
and
it's built
pancakes.
BD. Yeah, okay.
BD and pancakes.
Yeah. I was like, what is this orange blob that's currently on my
I can
screen?
respect BD and pancakes start.
Unless somebody wants to chrono break it. Which would only be
Don't do that.
Bun Hook Mental.
Everyone likes running pancakes. When you chrono break it, God knows what's gonna happen. You're gonna be playing or Ponderer, Timeless Creator start.
That's
You
true.
might just reroll an egoist and then
No take backsies.
and no take backsies. GG. Fun with that. Guys, I promise the game will start soon.
Warren Striker Select, baby. Woo!
It's happening. Oh, I'm
On
when
on
there's-
Snake Draft. We're doing Snake Draft. We're done.
we sit there for a little while and then like the worms in my brain start to get loud and say like it's time to
Tri-ban.
start talking. And so woo! We're almost there. So and then we get
Okay,
to
so
watch
they-
and then we get to watch some high level Omega Strike.
Elected to ban both the Atlas and the Luna. Okay.
Ooh, Asher on. Awesome.
Yes. Woo! Never seen this guy
Woo.
before.
I love Asher. One of my
Fucking
favorite
Asher.
characters. I don't like any character that's not Luna, to be honest with you.
Kind of true, but they banned it.
We should have added like
Yeah.
a $50 perk where everyone locks in. And starting awakening is Deadeye.
Mhm.
And it's a race to 30 kills, and you call it Team Deathmatch.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, really fun. It's my favorite part about Omega Strikers.
Playing
I
League
just-
of Legends.
Rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty. Getting to work.
Alright.
Julie
So
Locke
that's-
for
that's what
Scyther.
you know.
Erasmus was picked away.
Asher, Julie. So this is judgmental on the Asher?
Presumably, yes. It'd be Judgmental on the Asher, Liari on the Juno. I assume Liari would be in rather than Hook for the Juno. And the final pick is Octavia.
Whoa.
Are we sure Gooby locked in? Chat?
Chat. Carbox said, I'm busy tomorrow, guys. Pick me Octavia.
Pick me Octavia fast. And get the show on the road.
I mean, I guess the logic is that it's pretty hard to deny her good awakenings. It doesn't feel great as the characters on blue side, right? And pancakes is an alright start.
Vaughn says Goomy is good at Octavia and Ron P is on the Stell. I'm 99% sure that's how it's happened.
Yeah,
That sounds right.
we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll
see. I have seen Gumi on the Octavia. He's good at the Octavia. So if he can put it to work, especially on stack start.
One problem with that, Gumi is not in the lobby.
Yeah.
Spoiler
Hey.
alert.
Know what I know.
I think Cardbox is pretty good at Octavia. also
Cardbox is
seen
pretty
that.
good at Octavia.
What if Ron P is pretty good at Octavia?
What if Ron P is really good at Octavia? We might find
Update:
out.
no bracket being played tonight, so this is it.
So this
I
is
also
it.
Did just this is
the
it.
last series.
The last match of day one of Play Better, Win More Genesis. Everything on the line for Agni
yeah.
Kai. They need a clean 2-0 to find themselves in the winner's bracket. But even if they just go 1-1, they're done. They're going home.
And we're in
And they do
game.
it.
Woo!
They're against
And we're in
the top
game.
team in the group. Maybe there's a little win trade action from Liari. I don't know. We'll have to see.
It's now or never, and this is Agni Kai's opportunity to get it done. I saw Rasmus and Estelle, and I was like, oh, they got Rasmus Estelle. That looks pretty good. But it's definitely
But
Estelle goalie,
Yeah.
and so I not that different, but not the same.
3 teddy
One
bears,
in.
3 pancakes.
Yep.
That's a good point, guys.
Oh!
Big crazy McDouble.
Oh!
Crazy dash punch.
Oh!
Okay.
So
well,
a lot to talk about that point. You guys ever watch those videos of like car crashes, or like when the truck is too tall for the bridge? Oh, they didn't. It's time to take a moment.
Chrono break. Redo that point.
Chrono break.
It's rewind time. Take us back.
What's going on here? Can we get a referee input?
Well, that could explain half of what happened at that last point.
Ron P is having immense ping struggles.
Ron Ping.
That would
am I right?
explain. a
Ron
12-second
Ping.
Ron Ping.
We found it.
And we figured
We
out
figured out
what
what
P
the
stands
P
for.
stands for. Ron Ping.
Good work, team.
High fives all around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yo,
another
ever
job
played
well
Flame?
done.
You seen the Roblox car crash recreations? You guys ever seen that? Where they like
No.
recreate car accidents in Roblox? They do them like shot for shot. It's actually like really.
I'll have to look
I
at
almost say
this.
really impressive. You know, I'll have to look at those. You are never. I can tell you are never going to look at those.
Yeah, I won't have to look it
Bro
up
is
because
not
I-
looking into it.
But you could.
You could.
They're interesting.
You know what else you can do?
Yeah, it's like super dark. Fudgy. They use the original audio. It's like it's super weird. And you know that there's like a bunch of dudes sitting there on Roblox like directing it. He's like like I just don't know how they're putting this together. I just don't know how.
Okay, ruling on the field is technical issues, games being restarted, but if it doesn't fix it, they'll do a remake and Bun Bun will have the first point in the remake.
Thank you, Vaughn.
No problem. Thank you guys.
Well, Ron P DC'd and is now back. Are we good? We're playing. All right.
Are they just playing? Doesn't I don't
It
remember
seems
Vaughn
like
saying that, but it seems like
Well-
there doesn't seem to be any restarting happening here.
ruling on the field is point stands is called.
Ruling on the field is referees don't know shit. We're done in this. Go. Well, the question is, did it get better? I guess.
Well, it looks like it. Presumably, Ron P would not be playing right now if it got worse.
Ooh!
Cardbox keeping up the flow state pretty well here. Still has it online. Now looking for the dribble. Doesn't have any cooldowns though. Still has it on. Did that duration get buffed?
I almost want to say no. I know that what happened is they nerfed the base speed. There's some other part of the change. Maybe it did. Hold.
It looks like it's longer.
No. They
but I
didn't touch
could
that
just be
time.
trolling.
They nerfed the base speed and increased the speed per second.
Okay. In other news, Yoshi's PC might have blue screened again, so we'll get him back in just a bit.
Oh,
Bang.
Nice little point off the bounce from Leo Lizard.
Okay. Beat drop.
Signs of life.
Oh,
Guys.
double barrier on the Blobbo. No.
Hey, am I behind? Oh, I am. I figured out.
Were you watching the Twitch stream?
Yeah, I was watching the Twitch stream. Guys, I'm a professional.
Node Caster, 2004 Lexus GX 470.
That's what they call me.
Yeah.
Okay. My pop-off was, or whatever it was way late. All good.
All good.
Nice job, guys. Nice double barrier off the Blobbo, apparently, Liari.
Well, the Blobbo was trying to defend it, and it did not defend it.
Nice try, Liari.
Scyther, though, maybe an opportunity here. No, never mind. Looking for the KO. Couldn't find it there. Liari has energy burst on P. Elects to send it the opposite direction. There's a flow state out. Cardbox can't keep it online. Leon low on stagger. Tries to take a shot. No, denied that time.
Oh,
bang! Leon. Pendulum swing comes down on the landing of the Blobbo bounce, and that converts to an easy goal.
Yeah. One little pass, cleans it out, opens it up. Signs of life here, doing, this is where they need to start if they want to stay alive in the tournament, right? Winning this first set would be huge for them.
Scyther mighty low. Looks like virtually every cooldown has been used though, so it'll be difficult to see him get KO'd here. Leon tries to keep possession of the 4, but can't come up with it there. Liari, nice Blobbo, finds the barrier. Leon, nice death touch. Takes Judgmental out of the picture for a second. Liari now, Blobbo bounce, tries to throw everything forward. Doesn't find the core. Scyther takes a shot, couldn't find it there. Blobbo keeps it forward. Ron P's got the energy burst. Leon can't collect it himself. Gets out ahead of him. Another Blobbo bounce. Scyther looking for the rebound. Can't find it again. And seeing this one go back and forth. Blobbo is out. Liari tries to cover the top side too, but not a lot is closing in on this red side goal.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely just a constant pressure for the bun hook mental, but Leo's been able to convert pretty decently on the other side, but it just feels like overall it's a more coordinated attack for Liari and Scyther, you would expect from the NASL duo compared to like Leo and Cardbox. They're definitely moving it, they're definitely getting opportunities, but it is not looking as fluid. 2 flips down. And
there we go. There's the opportunity for the core to come in. Scyther will find it on the power play, and now we are on point 5 again. Yeah, okay, so if you're Liari's team, whose team would you rather play in bracket? Would you rather play Puffy's team?
The
or
one
Goom's
that
team?
earned it through hard-earned, honest victories.
True.
I would, if I were Liari's team, I'd prefer to play against the best possible opponent for a most honorable victory. But I don't
But
know.
if you weren't, hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
But hypothetically.
It's a tough question because I stink and I don't want to play against any of these players.
Well, that's pretty real.
This is usually when you would like to have like Vaughn or Desk, to be like, well, my opinion as someone who plays against these players and these teams. You know?
Right. But see, there's a reason why we're here. And they're
It's
there.
time to yap.
Oh.
I think I'd rather play against this team because Puffy just said
This
that they 2-0'd Agni Kai.
Oh, you
And
know
so-
that does make
and-
some sense.
Yeah,
when you
in
put it
a
like
rock
that.
paper scissors battle where Bun Bun Hook Mental is actually no, Agni Kai's winning right now. Now hold on, guys. I just got back. I did not watch the first 4 points of this match. But things are moving, and this is Agni Kai's chance.
And
make
it's
some noise.
last to last on the Octavia.
That's a
Wow!
nice start.
Congratulations.
Here's how Agni Kai can still win.
Here's how Agni Kai can still make playoffs.
The hater in me is ready for them to win this game, and then bring in Gumi and lose, and then we can talk about how Gumi was carried by Ron P.
Oh my, low stagger bars.
Yeah, what's going on? in
Everything
there?
was thrown over there. That must have been the Blabos from Liari.
Oh, almost a kill from the big old boy Leo Leon.
It's just
So funny
an
when
immaculately
Rasmus-
sized boy.
Rasmus gets the orb and then he throws his hook out. It's like the tiniest little hook ever.
Yeah.
Even though he's so big.
Oh.
Big kill from Scyther.
Okay.
That's Adren Rush proc. He picked that up.
KO.
Yeah,
KO, but
and
they
he got
gave
a
up
run
the
rush.
barrier. Oh, there's a second. Beautiful energy
Yeah.
burst. Blabo bounce keeps the core forward. Still on a power play, but can't find a Scyther. Goes for yet another one. Leo Leon so close to getting KO'd. Not this time. Still low on stagger. There's the Pat Splitter coming through. Judgmental getting rather involved here. Front lines as well. We already
Yeah,
know.
I mean, kind of has to. That's kind of the scary part of Asher. Goalie Rice, it's kind of hard to get involved like that. But if he doesn't, this Estelle's going to look pretty stalwart a lot of the time, so.
There's a
Cardbox
Blabos out again.
on
Finds a
low.
barrier. Beautiful redirect from Leo Leon.
Wow.
Another goal on the board for Agni Kai.
When overtime hits, it hits. That was
It
so
hits.
quick.
Yeah, like a fine putt. Bro just capped it in. Right there, good for par. Oh,
Leon kind of
4
caught
KOs.
unawares there. Like he kind of just didn't expect the quarter to come
5.
to him, and
I think
wow.
that guy did too.
Oh, he's going for the
Oh,
six.
and
Yeah.
I
It's a massacre here in the Clarion Corporation. Scyther 12 popping off. Wow.
yeah.
Scyther would rather play Puffy.
Oh, almost finds it again. I mean, that was the Shades of Beta Julie combo.
Yeah, back in my
Yeah,
day.
the illusion of safety. It's a meme, I think.
Yeah.
It's what you
Look at
could
Leon.
call the midfield line.
Leo Leon on 1. I was almost thinking Judge Meadow was going to walk up and just pop Energy Burst. I'll take the orb away from him. There's the Energy Burst. Leo Leon low. Now KO'd with the Fiery Flurry. Card box
combo.
burns the Energy Burst. Beat drop is out. We'll let him maintain the flow state for a moment, but now it's going to fall, and now is low on stagger. Dangerous
That's really important
situation.
Not to get that next Adren Rush up. He has to play it safe.
Here he comes through.
Oh,
Liari.
this is a kill in the. Oh,
Nope, not quite.
dash
Fiery
punch
will buy
connect
some
there.
space.
It's been sad. Slow stay activated again.
Scyther probably just looking for the next KO opportunity. Almost finds it there with plenty of damage onto Card Box. Dashing around in the flow state. Now is low. Has to be incredibly careful, but is going to be able to escape the jelly. What was that called?
The
Anyone know
goo,
what that's
the
actually
ooze,
called? The goo.
the goop.
Yeah.
the glue.
Oh!
If you're so
Oh,
inclined.
Hunting for the kill for so long. Gets a little tired of not having it. Maybe exhausts himself a little too early. I mean,
there it
there
is.
we go. This is going to be another one on card box, probably.
Yeah, I'm
Especially with the
smelling
adrenaline
it.
rush.
I think his dash got canceled by... Oh, nope.
Oh,
He's got to have ult soon. Yep.
there it is.
Ooh, nice
Still
live.
not enough.
The angle perfect from card box. Not perfect enough, though. Good time to punch. No dash.
Was that 9?
Might be 9. And good coverage by Liari to catch the cross. And hey, it's a Scyther 12 show. We've
Yeah,
seen
It
this
is a
before.
Scyther 12 show.
Looking pretty demonic here in this game.
Scyther 12's world, and we're all living in it.
And everyone on the team is doing a great job doing their part, but these kills are really changing the pace of the game.
Yeah, that being
Another
said,
0.5 though.
Yep,
Point five.
Agni Kai not giving it up.
Here's how Agni Kai can still win, play better, win more Genesis.
It's almost like we've been watching Scyther just KO all the time, that we're forgetting to watch what Agni Kai can do, and they're the more important team to watch here anyway.
Hey, it is true. That is what's going on.
Oh,
Now
if they
they've-
want me to
they've
talk
got-
about them, they should try killing people.
They've got an open net.
Yeah, that's not very sexy. I don't want to talk about that.
not there for that. But hey, keeping the ball up really nicely. Can't talk about that for a little bit. Good save.
Oh,
that's,
big kill.
That's another side to 12 KO. And
Won't see many of those. Bang.
bang.
And
So now,
that is
what is
that.
Scyther 12 going to add to the BD Adren Rush?
I see a couple weak choices.
Very
Yeah.
weak choices.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
looks like one right
Also, Chrono Boost is online here. Nobody really wants to deny it, but somebody has to, right?
Yeah. Liari could deny it pretty comfortably.
there. They don't have to.
But they don't have
I
to.
mean,
Boo. Wait, actually, wait. No, I'm an Octavia hater. Sorry, I'm getting kind of mixed up in my identity.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I understand how you feel.
On moving parts, because I should be rooting for the underdog.
so they can lose next
but,
game.
Like, yeah, but like Scyther 12 is just fragging out, man. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, and the underdog's
twin
playing
drive.
Octavia.
Well, yeah, he's playing Octavia. We're gonna need a little bit of better underdog story than picked Octavia.
And then
Alright.
he picked Octavia and won. It's like, yeah,
Yeah, buddy.
It's big. Haven't seen that one before. The game's all tied up here. Not this
barrier.
point, though.
Really aggressive look from Liari. It's gonna open up an opportunity for Cardbox to slide in, but Judgmental hasn't had to do anything in a little bit. Has it all up.
Scyther backed away. Leo Leon low. Has to keep towards the center of the field. Here's the energy burst from Cardbox. Gets denied. Can't find an angle towards the net. Judgmental
KO them.
won't hit the strike. Here's the KO. A nice evade from Leo Leon.
KO
Leo
them.
passes to herself. There's the energy burst. Looking for the pass up to Scyther. Still can't find it. They're still
They're getting
low.
scored
They're
on. They're getting-
still
they're
not
gonna
getting
lose.
KO'd.
They're gonna lose this point.
There we go.
There's
Oh,
one.
God.
There's
There's
the
one. There's two.
second. Ron P has to make the hold of a lifetime here.
He's doing it
He's
so
doing
far.
it for now. Oh my goodness!
I told
No!
I told you. I told you they're gonna lose this point. They're gonna find a way.
No.
Hey.
Oh my god. How
Not
do
like
you come back
this.
from that point?
That was
How do you
like,
recover? Well, that's...
guys-
Oh, that's not a good start. That's Sector 12 down.
Only
The
Adren Rush
streak
this.
ends. Yeah.
Streak ends.
And Flip is okay, gets it out, but doesn't really get it out. But they get
Scyther
both
won't connect there.
barriers.
Leo Leon again low. Scyther waiting for cooldowns to come back online. But a nice pass from Cardbox. Everyone involved in the play. Agni Kai looking to go ahead in sets.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know who gets MVP here. I don't know if it's. I haven't been paying that much attention to that. Yeah, I don't know if it's Cardbox or Ron P, but they are in danger here of Octavia just getting one more bis and trying to run away with this one. I think Ariel's is still up.
Yeah, already
Right.
has explosive entrance.
Oh, big
2
kill. Scyther 12.
Dash Awakenings would be
Just like I
devastating.
taught him.
But just like you taught him. Yeah, a famous Bun Bun coach on the desk right now. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit more about your experience coaching Scyther 12 and teaching him everything he knows?
So before this match, they actually asked me for a few tips while I was eating my sushi, and I didn't have time to really like give him the full works, but I was like, Scyther kill, and he said okay. And
And look at him now.
Oh,
don't
look at him now.
Look at him now. Primary almost does it. There's the beat drop. Takes care of business. Agni Kai has found some KOs of their own, starting to turn the tables here. See whether or not they can keep it up. Cardbox first on the draft. What this is here. There's Egoist on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure it's just
Catalyst.
Egoist.
Yeah, probably it is just Egoist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
A good call. Catalyst going to Asher. Pretty good, especially with ult. Blocking a good few hits. Big Fish, Sives deny. Coming out from Liari. And 1-2. I imagine a deny for the Julie down the line. Or the Juno, actually. Yeah, that's scary.
It might have been better to just take Unstoppable. And because now, like, removing that KO threat from Scyther when he's been such a big, like, part of why they're able to do anything in this game with these KOs feels pretty tough, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, maybe he doesn't need to kill anyone.
Rare Scyther barrier takes.
True. Nice strike for Liari. But I think when it's double open nets like this, it's gotta favor the Estelle goalie, right? Not like
I think so.
Probably.
Has
yeah.
more coverage until overtime. Well, they both have strike shot. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm down to say Estelle goalie has better coverage here than slowest Asher.
That
being said,
might find a KO here. He has the flip available, and I reckon that's how he wants to use it.
Yeah, I can feel it coming from a mile away. It's like cats with earthquakes. Just like feel the natural disaster inbound.
Tried. But was unsuccessful there. Leo looking for himself on the pendulum swing. Would have come up a little bit too short. There's the death touch as well. Just cannot seem to get a hands on the core, but once he does, he slots it right into the top corner.
Yes, sneaks it. Leo Lizard going out in groups is not this guy's style.
No.
Okay. If I had to guess, I would say Leon is pretty interested in moving on to day 2 of the tournament. And
He's certainly
the rest
playing
of
like
Ivy
it.
Kai. Performing very well. It's like Octavia.
Oh.
Goodness.
I will say
my
that's
God.
that's the power of not having 1-2 or Big Fish. That would have KO'd with one of those 2 awakenings in the last draft. Cypher wasn't able to get his hands on either.
You know, Cardbox, I was just complimenting you. I think we could have done better. I think that's good.
All being said,
I mean,
Bun Bun's still holding.
It barely crosses midfield onto Ron P's side.
Yeah.
And it does. It's quickly ejected. Just takes so. Yeah, I mean, feels like it's a bit of a desperate overcommitment maybe from the Buns. They usually always flip. They get nothing. Still have to flip on Scyther and Judgmental, but with Scyther being forced to play so back, it's not hard. Cardbox is just running away from him. They're just refusing to die. Leo is.
Leo's perished. And he had 4 rampage stacks, and now they're all gone.
Ron P is feeling scared right now.
Oh.
Cardbox executes Ron P. But probably finds a.
Oh no!
Wow.
Whoa!
Mind games upon mind games.
Woo! Nice try.
We saw the idea. We saw the idea.
Bro, I did not see the idea.
Oh, okay. Well,
the idea was. Oh. The idea was eliminate Puffy from the bracket phase. You're right, Streak. Maybe I'm just understanding what's happening there.
Guys, it's a really tense and riveting match point. Something will happen soon.
After, I'm watching Octavia. I don't know. What do you want me to do?
I'm also.
It was fun when Scyther was KOing.
Yeah,
Like,
when
Cardbox
Scyther
is
was
just
killing
face sliding.
Octavia, I liked that. Oh, he's maintaining the. Can he keep the flow state up? Oh, he does. He's still 2,000 miles an hour.
And he dodges.
No counterplay. They're just hoping that he messes up. Ron P.
There's the barrier. Scyther to himself. Ron P is right there.
Oh, the airship
Still
comes
has the
out.
energy burst.
Versus the flip.
Scyther just.
Yeah, Ron P.
Quite
What do you
there.
have left, buddy?
Lavos are out, looking for the bottom corner. Can't find it there. 3 energy bursts online. Liari burns hers. Cardbox low. There's 1 KO.
Wow.
Adren Rush did not proc. Energy burst here though. So Scyther gets pulled away from Leo Leon's death touch, but it doesn't matter. Finds the KO on him regardless.
Ron P.
Okay.
I was gonna say Ron P holds, but I didn't quite make it to the end of that. Wow.
Wow. Still
Yeah,
match
and
point.
there's the kills. Now
Yeah,
it's interesting again. Okay.
One thought heard your cry and said, "My coach needs me."
I will
Walked
say.
in.
Okay. It took them 3 flips to get that point together.
That's true.
And they do the same
And
thing without it.
doesn't look
And-
like it.
And it's
a
still match
solid
point.
maybe.
Leo just got chunked though.
Yeah.
Maybe something. They're Scyther's hunting. Gonna take some
Again.
evasive maneuvers. Scyther's not hunting any. Now, oh, he's back.
No, he is. They were just taking
And-
both orbs away from him.
Yeah.
Beautiful play. Liari bounces in. Scyther got hungry for the KO against Cardbox.
Wait, Ron P didn't lose a barrier there?
Yeah, Ron P with
my.
the strike shot held, and Cardbox puts it in the reverse power
What?
play. And that's that.
We now
I
go
mean,
on
Ron
to
P
game
is
2,
him.
which matters quite a lot.
Wow, that strike shot. I just saw it. Wow. Ron P, you're crazy.
Now remember, Gumi has to come in this game. Like, oh shucks, Gumi has to play.
Yeah. So what would, and then Hook Resets has to come in for Bun Bun.
Yeah.
So they drop Liari or Judgmental? What's the
They
Bun
would
Bun
drop
strategy?
Liari. Yeah, I mean, Hook goes in for Liari. There's probably not much flexibility there.
Okay.
Theoretically, Gumi could go in for either Ron P or Cardbox, but I assume it's going to be Gumi goes in for Ron P.
Yeah, I mean, heroic effort from Ron P. Now all Gumi has to do is come in into theoretically the easier matchup for their team and just not fumble the bag, get it done. They made pretty clean work, I think, of Bun Bun Hook Mental in that first game. A little bit of hiccups early and a few KOs here and there. You know, only a chill 17, I guess. But
Very
at the end of
low
the day,
number.
all those KOs didn't translate into that many goals.
That's true.
So, you know, all Gumi has to do is be as good as Ron P for his team to make it to the bracket stage on day 2.
Interestingly enough, with Strict bringing up that point and Twitch chat, it's actually funny because Bun Bun was kind of the team that didn't play KO meta. They stuck to their own thing, which was just heavy core control. Don't really care about looking for the KOs. Have these tight passing triangles and things of that sort. And they were incredibly successful with it last season. Not the most recent one, but the season before. Struggled perhaps a little bit more.
Perhaps this is their win trade strategy. Okay.
To try to play KO meta.
And slaughter their opponents, but because KO is weak, they still can't win when they lose. You know? Maybe that's
yes.
Or maybe Ron P's Tim.
You all might notice that we have had to say goodbye to one member of the couch. Yoshi's PC has crashed for the 3rd time, thanks to 98-degree temperatures at his current place of residence. So, Yoshi, thanks for joining us. Go find Yoshi, support his art, all those things.
Gee, you made it sound like Yoshi was deceased. We have lost one of the members of the couch.
Yeah.
Guys, how did Ron P 1v3 score with 2 flips against him? That is a great question. And I think someone may need to be banned. I'll be honest.
No.
But with a quick gifted, 5 gifted, we can forget it all ever happened. Okay.
That's true.
We can forget it all happened. I mean, it's September, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into our last match of the night. Still waiting on some classic Gumi OS brand risk technical difficulties, aka probably crying about server selection. While we're waiting on that, is your last chance, really, to throw up some primers. Support Vaughn. Support all your homies from Coscord that are working this tournament and have provided assets and their time. All right. Hope we can get more events like these in the future. The artists, absolutely. Hey, assets. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
This is freaking everyone, okay? It's September. 449. Come on. I don't know what else
Pretty good deal in today's economy.
We've shielded about as much as we can.
Yeah.
Are we? I don't know what we are waiting on. I just want Flame Gumi.
Here's the positive mental from Hook Resets. That's huge. For the record, there is no need to flame judgmental. Every goalie gets their 1 or 3.
Yeah. Hey, if I'm your goalie in solo queue, you got to give me a lot. Like a lot of them. You got to be a very patient player. If I'm your goalie, because it's pretty heinous sometimes. It's ugly.
Yeah, Alexis, you're like, every goalie gets their like 9 when you're playing, or what?
Well, I don't know. I have to turn some people's emotes off, which I don't usually do. It's just like I don't have it in me.
Yeah.
So, so we're locked in on Group A. They're finished. They're done.
They are done.
Joker, and so I'm just assuming. I don't know how to read, so I'm just assuming that the format is top 3 from each group advance.
Correct.
Okay, and the last team in each group starts in losers.
Correct.
I'm a genius. Okay. So this match has big implications for all of Group E. The only team that really doesn't care is the team that just win traded Liari. Because if they lose, they're still going to go in as the first seed because their lead is so large, right? But
Right.
Fudgy and Puffy, who both have no control over this game, it has big implications for their bracket run or existence tomorrow.
Yep.
So pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, Puffy's crew is either out or they start in losers, and Fudgy's crew is either in winners
Losers or
or
winners,
starts
yeah.
in losers. Because Goomy Squad would leapfrog up there. So, let's see what
That's big.
happens.
'Cause, I mean, like
now we're really on the
Breezy
last
said-
match.
Oh, sorry. I was saying
I was
earlier.
just go for it. Go for it.
My bad. Earlier, Threezy said that he's going to summon Vonaraga and lose the finals. So I think everyone should feel inclined to just stay out of the losers bracket entirely, right? You don't want to go to losers finals.
Well, unless 3C's team gets eliminated early.
Yeah. Well, maybe they won't. Maybe. I mean, just because they lost with Vonaraga earlier doesn't mean anything.
That's true. But they were playing it versus Kainu. Hello? Let's be clear with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can agree with what Vaughn said, where it's slightly, maybe not the best strategic use of $50, but that's what they did. That's how it went.
It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
You know, I like they did it for the content, but
True.
I can't but think I would rather be the one of the teams that has like 9 perks, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some content to be had there too, you know. I want to see a duplicate striker. I want to see a duplicate striker game. I want to see double timeless rune. Double rune.
I don't
on
think
one
that
team.
can happen right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying tomorrow. That's my one
Oh,
wish.
okay.
To everyone watching, we were gonna double now in our game. Oh, but they picked it, or wait, no, you picked it. Duh. Chickened out and went Kai so we could win. Boo! And look where that got you. Look how much that mattered, buddy. Gone double now. Where'd that put you in the standings?
So Agony Kai's one perk left is the Octagon.
Oh.
They could force Prize Fighter as the starter awakening if they so desired. I don't know how I'd like those odds if you let Scyther back on Julie.
Hey.
But that's an option.
Let's get in the Octagon. Okay, these perks. Okay, can't take it with you. I mean, you can. You do actually take it with you.
Well, they reset actually. Your pockets get full.
You take all of them with you. You use them.
Even if you use them.
You use them and they go with you. But
right.
Use the perk. You know. Use the perk. Welcome to the Octagon.
If the perk does get used, there is nothing that Bon Hook Mental can do about it. They only have Chrono Boost left, and the Octagon trumps Chrono Breaks. I said Chrono Boost a second ago, didn't I? Wow. That's fun. So hopefully we're getting into draft here soon. I don't know what the holdup is. You all, by the way, I mean, obviously I don't know what's going on behind the scenes here, but I feel like the players are just stalling for fun. No?
I don't know. Is there like a text channel that I can see? I don't know what's going on.
I don't think we have perms, but I'm kind of guessing that you all are just terrible at playing your games at a reasonable time. Like, come on, it's the best of 2. You can sit down for 2 games straight, right?
Gimme has to play Subway Surfers. If he stalled in our games, my food would get cold. Holy shit, mental warfare. Yeah, Gummy's making my food get cold.
Yeah, that's real.
I'm gonna put my sushi in. Oh,
I still need to have something for dinner. That hasn't happened yet. And now I'm just left here alone. Lexus literally just got up and left me alone. Hi, chat. How we doing? The cold food thing reminds me of an old Splatoon 1 video from a popular competitive YouTuber that was talking about one of the players was talking about their burger and how it was getting cold and all they wanted to do was eat their burger. Like a funny moments thing. It doesn't sound that funny, but you have to believe me. Show us one of your posters. They're kind of on the wall right now, Streak. It's hard to do that. The ones back behind me, though, are from each LAN tournament from Splatoon. The 4 on top are 4 that I helped run, and the 4 on bottom are the 4 that were run by people that I helped train how to TO. So that was fun. Thanks, Yoshi, for your support. Yeah. Don't be Icarus. How many subs to go completely bald? That is not happening. That's just not happening. It's not.
To go completely bald?
Yeah.
Have you done it before?
No.
I think it would look fine. You gotta try it at least
It'd
once.
be okay. Do you?
I mean, I don't. Look at me. But like, it's not like... I mean, hair's not that long, you know? It wouldn't take you that long to get back to your current state. You could try it. Low risk, high reward.
I don't know about that.
I think you could do it.
The Kid from A Christmas Story. I don't think I've heard that one before. Okay, we've done Striker Draft.
How about the really nerdy kid?
Yeah.
They got,
Thanks,
you know the
Fudgy.
one? Okay.
Yeah. Striker Draft was completed and was not on the overlay. There was a no ban from Agni Kai.
They don't need it.
Araband, then Aimi. So the comps are Aimi, Vice, Zentaro for Agni Kai, and Rasmus Kai Kazan. Oh, they used Prevent a Ban. I thought they didn't have Prevent a Ban left.
Fudgy.
Unless it was... Oh, so I was looking at the perk sheet, and when I looked, presumably Prevent a Ban was checked off, and I presumed that they didn't have it, but it was used.
I thought Fudgy was talking about the kid from the Polar Express. Sorry.
And Agni Kai's did force Octagon. Woo! KO them.
There we go. KO them. Octagon's so peak. I mean, KOs are weak, so Maybe this perk sucks, actually. I don't know. Is damage bad?
I have heard
Oh,
the Polar Express one before.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm breaking down.
I think we're loading bugging now.
It's a loading feature, buddy. All right. Wait, where?
What?
Nothing. I was just I forgot what the actual draft was, and I was gonna try and say something about it.
I can.
Tapped in.
Tabbed in now. Oh, Yoshi's not.
Yeah, Yoshi is deceased.
Yoshi's in the lobby, but is not at the computer. And perhaps this is the cause of the loading bug.
Oh, that would be funny.
Oh.
Oh
Oh.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Take 'em
yeah.
This is how we're ending it off. Agony.
So presumably we have to make a whole new lobby, get everyone else in the lobby, which is going to take another 5 minutes.
Can we get 5 subs to kick Yoshi64 from the lobby?
And continue the tournament.
Guys, this is a hostage situation. This tournament will not continue unless we get 5 subs for September, which it is, by the way, if you didn't know. You've been in a coma for 8
Huge.
days. It's September.
We're in!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I probably wasn't supposed to say that until someone actually gave 5 subs. My bad.
Cancel the lobby. Pull him back out.
Pull him back. We need
Okay,
to hold this
so-
hostage for a little while longer.
Card box on the Amy, and is this Rasmus Foley here for Liari? So they did. They pulled
Okay.
Judgmental with Liari in the goal box, right? Oh, it's Scyther 12 in the goal box?
Scyther 12 in the goal box
Oh,
with Kazan.
This is definitely a win trade, but I do like it. I do like it. If they win, is swag.
Maybe it's prize fighter start and like that's part of it. I don't know. It still feels weird.
So,
oh,
I mean, I don't know. So what I can tell you, I've been playing a bit of Rasmus Gold myself, and I think in my experience, a bunch of Kazan Gold, I think one of the nice things is once you get a certain amount of power, it's just like you have a team player, you can just rocket the floor. But I think the big problem they're going to run into is just the fact that Kazan isn't actually able to get damage off in this octagon match, you know?
Yeah.
The Vice Amy is going to be a much more effective goalie midfield duo at racking these KOs up, and we're already seeing it now.
one on the board for Gumi and company. It is, of course, their prize fighter pickup.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to write off. Oh, goodness. You never want to write off any of these too soon in the octagon because the games can be very swingy. You know.
Right.
He's warming up.
Yep. They can get
But-
swinging.
But just a couple kills here and there can be like a huge net power differential.
Yeah.
And obviously it resets at the end of the set, so even if there's like a big, it feels like there's a big power difference.
Right.
What am I trying to say? I'm really trying to like make a case here, but
No. Each set will individually snowball because there's prize fighting.
yeah.
But the
But it can
snowball
also-
stops
Yeah.
at the end of each set and could change course.
I'm just getting like flashbanged in the brain watching some of the stuff happening right now. It's making it hard to think.
Yeah. I will say the one thing we forgot, one thing I forgot anyway. Probably most people in chat didn't forget, but I forgot. Scyther used to be a goalie player.
Yeah,
Right,
this
so-
is true.
Not
true.
completely foreign to the role.
No,
He didn't play Kazan, though, did he?
no, he was a Kai guy, you know,
Yeah.
and a Rasmus guy, I think.
Yeah.
Part of why I think he was known for Rasmus so much when he switched forward initially. Maybe I'm making that up, but this is the best opportunity I think we've seen from them. Oh, nice. Because some goalie is actually pretty nice sometimes, I think. Really, the pick I have more questions about in this game is this high midfield on the octagon chart.
Oh!
Wow.
That hurt.
Because I think you already have a goalie that doesn't contribute very well to the octagon playstyle, and meanwhile you're looking at like this Vice Amy. I mean, maybe there just wasn't an option that can compete with that damage wise, but wow, a lot of great options here. Hotshot actually picked up.
Yeah.
AD going over to Scyther. The side is going to help out a lot with some of those goalie interactions. What do you? Yeah, aerials. I mean, everything here looks quite nice for the side of Agni Kai. And
Yeah.
quite serviceable for Bun Bun Hook Mental.
I mean, Scyther was really happy with the teddy bear, right? Like,
Yeah. Absolutely.
you obviously need a little bit of extra size, but already KO's happening. That's a stack for both Cardbox and Leo Leon. Could spell disaster early in the second set, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
Has the possibility of snowballing, and there's not even that many awakenings in the game right now, and there's another one already. Cardbox up to 3 prize fighter stacks.
And that Super Surge, I mean, that secondary is going to have a crazy KO power on the edge right now. I mean, goodness gracious. Scyther's going to die here, too. Oh, kill him. It's the Octagon. There we go. I mean, this is good. This is, yeah. Hey, welcome to the bracket stage, Agni Kai. Wow. What was the message? Let me find it.
Welcome to the bracket stage. There's no way that Bun Hook Mental can come back from being 2 sets down.
Okay. Guys, let me know. Took resets have been playing 6 hours straight of extremely good gameplay. After not playing the game for a while.
No.
For huge
No. No. No.
We do a little trolling.
We do a
There's an
small amount of
opportunity.
trolling. All right.
Wait.
Goal goes in.
Hey. I mean, still plenty of time for Bun Hook Mental to eliminate them, I guess. Scyther really got active on that point, which I think is hard for them to make happen, but really important to making this kind of off-meta comp they have here work out.
Cool. Leo was
maybe
close there.
the biggest weakness, right, for Agni Kai would be like their defensive prowess. If you can get a Kazan in the mix on top of existing characters, you can get a pretty overwhelming storm on the goal box. So, question
It feels like
stay
the
alive to do it.
the dash awakenings in this one are going to be incredibly important, right?
Yeah.
Chrono boost, where that's going to end up. Obviously, Hook is probably going to want it, but anyone can, like, Gooby could even pick it up as a denial and can use it serviceable to leap forward for a second, which he wants to do and get involved on some of the damage plays. And once that starts opening up, then, things could really be catastrophic. But likewise,
Goodness. I mean, it's
maybe Scyther can get
KO
involved,
power
but
is just
yeah.
I mean,
Set point.
the card box is level 7.
Yeah.
This Amy been the beneficiary of a lot of KOs, and I mean, it's probably only going to get worse. We're going to see like Storm, Deadeye, or Adrenaline Rush. A myriad of options to snowball the damage here, going into the third and potentially final set. But they do have to score here first.
Yeah.
Not going to find anything with Gumi getting involved. He's still staying up, staying aggressive. Leo could die here. This could be the start.
Okay.
Kill for a hook reset. Oh my. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Goodness gracious. Just Scyther 12 score this. I've seen him score these. Maybe they get like a team player Kazan next draft. Team player Kazan on Night Market goalie. You just rocket that bad boy. Makes a lot of these situations easier because you can just get the core out so fast. You don't have to worry about being alive. Oh, unfortunate bounce off the middle.
Prize fighter stacks reset. So there's some saving grace, but card box first on the carousel again, and
okay, he doesn't want
adrenaline
to
rush.
Team player, so there's some bis here for Scyther on the Kazan goalie.
That's
Adrenaline
true.
Rush is a great pickup. I mean, yeah, definitely grabs that. And then I don't know what Chrono's up. I mean, this is a really nice look so far. You still have things like Prime Time, Rapid Fire, one of which is going to go over to the device who already has Hot Shot. Reverb, a nice consolation prize for, but all in all, still got to feel like it's Agni Kai's game to lose.
Does feel that way,
And,
but hold on.
Hey, when there's
wait a minute.
Will, there's a way.
When there's a will, there's a way. They just need to find a couple of extra KOs too to really start swinging the pendulum back for them.
Yeah.
Well, Liari will find her own
Find a
pendulum
couple
swing.
goals. I mean, you saw it already, like red coring there. I mean, this is a Kazan with about 140 power and team player. If someone's in front of him for him to play as a team with, he can just send it at a red core like immediately into the so. Liari finally starting to get some stuff done. The KO power not as threatening now. They've gotten the set reset with Prize Fire set attack going around. Right? Oh, nice try. Quick resets might go down.
Net.
Here.
Oh.
Ooh. All right. Or a nice conversion from Leo Leon. However you want to look at it.
2 goals away. Agni Kai close to clinching spot on the winner's side of the playoff bracket.
Guys, Puffy FPS's bracket run is in danger and he needs help. We need the 16 wacky digits on your parents' credit card to donate 5 gifted subs to twitch.tv/FireliveV for September before this series ends, so the Puffy FPS can play in the bracket stage tomorrow. Will you answer the call? Leo, Scyther 12 will answer the call. Great saves.
Open goal. They are trying to get some work done on the top side. Of course, not coming that way. Leon, nice flick. Gets one barrier. Not able to find a second. Now looking again. Gumi zoning off the top side of the map.
There
But
he goes.
boom,
The
glitch
friend
pop.
rush. Now is the danger zone. That's the second
There's a
barrier.
fourth line.
Wow.
Beautifully done.
Secondary strikes the core and takes him into the hook.
Match point.
Goal for Leo. Yeah, this could be it. Could be Agni Kai punching their ticket to day 2 after being hated on by some people. Not me, though. I always believe them.
Oh!
And crazy.
Oh!
Crazy flip.
That one just hurts.
Wow.
Got a KO here, though,
Nice
and actually that's important. Cardbox back down to 1 stack.
Yeah, if you want to have a chance in the set, I mean, knocking some of those off is very important. Can't convert on the barrier, though, but...
Still.
Oh, they can
There's
convert
one
on the barrier.
Liari looking to keep it in the corner. Hook. Back up to Liari. Liari down to Hook. Hook.
Wow.
Bottom corner. Set point still alive. Still hoping to deny. There is some life left in this squad.
Yeah, they just put him in the blender there. I mean, this team definitely... Obviously, they're top of their group for a reason. They definitely have what it takes to win this game. It's really it's been looking like such a stomp for Agni Kai, but you know, I just wouldn't rule them out quite as easily maybe as I am. You watch some of these points and it looks like they could just get done. Oh my goodness. The the Giga into the death touch, which saves it, but Liari's still able to find the angle.
I don't know if that was Liari's strike or if that was off the split. The split.
She's not that old.
Catalyst is on the board.
Definitely struck it.
Fight or flight?
Yeah. Fight or flight. Pretty good. We give up perfect form and catalyst to take fight or flight. So, Liari, you're banned. But, okay, low key. Big pickup in this draft. Maya the Colossus for Scyther 12. That guy has 186 power. He rockets the core now. You know, they don't have to play a KO game if their goalie just immediately sends it downfield every time he gets to strike it in a direction. You know, if you can keep the core speed fast enough, the KO becomes less effective. Said me, scientist, making things up because I want to. Of course, doesn't seem like that pace is really being kept up, but you can see there's like a lot more offensive pressure. Yo, hook resets. Play like a team, bro. Pass it to your team player Kazan with 20 brilliant power. He's got a gift for you. It's called a red core.
That's a KO. There we go. All right, first one down. We'll give up goal barrier, though.
Wow. Nice. Whoa. Board flick, as they call it, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that a board? I don't know.
That was that was close.
He definitely stopped it and then struck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this perfect form. In addition to the existence of the extra special. Oh, nice save from Tiger. Series of nice save. Gonna find him a goal barrier of their own. Liari now with a bit of an opportunity. Maybe forced to exhaust. Finds it. Wow.
Scyther almost finds it up to Liari. Gets interrupted by Cardbox. Denied yet again. Still has the energy burst here as well. Uses Cyber Swipe down to the bottom side.
The core speed is just so insane. But 2 flips now up for Cardbox and Gumi. Quick resets finally gets a look on the bottom. I don't know if they're going to be able to... Oh, they're going to be able to do that. That's a nice KO. Now should have the cooldowns up again. Yeah, it's just a mogging after 1 kill goes down. And the adrenaline rush pops.
Another opportunity. Here it is for Agni Kai. Match point. Playoff clinching point. But Hook resets in the way. Barrage used. Forces the energy burst out of Gumi. Scyther starts to keep it on forward, but now Hook gets taken off of the map. Power play opportunity. Leon finds the slice and dice. Now Card Box trying to get it up to him, but Scyther will get it around. Core will die out for a second. Here's the Supernova. Sends the core back to the top side. Leon is there, but the core won't get up to him in time. There's a Thunderstruck. Leo, beautiful spacing, finds the KO versus Scyther. Power play opportunity. Liari drops back. Core goes up to the top side. Hook is there. Power core doesn't find it. Nice barrage, but Leon is there with the energy burst. Agni Kai will be playing on Sunday.
Congratulations to Agni Kai. Sorry to what's their team name? Puffy FPS. What's the team?
That's the shopping spree one. Clearance aisle.
Clearance aisle. You know, it's tough to get eliminated from a match you weren't a part of, but do I need to say it? If you won more games, you wouldn't be in the spot. So maybe the answer is in the name, you know? Maybe it's title.
Say the line, Lexus.
You gotta just play better and win more, and you're on day 2. So, congratulations to Agni Kai, and of course to Bun Hook Mental. Even though they lost, I get the vibe that they were just kind of having some fun with it because they had a great day 1 overall. So yeah, day 2 looking like it should be pretty interesting. A lot of these teams, I mean, there's so much talent in this tournament is what's been impressive to me about watching some of these games. So
yeah,
which like maybe there was in Play Better Win More 2 and I just didn't pay that much attention, but it feels like it's definitely like a higher bar as far as I've seen in the past. So looking forward to seeing how it shakes out in day 2. You know, some of these teams might look really solid by the end of it. Might find some new NASL teammates for each other. You never know. A little matchmaking happening here, maybe.
Could be. Could very well be. That does it for the broadcast today. Top 6 will begin tomorrow. It is NASL rules. So the third place teams, Fudgy's team and Threezy's team. No, not Fudgy's team and Threezy's team. Yeah, Fudgy's team and Threezy's team. I've looked at this. We've been looking at this for too long. The 2 of them will be starting in losers. Everyone else will be starting on the winner side. The first matches will take place right there at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on twitch.tv/FirelightV. Folks, before you start flaming each other, please just go to bed and go to sleep. We've been here for far too long today.
Take it
We've
to
been here
Westcourt.
for far too long today. Oh, no.
Take it to Westcourt. Let it loose.
No.
Let it fly.
No. I don't know. Lexus, do we have anything else?
Man, I don't know. You know I don't know what's going on. Saya, do we have anything else? Do we have like
I don't think we do.
Macro?
I'm gonna
Anything important?
We're done.
It's September. Remember,
Hey, it's September. That's what you have
Sum
to
up.
say. Hey,
guys, if you had fun today, it's September. And we're gonna be here having fun tomorrow.
If you didn't have fun today, it's September either. And then one, but hey, retail therapy is the best cure. So you guys know what to do. But I want to thank.
Oh, not retail therapy.
I want to thank all the behind the scenes staff, producers, and all the refs and bracket runners for putting on day 1. Super long and very complicated event. And I honestly think a lot of the captains and the refs did like a really good job of trying to like put their best foot forward, and I hope everyone had a good time. So you don't want to miss day 2 tomorrow, where all these teams are going to battle out for their share of the line spot of 11 hundo. So that's it. That's day 1. Thanks for watching, everyone. That's K Bisler, Kenneth Bottom 273, and
that's right.
Davis.
Yeah.
And Saya. All right, Saya. Hey, cut the cam. We're all tired. Thanks, guys. Bye.